So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the part 2 of the story, being reborn into the Uchiha clan. Make sure you have watched the first part of the video before watching this part. And also, I changed the voice, still don't know if this one is any better, but please do tell me if you would like me to change the voice again. If you guys enjoy this what if and want next part of this video, comment down below to let me know. And before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And share this video with your friends and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. Chapter 11. Aftermath. I woke in an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar room. I blinked slowly, staring up at the white ceiling tiles and fluorescent lights. Hospital. Yes, I was in a hospital. I turned my head, but Itachi was no longer sitting at my side. I opened my mouth to call out for him, but I only managed a faint rasp. My throat was so dry. Had I been dreaming? There were faint remnants of foreign chakra in my body. It was the sterile chakra of a medical ninjutsu. I reached up expecting to see a wrinkled old hand. But it wasn't. It was smooth and tiny. A child's hand. Whose hand was that? I was an old lady, not a child. I was. Red eyes. A pinwheel. Tsukiyomi. I was supposed to be dead. Why wasn't I dead? And then I recalled Itachi's words, the ones he'd whispered to me before I fell asleep. I will love you forever, in this life and the next, little sister. I do not know if two people as different as you and I could ever be destined for the same place. But if there is still mercy in this world for someone like me, I hope to find you there soon. However, if there is any part of you that still wishes to live, then please wake so that I can see you again someday. My hand fell back to the bedsheet. I was so tired. Across the room, a door opened. I half expected it to be my brother, but it was only a blonde medic with a bored expression and a clipboard. She didn't even seem to notice me at first as she jotted down a few notes and checked the time. Then her eyes flicked up to meet mine. She did a double take. Then she was gone, her voice carrying from the hallway as she shouted for a senior medic. I closed my eyes. There was chakra in my veins and voices in my room. Strangers. Or not quite. I knew that chakra. I'd felt it once before at the academy entrance ceremony. But what was the Hokage doing here? I opened my eyes and blinked against the harsh light. An Anbu stood over me. His hands were bright with chakra. I made a faint sound of surprise and tried to shy away, but I could only twitch. The Anbu carefully withdrew his chakra and stood back. "Thank you, Bear," said the Hokage. He was holding his pipe, still smoking despite it being against several hospital regulations. "Please wait outside." The Anbu vanished. I didn't even hear the door open or close. I shuddered. "Gyo-chan," said the Hokage, his expression both grandfatherly and serious. "Do you know where you are?" I looked around. I'd been in the hospital plenty of times, but I'd never been in this particular room. The window vibrated with security seals and we were above the tree line, so at least on the 4th floor. The secure wing. It was a restricted place for high-risk patients. "H hospital," I croaked. The Hokage nodded. "Do you know why you're here?" he asked. I swallowed thickly, my mouth very dry. "My family everyone is," I trailed off. "Why am I alive? Why hadn't Itachi killed me? Why hadn't the Hokage?" The Hokage sat back and drew in a deep puff from his pipe before exhaling a long sigh of smoke. "I was hoping you could tell me," he admitted. "You were placed under a powerful genjutsu and have been in a coma for the past several weeks. Did he tell you why he did what he did?" "Oh." The Hokage was still looking at me like a sad old man. "Harmless." My hands clenched and I looked down, shaking my head. The Hokage sighed again. "You're safe here," he said, his voice gentle. "What happened was a terrible tragedy. The one responsible is no longer in a position to hurt you." Clever phrasing, as it could have referred to either Itachi or Danzo. But Danzo wasn't the only threat. He might have been the one to give the order, but the Hokage had done nothing to stop it. And if word ever got out that the Hokage was even tangentially involved in the massacre of a Konoha clan, it would mean civil war. The complete destruction of the entire hidden village and possibly even the land of fire. Weighed against all of that, what was the life of one sickly child? If I'd been in a coma for several weeks already, it would be easy to make me vanish and no one would ever know. "Please tell me," he continued. What did he know? What did he think I knew? I shook my head, silent and terrified. The Hokage was silent for a long minute. He stood and turned to the window. "I've already spoken with your brother and he has told me everything," he said. I focused on keeping my breathing even. "Which brother?" Underneath. Plausible deniability. The true ninja could skirt the edge of truth and lies, and the Hokage was nothing if not a true ninja. "According to Sasuke, Itachi chose to murder the clan as a test of his abilities," he continued. When you fell to his genjutsu, he deemed you unworthy of killing, though he was not sure if you would survive the attack. It seems that your Uzumaki heritage was enough to save you, granting you enough life energy to survive what would have killed most others. Sasuke, likewise, was spared. He took another long draw from his pipe. Is there anything you would like to add? He asked, and his meaning suddenly became clear. Itachi had gone to the Hokage to beg for Sasuke's life. And if he'd left me alive intentionally, that meant that he must have begged for my life as well. But Itachi hadn't been sure if I would live. I'd been in a coma for weeks, and few people knew that I had woken. As long as Sasuke remained alive, the Hokage could kill me without retribution. He might not have wanted to, but he would. Unless I wasn't a threat. No, I said, the word ash in my mouth. There isn't anything. The hospital door slammed open with such force that I dropped my plastic fork. A frantic Sasuke scanned the room until his gaze landed on me. He froze, his manic two-wide eyes staring with haunted desperation. "Nai-chan," I said, but then he was on top of me, having crossed the room with startling speed and knocking my tray of tasteless hospital food to the floor with an echoing clatter. He was shaking and gasping with ragged breaths when he caught me in a bone-crushing hug. I tried to embrace him, but I could barely move in his too tight grip. I did my best anyway. It's okay. But Sasuke only shook his head, his grip tightening further. "No, it's not," he said, the words catching. "Everyone is." "I know," I said, leaning into his shoulder. I managed to get one arm free and stroked his hair. "I know." We stayed like that for a very long time, neither moving nor letting go. Eventually, Sasuke spoke. "He said something to me before he left," said Sasuke. He was still clinging to my hospital gown. "He said that one day I'd be worth killing, but not right now. He said that I should find him when I had the same eyes as him." He paused, looking lost and afraid. "What eyes?" I asked, but I already knew. "He said that I have to kill my closest friend like he did," said Sasuke. "That's why he left you." Sasuke blanched. Ah, so that was the story. Itachi had spared Sasuke because he wasn't yet worth the effort of killing. And he had spared me so that Sasuke could use me to gain the mangyeko sharingan. It was a plausible story if you disregarded the fact that Sasuke would never hurt me. Itachi must have been counting on that as well. He wanted Sasuke to be a hero. "I won't do it," said Sasuke, his voice unnaturally fierce. "I'll protect you. No matter what." And he paused, his grip tightening once more, his eyes once again unnaturally wide. "I will kill him." Oh no. No, this was the wrong path. This was Itachi's mistake. I ran my fingers through Sasuke's hair to soothe him, but he remained as taut as a bowstring. "Duchan said that we should walk our own path," I said. "Not in his footsteps." Maybe this is what he meant. No. Fugaku had meant that we should be loyal to the clan when Itachi was not. But Sasuke didn't need to know that. He needed to know that Itachi's path was not the only option. He didn't have to live a life of hatred and darkness. He could grow and heal and find happiness again one day. Somehow. "Yeah," said Sasuke. "I'll kill him to avenge our clan." I winced, but there wasn't much else I could say to that. The Hokage's warning still hung in the air like a storm cloud. Right now, only I knew the truth. Only I was at risk. Telling Sasuke would do nothing but draw a target on his back. We were too young and too vulnerable. If Sasuke tried to fight back, we would both be killed. If we tried to escape from the village, we'd be branded as missing ninja and then killed. Ignorance was the only shield I could give him. For now. "Hyo-chan, there was something I wanted to ask you," Sasuke continued. He was frowning at the wall. That man said something else. He said that there was a genin who hurt you, but that you were too paid. You didn't want anyone to know. I stared at him. Why would Itachi tell Sasuke about that? But, as I thought about it, I supposed that it made sense. He was warning Sasuke that I might not ask for help if I was in danger. And, well, it was also a warning that Itachi wasn't the only threat out there. Apparently he'd done it in a way to make me sound pathetic and not worth killing. If I was too pathetic to protect myself against a genin, how could I stand against him? I hung my head. "The genin was arrested after Ani-chan," I began. "Don't call him that," Sasuke shouted suddenly, his listless melancholy vanishing in a burst of raw fury. I flinched away from his sudden outburst, afraid for some reason I couldn't quite explain. Sasuke's face, twisted in anger, softened when he saw my fear. He looked away, ashamed as the tension drained from his shoulders. "Don't call him that. He's not. He's not our brother anymore." "Sorry," I said. We sat in awkward silence until Sasuke cleared his throat. If anyone tries to hurt you again, tell me," he said. His eyes were narrowed. "I will protect you." He said it as though he were swearing a sacred oath, as though he were willing to put his life on the line to make it true. Sasuke had always been driven, but this was different. This was the curse of hatred. And I didn't know how to stop it. I know you will, I said. We spent the night together in my hospital room. Sasuke slept in my bed, still clinging to me even in sleep. When I was discharged early the next morning, Sasuke took my hand and led me down an unfamiliar street away from the Uchiha district. I was confused until we reached a small two-story building and Sasuke produced a key. Oh, well, I suppose we couldn't exactly stay in the Uchiha district anymore. I shuddered at the thought and Sasuke squeezed my hand. Inside was sparsely furnished and there were stacks of boxes shoved against one wall. Sasuke gave me a quick tour. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home with more than enough space for a pair of children. I bought it, said Sasuke with a shrug, as though purchasing a house wasn't a huge investment requiring months of research, paperwork, funding, and whatever bureaucracy existed in the ninja world. You bought it? I asked. Yeah, he said, still nonchalant. I think the paperwork is in a box somewhere. The paperwork turned out to be spread across several boxes. Apparently the Hokage had provided the documents to facilitate the purchase using clan funds. I managed to locate the bank records. Someone had helpfully consolidated all the funds from our deceased clan into a single account. I could only stare at the excessive number of zeros. The Uchiha clan had been quite wealthy, but I hadn't realized that we were that wealthy. This amount was enough to keep us in good standing for the rest of our lives, provided that we didn't go completely wild with repeated large purchases. Like buying property. Why the Hokage had allowed this, I wasn't sure. Sasuke was 7. You're the clan head, I muttered, the fact suddenly clicking as I scanned an amended form on the purchase papers. Yeah, so? Sasuke asked. The founding clans have certain rights, I explained. Like owning clan grounds. As clan head, you have the right to purchase housing, even though you're too young to sign a contract. Personal property and village property got a little fuzzy in Konoha. It was a dictatorship, although a supposedly benevolent one. Buildings within Konoha belonged to people, but the land belonged to the village and it was distributed however the Hokage saw fit. Powerful clans had enough political influence to secure the best land and resources, and founding clans like the Uchiha had always been given a generous land stipend. That was how we'd secured vast training fields, parks, and an entire lake for the Uchiha district, while minor clans made do with small housing blocks. But the village could still reclaim land in times of need and redistribute it based on the common good. Now that the clan was gone. From a legal perspective, this house was the new Uchiha district. Our home, the lake, all the houses, training fields, and shops that had belonged to our family. Everything we'd grown up with, everything was now reclaimed by the village and replaced with this one small house. As if taking our family wasn't enough. He'd taken everything else too. Are you alright? Sasuke asked, worried. Yes, I said, taking a steadying breath and giving him an admittedly weak smile. Let me make some breakfast and we can look through all this together, okay? Aside from the money, teasing out what we owned was a small headache. We had inherited the actual buildings in the old district because they'd been constructed with clan money and labor, but if we wanted to use them, we'd have to prove to the Hokage that we needed the land they were standing on, which I doubted we could do. The Hokage had also granted us 1 whole year to remove clan property from the lands before they were eligible for redistribution. That meant we had 1 year to sell off all the personal effects of everyone before he was legally allowed to raise the entire district. The paper crumpled in my hand before I consciously loosened my grip. 1 year. 1 year to sort out everything before it was dumped in a landfill. No time to grieve. Sorting out valuables from garbage would take months, and that was if it could be done at all. How were we supposed to know the difference between priceless family heirlooms and regular old junk? Without the memories those heirlooms carried, was there even a difference anymore? All that knowledge, all our history, all of it was just gone, cut away in a single night with no way to bring it back. We'd just have to do our best with what we had. And what we had was a giant list of stuff. Aside from the general buildings, we, or rather Sasuke, owned 3 weapons shops, the Senbei's shop, Fumiko's clothing shop, and a few small side businesses that would have to be shut down now that the proprietors were no longer here. Those had been privately owned and the village had no claim over them. It also meant that we were responsible for any pending transactions and debts they might have incurred. Over the next week, I reached out to all of the farms and businesses which were owned by the Uchiha and operated by third parties, transferring ownership to Sasuke and establishing lines of communication for business matters. I spent another week just sorting through the paperwork alone. How do you know how to do all this? Sasuke asked one evening as I was balancing a transaction spreadsheet. Oh, I learned it when I began, half distracted. But then I stopped. Because I'd learned it when Mikoto had begun to transition some of the clan matriarch responsibilities to me. But that had only happened in Tsukiyomi. Actually, now that I thought about it, much of what I knew about the clan came from those years of memories. Little things like the cost of living and the inner workings of the clan vassals, not to mention the other basic adult skills I'd been unconsciously using. Was that intentional? Had he done it to make the illusion more real? Or was he teaching me how to live without the clan? Dio-chan? Sasuke prompted when my silence stretched on. Oh, right. He was still waiting for my response. I mumbled, unable to explain. How could I tell him about Itachi's Tsukiyomi? How could I explain away Itachi's mercy? And if I tried, would Sasuke realize the truth? That I'd known about the massacre? That I'd done nothing? That I'd sat back and let everyone die? He would hate me. Dio-chan. Sasuke said, suddenly alarmed as I began hyperventilating. I gasped, trying to pull in enough air as my throat seemed to close. Right. I still had asthma. I'd almost forgotten. I hadn't gotten sick even once during all of those years in Tsukiyomi. But this wasn't an illusion. Sasuke shouted and clutched at my shoulders as I cycled healing chakra to my throat, opening my airway and taking steadying breaths. Only once I was done did I register what he was saying. You can't die. He was screaming. You can't. You can't. Nai-chan, I'm okay. I wheezed, still a little breathless. It's just my asthma. I'm okay now. But Sasuke just shook his head, wrapping me in a bear hug. You can't die, he said, his eyes wild once more. You can't. Not ever. I won't let you. You can't die. I won't, I said, as if that was something I could promise. Sasuke didn't seem to hear me at all. He didn't react when I stroked his hair either. He just kept muttering to himself. Eventually I managed to pull him up and bring him to bed. I slept beside him that night and he woke 3 times screaming my name. I held him each time until he fell asleep again. I didn't know what else to do. Some time later I woke when I heard a crash from the bathroom. I burst through the door in time to see Sasuke smashing his fists into the shattered mirror over and over again, a look of helpless rage etched onto his face. His knuckles were bloody and broken glass littered the floor. He threw a few more punches before stopping, breathing hard and fast. Nai-chan. I whispered. He looked at me. And I stepped back. His anger and pain and his hate vanished when he saw me. He looked down at the mess of broken glass, suddenly shamefaced. Sorry, he mumbled. Just stay there, I said. I'll get a broom. I healed his cuts and we cleaned up the mess together, Sasuke muttering another apology. It's fine, I said. Just be careful, okay? Sasuke nodded, but when he looked at the mirror again, I saw a brief flash of bitter hatred before it vanished under a mask of apathy. And I wondered if things would be fine after all. As it turned out, the Hokage had left us one building within the Uchiha district. The Uchiha Shrine. I asked for it, Sasuke muttered when I squinted at the paperwork. Because it was important to our family. And the Hokage had granted the request because taking a family shrine from a pair of orphans would have looked bad. Also, shrines generally weren't destroyed to make room for new developments, so no one else would want it anyway. Now that I thought about it, even if the clan grounds were eligible for redistribution in a year, I doubted anyone would be willing to claim them. Not after what had happened here. I was surprised that Sasuke had thought to request a shrine, though. It was the clan meeting place, but we were rarely invited there. Only Chunin and higher were invited to most meetings. It wouldn't have held any sentimental value to him. And the only other thing there was the stone tablet. Yes, Itachi must have told him about it. Sasuke would have gone to see it for himself. It was an Uchiha secret, one even a child like Sasuke wouldn't want others finding out about. Thank you, Nai-chan, I said. I think I know what to do with it. Sasuke and I went around to every house, avoiding the dried blood on the floors and walls. The bodies had been removed, but nothing else had been touched. We searched through every room collecting anything that looked like it might be valuable along with every single picture in the houses. Then we took everything back to the shrine. Our search of the clan grounds hadn't turned up much in the way of truly valuable items, but there were a few things that we couldn't just leave lying around. I'd been hoping to find a jutsu library, but the Uchiha didn't really record our stolen jutsu like that. We shared jutsu via the sharingan, so millennia of stolen techniques had been lost in the massacre. There were a few things that had been noted down, though. One of my distant cousins had painstakingly drawn out a bunch of taijutsu from all over the elemental nations. Asumi Abe-chan had a whole shelf on rare eye-based medical ninjutsu. Another cousin had a similar collection on jinjutsu, and I found a half-filled notebook on his experiments with sharingan-based jinjutsu. An uncle had books on sealing techniques. There were even a few summoning scrolls, though Sasuke and I didn't have the chakra to use them yet. It wasn't much, but it wasn't nothing either. We'll need a place to keep these, I said. Somewhere safe. I think I know a place, said Sasuke, and he showed me the room hidden beneath the shrine. I read Hagoromo's tablet and felt the heavy weight of inevitability, but there was nothing I could do about it right now. Once everything was safely stored away, Sasuke and I gathered various mementos and made a memorial for our clan. Every single picture went up on the wall. Clan members. Ancestors. Team pictures. Each family had their own little shrine within the shrine. And each shrine had items from their home. For Fumiko, it was her sewing machine, all of her many drawings, and her summer yukata. Aoki and Yuruchi had a recipe book and their wedding clothes. Children had toys. Ninja had their forehead protectors and their police uniforms. I didn't know all clan members equally well. There were over 300 of them. But I did try to find something to remember them by. For our parents, I was at a bit of a loss. It was impossible to whittle down their lives into a few sentimental objects. I did my best, placing Fugaku's uniform, his chief of police nameplate, and the shuriken he'd used to train Sasuke and me into his shrine. Makoto was even harder. She wore no forehead protector, no uniform, and no jewelry. She wasn't a part of any organizations and held no hobbies aside from running the clan with Fugaku. History would remember Wicked Eye Fugaku for his accomplishments on the battlefield, for his place as clan head, and as the chief of police. But I doubted anyone would make note of the housewife who had toiled day in and day out, always looking after me, giving me medicine when I was sick, and taking me to my endless hospital appointments, always offering comfort and reassurance. I gave her the drawing I'd made of her when I was younger, the one she kept up on the fridge, but it wasn't enough. How could that ever be enough? "I'm sorry, Ka-chan," I said, kneeling in front of her picture. It was displayed in pride of place beside Fugaku at the center of the shrine. She'd spent her whole life supporting the clan and raising us. She deserved more than a drawing in crayon. I promise I'll look after our family, so don't worry about us, okay? I wasn't sure if she could hear me, but Rin had watched over Obito after her death. I hope that maybe, somehow, Makoto and Fugaku might be watching over me too. I see you two have been quite busy. My head snapped up as if a bolt of electricity had passed straight through me. I whirled around to see the Hokage standing within the shrine and looking around at all the faces and personal things of my clan. He was holding his still smoking pipe and giving us a sympathetic grandfatherly smile. I saw red. That out. I didn't recognize the voice torn out of my throat. It wasn't a Kyo voice. It was loud and rough, more like a vengeful demon than a little girl. The Hokage's smile vanished, but he remained where he stood, the acrid smell of his pipe filling the room. "I know he began. "That out." I screamed, so loud my throat burned. "You're not allowed to be here." "Show some respect for the Hokage," said one of the masked Anbu guards. I hadn't even registered their presence. "That out." I shrieked, louder. My eyes stung, and my vision blurred. I swiped away the hot tears, but more replaced them as soon as I swept them away. "Get out and never come back." It was a stupid thing to say. He was the Hokage. He could go wherever he pleased whenever he pleased. He could burn down this shrine with us inside it, and there wasn't anything we could do to stop him. But I couldn't. "I see you need some time alone," he said, giving me a nod before turning and slowly walking out of the shrine. The scent of his pipe lingered in the still air. "What?" Sasuke asked, looking at me with wide eyes. He'd never seen me like that before. I'd never seen me like that before. "I don't want anyone else in here," I said, my voice soft and quiet. That was a Kyo voice. I turned away from Sasuke. I couldn't explain what the Hokage had done, what he'd failed to do. "Okay," said Sasuke, shifting uncomfortably. "No one else." He didn't ask about it again. Chapter 12. Getting stronger. I needed to get stronger. By now, the Hokage was aware that I knew the truth. Even if he couldn't kill me outright without raising suspicion, there were other ways to make me disappear. I'd nearly died many times as a child. Who would blame him if I suddenly succumbed to one of my many illnesses? My first priority was making sure that I wasn't easy prey. I knew plenty of healing jutsu. That might be enough to keep me out of the hospital. Maybe I could try constantly cycling healing chakra through my body to simulate a functional immune system. Tsunade had a regeneration technique, but that was an S-rank ability and it came with the severe downside of rapid aging. But what if I tried a transformation technique instead? The true physical transformation like Orochimaru's neck extension or the Akimichi body expansion jutsu. But on a cellular level. Instead of dividing cells to stimulate healing, I could transform them back into a healthy state. It was an interesting concept, but one that hadn't been tried before. It would be impossibly complicated and require incredible chakra control. Still, after all the studying and healing I'd done, I thought that the fundamentals might be there. It would just take time to learn and experiment. But even if I managed to escape the death trap that was the hospital, eventually I would graduate from the academy, and that opened a new realm of danger. Danzo wasn't above assigning root members to genin teams. One mission gone wrong, and it would be over for me. Even if I decided to flunk out of the academy, there were other dangers too, like the sand invasion, pain, and, oh yeah, the fourth shinobi war. Becoming a civilian wasn't a guarantee of safety. If I wanted to survive, I had to be strong. Fortunately, I was farther along on that journey than even I realized. I just needed Sasuke to point it out. "Gyo-chan, how long have you had the sharingan?" he asked while I prepared dinner. "Huh?" I asked. "I don't." But Sasuke shook his head. "At the shrine," he said. "I saw it." Then I recalled the jolt of energy and seeing red. It was common for Uchiha to see a flash of red when activating the sharingan for the first time. And the sharingan was awakened by powerful emotions. I reached up to touch my check just below my eye and I wondered. I'd been so angry. I hadn't even registered it. Carefully, I channeled chakra to my eyes through pathways that hadn't been there before. The world shifted and sharpened. I picked up a spoon and stared at my distorted reflection. Red eyes stared back, each with a single tomo. "I just now, today," I said. "I didn't realize." "Do you know how I can awaken it?" Sasuke asked, suddenly very focused. He should already have it. But I couldn't tell him that. He'd blocked out those memories and if he remembered them, he might also recall Itachi's tears. That would be dangerous for all of us. "I don't know," I lied. "I was just really upset." Sasuke frowned at the wall with a pinched expression. "I need to grow stronger," he said, his fists clenched. Yeah, with what he would face, he would need all the strength he could get. We both would. "I think it's time for us to go back to the academy." I wasn't quite sure what to expect when we arrived in class, but it wasn't as bad as I'd feared. There was an awkward silence as Sasuke and I sat in the empty seats beside Naruto, but it only lasted until Dakoku began the lesson. During lunch there were a few uncomfortable conversations because kids really didn't know boundaries yet, but surprisingly, Naruto seemed to understand in a way that went beyond the simple, sanitized version of events that I was willing to share. It wasn't something I could explain, just a feeling of deep connection that passed between us like a spark. So this was the power that would save the world. Understanding and empathy. Ninshu. I just wished it hadn't come too late to save my family. Back. To. Bed. As it turned out, wrestling a squirming 8-year-old ninja back into his pajamas wasn't as easy as it sounded, and it hadn't sounded very easy to begin with. "Behaved school," said Sasuke, his voice almost unrecognizable through his stuffed-up tomato-red nose. And twaining. "You're sick," I said. Technically we were both sick, but my healing chakra was currently masking my symptoms. We'd barely been in class long enough to catch up on our assignments before we'd both come down with a cold. "Just rest for a while, and you'll feel better when you wake." "I'm fine," said Sasuke, twisting out of my grip. I managed to pin his arm with my knee, but he'd gotten his other hand free, and that was enough to let him throw me off. Or it would have been if he hadn't sneezed. I seized the momentary opening, shoved him into his pajama top, and pushed him back onto the bed. "The teachers will just send you home," I said. "I'm fine," Sasuke began before devolving into a hacking cough. "You're not fine," I said, but this was going nowhere. Well, I could understand if he just wanted to make sure he didn't miss anything. That was an easy problem to solve. "I'll give you my notes for today when I come home and we'll review them together." "No. I need to look at you," he said with a stubborn set to his jaw, and I paused. "Ah, right. Maybe the problem wasn't really the training." "Then I'll stay home too," I said softly. "When you're well again, we'll go back to school together." To prove my point, I sat on the bed beside him. Sasuke still looked like he wanted to argue, but common sense finally returned and he flopped back onto his mattress. "Fine." I let out a small sigh at my victory. "I'll make some tea," I said, and Sasuke grunted. Content that he wouldn't try to sneak off without me, I went to the kitchen and put the kettle on. There were various methods for healing colds with chakra, but none were covered in the field medic exam, so I wasn't technically allowed to use them on other people. But I could still prescribe decongestants, and I had just about every medicinal herb under the sun, so Sasuke wouldn't suffer too much. When the tea was ready, I opened the door to Sasuke's room and found him splayed out on the covers fast asleep. I set down the tea and draped a wet towel on his feverish forehead before closing the door quietly. I then tied my hair back and got to work on all the chores that needed to be done. I made pretty good progress, stopping every once in a while to check on Sasuke. He woke once, his eyes bleary as he looked at me. "Ha-chan?" he asked, his voice raspy. "No, it's just me," I said. But he was already asleep. He slept for the rest of the morning while I washed, mopped, and scrubbed. At noon I went to start lunch only to realize that the fridge had stopped working. Sighing, I made a mental note to speak to a repairman when Sasuke was well enough to go out. I'd just have to work through the perishables for lunch and dinner so we wouldn't lose too much to spoilage. I started on the rice and was chopping the pork into manageable pieces when the mail arrived. There were 4 letters and I sat down to read them while waiting for the pot to boil. The first was an offer of purchase for the buildings in the Uchiha district. The sum listed would have been insulting just for the scrap price of the wood, though the prospective buyer made sure to emphasize how kind they were for offering to take the burden off of our hands. I shredded the letter and moved on to the next. It was from one of our tenant farmers gently reminding us that I'd missed one of our contracts in the audit. It was currently void due to the departure of the previous clan head. He was letting us know that we had 30 days to meet and renegotiate the contract before the tenancy expired, and he wanted to ensure that his family continued to have a home. The renegotiation wouldn't be difficult. I'd already retained the services of a contract lawyer to review everything, and Sasuke would be there to sign it. I added it to my mental to-do list. A 30-day time window wouldn't be easy, but it was still manageable. The next letter was from a former client of my weaponsmith uncle who was dissatisfied with his refund. The letter was dripping with outrage and bemoaned how he had been promised a sword for some formal event. And he'd been so embarrassed to show up without the promised weapon. Were the Uchiha really so disgraceful, he asked. And how were we planning to compensate him for our broken promises? Or did he need to bring this to the Hokage? The paper crumpled slightly in my grip, but I made another mental note to write an apology letter. The name wasn't familiar, so I doubted he was anyone powerful, but in a world of ninja, it paid to be polite. The last thing I needed was a wealthy lord putting a price on our heads over something like this. I wondered if he would have been so bold if the rest of the clan was still alive. They might have been relegated to police work for the most part, but the Uchiha had been feared and people had treated us with the same respect and caution as any other powerful clan. Well, it didn't matter now. The last letter was a final notice from the electric company. Apparently I'd neglected to cut the power to the Uchiha district and there were still some houses drawing power. And the previous warning letters had been sent to the old house. I'd need to pay the bill for this month and go down to the utility company to arrange for a technician to. Wait, was something burning? Oh, I'd forgotten the rice. I snatched the pot from the stove and turned it off, waving an oven mitt over the slightly charred rice to dispel the smoke. It wasn't too bad. I could still salvage it as long as the pork tasted good. I'd forgotten to put the pork on. I had raw pork and burned rice. But it wasn't a problem. I could remake the rice and cook the pork. It was fine. Simple. Easy. For no good reason, I started to cry. I swept away the tears, but they just kept coming and soon I was sniffling and then sobbing. And I couldn't stop. Kyo-chan. I looked up to see Sasuke standing in the doorway with a blanket draped around his shoulders. Oh, no, I hadn't meant for him to hear. I marshaled a smile. Sorry for the wait, Nai-chan, I said with forced cheer. Lunch will be ready soon, so go back to bed now, okay? I just needed a moment and I would be fine. Sasuke padded into the kitchen, looking over the papers on the table, the final notice still on top in big bold letters, at the broken fridge, at the burned rice on the counter, and then at me. He looked sad. I'd never felt like more of a failure. Itachi had done everything he could to prepare me. Even Naruto managed to look after himself, and yet this was all I could do. Sorry, I said. Sasuke bit his lip, unsure, and then he opened one of the cupboards and took out a small box of Uchiha Senbei cookies. They were the last batch from Taiyaki and Yuruchi, and they were probably stale by now, but I didn't want to throw them out. Sasuke took one of the sweet ones and pressed it to my lips. I took a tentative bite, and yeah, it was pretty stale. But it still tasted nice. A little bit like home. Come on, said Sasuke, tugging me into his room. Back to bed. Just rest for a while, and you'll feel better when you wake. It felt entirely too unfair to have my own words thrown back at me like that. I wanted to protest. I had so many things to do, but he had that stubborn set to his jaw and I was just too tired to fight. So I let him tuck me in and I curled up at his side. One of his small hands grasped loosely at my sleeve and we drifted off to sleep together. It took time, but things did eventually get easier. Sasuke and I settled into a routine. I took over most domestic tasks like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Kunoichi class and my internship at the clinic had prepared me well enough and Sasuke filled the role of maintenance man as well as he could. When he woke screaming in the night and flung a brace of kunai at the wall, he sheepishly patched the holes the following morning. Apparently shinobi classes had prepared him well too. Despite my extended absence from school, I found that working through the assignments gave me a strong sense of déjà vu. I already knew the material. In fact, I felt like I knew it even better than the book. I also thought I might have known why. To test my theory, I convinced Sasuke to go to the local onsen. He didn't want to, didn't like the idea of being separated, but I convinced him by extolling the virtues of mineral water for health, my health specifically. That was enough to make him relent, which was good because Sasuke and I were practically attached at the hip and I needed a bit more privacy than our bathroom could provide, especially considering how difficult it would be to conceal the telltale puffs of ninja smoke. When Sasuke was safely on the other side of the wall, I stood in front of a mirror in the changing room and ran through the hand signs for the transformation technique, turning into an exact replica of Sasuke. So I was right. Itachi hadn't just taught me about the clan while in Tsukiyomi. He'd included actual jutsu too. I cycled through the Academy 3, the transformation, the clone, and the replacement jutsu. I also performed the body flicker and scaled the wall using the tree climbing jutsu. When I went out to the actual hot spring, I found that I could walk on water just as easily. Those weren't the only things he'd taught me either. I knew that if I picked up a kunai, I'd be able to replicate Itachi's trick throwing techniques. The same was true for the clan Taijutsu style. In the grand scheme of ninja abilities, it wasn't much, but right now I was easily at genin level. It would be enough that I could continue to teach Sasuke in Itachi's stead. I just needed to figure out a way of explaining my inexplicable increase of ability. But I already had one, didn't I? I reached up to touch my eyelid. The sharingan really was a cheat. I started by using my sharingan to memorize our school books. And my medical books. And all of the various items hidden beneath the Uchiha shrine. If Sasuke ever questioned how I knew something, I could always claim that I'd read about it or seen it somewhere. Memorization with the sharingan was easy. I simply had to glance at a page and I would absorb everything I'd seen as if I'd studied it carefully. The downside was that the one-tomo sharingan was relatively chakra intense and while I had above average chakra reserves thanks to my uzumaki heritage, I was still a just kid. An hour was about my limit but with time my reserves would grow. Until then, I had to ration my reserves between my experimental healing, my sharingan memorization, and my training with Sasuke. He was driven. No, that wasn't quite right. He'd been driven before with his desire to surpass Itachi and gain Fugaku's approval. Now he was obsessed. Every moment that wasn't dedicated to school, eating, or sleeping was spent training. Our days were split between exercise, kata, shuriken and kunai throwing, and taijutsu. Sasuke pushed his body beyond its breaking point every single day. I quickly lost count of the number of torn tendons, sprains, and burns I had to heal. At least I was here to look after him. I didn't like to think about how he would have fared alone. Our only respite was school, though that came with its own challenges. Specifically, Naruto. I'd been careful to keep him at arm's length before the massacre because I hadn't wanted to draw negative attention on the clan. But that was no longer an issue, so there was no reason not to befriend him. Well, except for one thing. You think you're so cool, huh Sasuke team? Naruto barked. I looked up in surprise. I'd been picking unenthusiastically at my lunch and had missed whatever it was that had set him off this time. I'll beat your ass. You can't even beat the training dummy, idiot, said Sasuke. Oh yeah? Naruto took a swing at him and Sasuke leaned back. Naruto's fist met open air and he tripped over his own feet to land face first in the dirt. I winced at the painful sounding thud. Sasuke stood over him with an expression of utter contempt until the bell rang a moment later, calling us all in for class. Don't get in my way, dead last, he said, turning around and stalking off. I looked between them before packing up my lunch silently. It turned out that my plan to help Sasuke and Naruto become friends wasn't going quite as well as I'd hoped. Naruto was rubbing the smudge of dirt on his cheek when I handed him one of my leftover cookies. Thanks, he said, never one to turn down free food. Please try to get along, I said as gently as I could. I wanted them to be friends, I really did. But it seemed like fate had other ideas and I'd just have to work with that. Somehow. The problem was that while Sasuke had been willing to entertain the thought of befriending Naruto initially, they managed to get along about as well as a pair of highly territorial cats. Naruto's constant boasting irritated Sasuke, who already had an inferiority complex thanks to Itachi. And Sasuke's apathetic attitude felt like rejection to Naruto. That would have been bad enough, but Naruto handled rejection by intentionally trying to get a rise out of the person rejecting him. It never went over well. Things spiraled downhill rapidly and I was lucky if I could convince them to tolerate each other for lunch, let alone anything else. Naruto looked away. Yeah, okay, he said as he ate the cookie in one bite. I smiled weakly and retreated to where Sasuke was waiting with a scowl. Please be patient, I told him. Sasuke looked away and gave a half-hearted shrug, which was about as much as I could hope for. After lunch was Taijutsu class. We'd finally reached the point where the teachers were willing to let us face off against one another in actual, supervised combat. With several months of intense training, I was at least fairly comfortable sparring with Sasuke, but I wasn't quite as confident against the other children. You had to trust that they would know when to stop and how to pull punches without doing any real damage. I had an advantage with my healing chakra, but it could still hurt. Ikoku flipped through the papers on his clipboard while Mizuki stood off to one side. Mizuki helped during Taijutsu training and during shinobi classes where the students required a lower student-to-teacher ratio. By all appearances, he was a kindly man. It was hard to believe that one day he would try to kill Naruto. Alright, so the next match will be between Sasuke and Naruto. While Sasuke had always been top of the class in Taijutsu, lately his fights felt different. He was nearly murderous in the ring, and there was a noticeable apprehension among the students when his name was called. Well, for most people. Alright. Shouted Naruto, leaping into the clearing. You're going down. Don't think I'll go easy on you this time. That Naruto is so annoying, muttered Sakura. Kick his ass, Sasuke-kun. The other girls cheered, but Sasuke was focused on Naruto. Despite the clear difference in their abilities, Sasuke took every fight seriously. Begin. I tracked Naruto's movements easily. He preferred head-on attacks with no subtlety or trickery, but that was the worst way to confront a more skilled opponent. Sasuke caught his attack and flipped him over in one smooth motion. "Winner Sasuke," said Ikoku. The girls cheered and some of the boys jeered. Naruto's face twisted in anger and embarrassment. "Hey, I want a rematch," said Naruto. "Like the outcome would be any different," said Sasuke. I winced. At Naruto's current level it was true, but still. "What did you say?" Naruto shouted, making a grab for Sasuke. But then Ikoku was there. "That's enough," he said. "Naruto, go cool down. For the next match we'll have Sasuke," and he consulted his list and looked up, possibly noting the sudden stillness of trepidation. "Kyo. Huh. Usually the teachers preferred to pair boys against boys and girls against girls. But obviously we'd need to learn how to fight each other eventually. Now was as good a time as any." I set aside my field guide to the identification of rare medicinal herbs and entered the clearing. Taijutsu against Sasuke was always interesting. He was fast and clever and rarely fell for the same trick twice. Despite the training Itachi had given me with Tsukiyomi, I was still physically very weak. So it was unusual for me to ever score a real victory against him unless I was allowed to use my sharingan, but since this was a basic Taijutsu class, that was usually forbidden. Begin. Due to my limited strength, my Taijutsu style largely consisted of me blocking my opponent's every attack until they dropped from exhaustion. If pushed, I would attempt to attack and end the fight in one hit, but that was only when I had an opening and could not escape. Also my attacks had variable success. Meanwhile Sasuke was good at breaking my defense and cutting off escape routes. He attacked head-on before darting left at the last second with a leg sweep to push me off balance. I dodged right and he was up again to block my kick at his head. He made a move to grab me, but I had already opened the distance between us. He darted forward again. We fought like this for almost a minute with him attacking while I counter-attacked and retreated. He chased me around the clearing as I waited for an opening he was unwilling to provide. But after months of carefully studying Sasuke's attack patterns, even without the sharingan active, I recognized his pattern of movements. Jab. Left hook. Forward. Right. There. Sasuke dropped his guard for a fraction of a second. Normally I wouldn't have had the physical reaction time to take advantage of it, but I'd been waiting and my kick landed hard, sending him flying back. It was a solid blow, but obviously one good kick wasn't enough to take him out. He was back on his feet, bouncing slightly with agitation and pausing to assess the situation. Then he was on me again, attacking faster and harder. One particularly brutal kick to my arm made me wince, and Sasuke froze, his focus momentarily broken with a flash of surprise and fear. He stopped at once, relaxing his whole body and shoving his hands into his pockets. "I give up," he said. "Eh?" The class shouted, but Sasuke was watching me carefully. "Okay, winner Kyo," said Ikoku somewhat dubiously. "The next match is Shino and Kiba. You need to go to the hospital," Sasuke muttered when we were back on the sidelines. "Oh, I'm fine," I said, waving my hand to demonstrate. He probably wouldn't notice the subtle healing chakra I was running through my forearm. The slight green glow was barely visible and a hairline fracture was nothing to worry about. "You're getting really strong, Nai-chan." Sasuke was silent for a moment and then grunted. I went back to my guide on herbs and Sasuke stood over me like a moody gargoyle. From then on, Ikoku began pairing Sasuke with me on a regular basis. He never gave a reason, but I speculated that it was to stop Sasuke from accidentally going too far and breaking something or someone. It didn't happen often. Sasuke was usually well in control of his power, but he did make mistakes and lose it sometimes. One boy wound up with a broken leg and another had 4 teeth knocked out. But after the first accident, that was never the case with me. He was always perfectly careful to never, ever hurt me again. I just wished he was willing to extend that consideration to everyone else. Chapter 13. Love and War. In our third year, we moved into Iruka's class. I paid our tuition, which was surprisingly expensive. It made me wonder how Naruto could afford it, but he did. He even had enough money left over to get me a gift that summer. Friends give each other presents on their birthdays, right? He asked with a grin. It was an obvious reference to the first present I'd given him. I smiled at the messily wrapped package. Sometimes it felt like I went a long time without smiling anymore, no matter how cheerful I tried to be for Sasuke's sake. The gift turned out to be a book. The Gutsy Ninja. You're always reading, so I thought you'd like it, he said. I wondered if he'd picked out Jiraiya's first novel on accident or if he'd been drawn to it somehow. I'd never seen a copy in the library, though I'd looked for it. I do love reading, I said. And I haven't read any stories in a while. Yeah, you always read such boring books, said Naruto. My brain hurts just looking at them. Naruto's reading skills had improved dramatically since entering school. He still struggled and lagged behind a bit when it came to obscure kanji, but he was doing better. I shrugged. Knowledge is power, I said. It will be useful one day. Speaking of knowledge, we have a test next week. I'll give you my notes to study. Naruto made a face. Ah, I don't need notes, he said. Don't you know I'm gonna be Hokage one day? I don't need to study. I opened my mouth to refute him, but then I paused. That was technically true. Naruto would become a genin without passing the academy graduation exam, and he'd still be a genin when he became Hokage. I shook my head. I'll still give you the notes just in case, I said. I couldn't force him to study. All I could do was provide the materials and opportunity. He'd manage the rest on his own. In addition to Naruto, I also tried to befriend some of the other kids in class too. Unfortunately, by now I had the reputation of being a quiet bookworm who preferred reading to playing. Still, I didn't give up. I worked up a nerve to approach Ino and Sakura during Kunoichi class one day, but all they wanted to do was talk about Sasuke. I heard he likes girls with long hair, said Ino, touching her ponytail. Both she and Sakura had been growing their hair out for months now. They looked to me for confirmation. Maybe, I said. I don't think he really notices things like that. So what does he like? Sakura pressed, wide-eyed and curious. He likes training, I guess, I said. In terms of interests, Sasuke was very single-minded. He'd only ever had one goal in life. To catch up to Itachi. Sasuke had no perceptible interest in girls. Besides, it seemed like a betrayal of his trust to talk about him behind his back, even if I only said good things. Sakura's relentless decades-long pursuit of Sasuke was probably the only reason he would ever get married. It itself was a strange concept to me. I couldn't imagine chasing after someone I barely knew for so long when they showed no interest in me at all. So, what exactly do you like about my brother? I asked, baffled. That didn't come out right, but Ino and Sakura didn't seem to notice. He's so cool, said Sakura, a dreamy look in her eyes. He's the best in class at everything, Ino added. Then she squinted at me. Don't you think he's cool? He's my brother, I said. I know way too much about him to think he's cool. Seriously, I'd seen him wet the bed. There was no coming back from that. No way, said Sakura, indignant. I bet he's cool all the time and you just want to keep him for yourself. My sudden burst of laughter was enough to silence her objections. And he's so handsome, added Ino with a happy sigh. That was another thing I didn't understand. Maybe it was my adult mind, but Sasuke just looked like a kid. And all kids looked cute. Don't you think so, Kyo-chan? Sakura asked, apparently noticing my puzzled expression. Well, I said, not sure how to phrase it without sounding like an insult to Sasuke. There are lots of cute kids in our class. I just don't see why Nai-chan is the only one who gets attention. Oh, do you think someone else is cute? Ino asked, her eyes suddenly sharp. Well, for example, Naruto, I said cautiously. And when Ino and Sakura looked at me with interest, I continued. His eyes are really pretty blue, and I think his whisker marks are cute. Naruto was a pretty adorable kid. But it seemed that Hinata was the only one to notice. Sasuke had a frankly inexplicable monopoly on the attention of the girls in class. Ino's lips quirked into a positively devilish grin, and she quickly changed the subject. I found out why 2 days later when Naruto came up to me after class looking incredibly nervous and asking to talk to me in private. Okay, I said, standing up. Yeah, we'll keep you company, Sasuke-kun, said Ino, cheerfully sliding into my newly vacated chair. Sasuke's scowl deepened. He shot a warning look to Naruto but didn't object. Naruto led me outside looking more panicked with every step until we stood under the tree with a swing. He told me to close my eyes, which I did, and when he said to open them, he was holding a bouquet of flowers. Will you be my girlfriend? He asked with a deep blush as he thrust the bouquet toward me. I could only stare, slack-jawed. Was there not one single child in this entire village that still feared cooties? Where had he even gotten the flowers? They were red roses, long-stemmed and wrapped in a sparkly red ribbon, like the kind purchased for Valentine's Day or anniversaries. Well, Naruto wasn't exactly destitute, he had a limited wardrobe and was always excited to have a few leftover bites of my bento. There was no possible way he'd purchased these on his own. But there was one person in class whose family ran a local flower shop. Ino. Of course it was Ino. I even knew why she'd done it. Sasuke and I went everywhere together. If Ino wanted to catch Sasuke's attention, she had to get rid of me first. She'd probably pushed Naruto to ask me out, even going as far as procuring the flowers. So, this was the future head of the Amanaka, a clan famous for their master manipulators, as well as their mind control. Even at 9 years old, Ino could execute a classic Kunoichi power move, and while I could appreciate her professional display of cutthroat deviousness, that didn't stop the stab of offense I felt on Naruto's behalf. Naruto's expression faltered, uncertain, as the silence stretched between us. I mean, if you want to, he said. I like you a lot. And Ino said that you told her. He trailed off with a dawning look of horror as he realized that Ino might not have been entirely truthful. Naruto wasn't the only student to pull pranks in our class. His eyes darted left and right as though searching for an escape. Well, I mumbled, a bubble of panic rising in my chest. I didn't want this to turn out like my last girlfriend proposal. Naruto would never hurt me, but I didn't want to break his heart either. It was just what was I supposed to say? Well, Naruto wasn't really looking for a girlfriend, was he? He was just a kid. What he really wanted was acknowledgement, and I could give him that. I like you too, Naruto, I said, giving him my best warm smile. I think your whisker marks are cute and I love how you're always so cheerful. I think some of your pranks are really clever and you have a talent for making boring days into exciting ones. You're the most surprising boy in the whole school and I know that you'll make a great ninja one day. Naruto's face lit up with joy. So far, so good. Now I just had to let him down gently. But I'm sorry. I can't accept your feelings and his face fell just as quickly. Damn it. Yet? Naruto asked. Well, when will you accept them? Good question. It's my dream to become a medic, I said, thinking fast. No, not ambitious enough. Think bigger. More impossible. I want to become the greatest medic in the whole world, even better than the legendary Tsunade-sama. To achieve that dream, I need to graduate from the academy, take a 3-year medic training course, and another 3 years of residency. After that, I need, more time to, make enough unique medical ninjutsu to surpass Tsunade-sama. Until then, I need to work hard every day to achieve my dream and I won't have time for romance. You have a dream too, don't you? Yeah, to become Hokage and have the whole village acknowledge me, Dadabeo. He said, pumping his fist into the air. Right. I said, clapping my hands as though it was decided. And becoming Hokage will take a lot of work too. Let's both work hard to achieve our dreams. And then we can talk about this. It would be a funny memory we could look back on and laugh about. HMHM, said Naruto. He held up the flowers again. You can still have the flowers if you want. No, I couldn't. If I came back with flowers, everyone would know what we'd been talking about. It would lead to unfortunate and embarrassing questions that I'd rather avoid. But I didn't want to turn him down either. I plucked a single rose from the bouquet. Give me the rest when we've both achieved our dreams, I said. I'll keep this as a promise that we'll both keep working hard until then. And then you'll be my girlfriend? He asked, eyes bright. By then he'd be married with 2 kids. So rather than crush his hopes, I swooped in and gave him a peck on his cheek before dashing back to the classroom. See you tomorrow, Naruto. I called, waving with the rose. No sooner had I stepped inside than I heard a jubilant yaha from behind me. Naruto really was a cute kid. Well. It's certainly been a while, Kyo-chan, said Senju Ameko as she opened the door to the examination room. Ameko was one of the few remaining members of the devastated Senju clan and was acting as the medical director for the Konoha hospital. Her time was valuable, but she'd personally taken care of me for several of my close calls as a child. Yes, I noticed something unusual with my diagnostic jutsu and I wanted a second opinion, I said. I was still wary of the hospital, but I was reasonably certain that this wouldn't require an overnight stay. Well, let's take a look, she said, drawing chakra to her hands and pressing them to my chest. Her chakra sank into my veins and spread through my body, pausing at the same worrying points I'd noticed around my lungs. And what is your diagnosis? Chronic chakra radiation poisoning, I said. From his chair in the corner, Sasuke looked up, startled. I've been using medical chakra almost continuously for several years to manage various medical issues including prolonged flu-like symptoms, pneumonia, and asthma. I agree with your assessment, both on the condition and the cause, said Ameko, sitting back. Can you tell me about the medical ninjutsu you've been using? I've only encountered this type of healing jutsu once before and it has very serious side effects. I did model it after what I know of Tsunade-sama's regeneration jutsu, I admitted. Tsunade hadn't documented a regeneration technique, at least not anywhere I could access. I just started from what I knew of medical ninjutsu and took it to its logical conclusion. I offset the aging with a type of permanent transformation ninjutsu by cycling healing chakra and returning cells to a previous undivided state. With that, I can avoid the negative effects. Ameko's eyebrows shot up. She pressed her hands against my chest once more to perform a much more thorough diagnostic jutsu. I see, she said blandly. That is quite advanced. For an academy student. Sure. But I'd had plenty of motivation and the better part of 4 years to figure it out. Also. Well, most of the negative effects, I said. Yes, you've caught the chakra poisoning at an early stage, said Ameko. This is why we still use non-chakra methods of healing like bandages, salves, and good old-fashioned bed rest on shinobi. Even minor cures can cause serious issues if used for extended periods of time. Let alone for something like this. Ameko pulled out a prescription pad and began jotting down notes. I'm advising a week of bed rest and a 2-month moratorium on chakra usage, she said, tearing off the slip of paper and handing it to me. Give this to your teachers to let them know. And Kyo-chan. It's dangerous to perform prototype medical ninjutsu without proper supervision. I could feel Sasuke glaring daggers at me, but I carefully kept my eyes on Ameko. Thank you, I said. I'll be more careful to rest when I notice something wrong. At least as much as I could. I could see why Ameko would be concerned, but I had no intentions of stopping. Dangerous was a relative term. As we left the hospital, Sasuke turned to me with a glare. When were you planning to tell me you were sick? He demanded. I'm always sick, I pointed out. I've always been sick. Don't you remember how often I went to the hospital and how often I had to stay inside while you went off to play? I thought you were getting better, he said. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what? I asked, exasperated. Good morning, Nai-chan, I have cold for the 5th time this semester. Chronic. Chakra. Radiation. Poisoning, he said, biting out each word like a curse. What is that? Oh, I said. Well, it did sound pretty scary. Chronic chakra radiation poisoning is also called chakra poisoning. It just means that I've been overusing chakra. It happens sometimes, especially in shinobi with strong chakra and low stamina. All I need is some rest, so it's not really dangerous. Well, it could become dangerous, but only if left untreated. Chakra was fundamentally energy, and in certain situations, it could cause damage to the body similar to a radiation burn. But the only way it could advance to a lethal level was when downtime became impossible, such as during a war or. I frowned. And will you? Sasuke asked, accusatory. Will I what? I asked, my train of thought broken. There was something there, but I couldn't quite. Will you rest? He asked, still angry. Because you've been pretending to be fine this whole time. Without telling me. And it's made you more sick. I swallowed a sigh. He was just worried. He was allowed to be worried. Yes, Nai-chan, I said. I'll rest. And in the meantime, there are some things I want to pick up. The Uchiha clinic was covered in police tape and a thick layer of dust when we arrived. What exactly are you looking for? Sasuke asked, peering around the dusty lab. Glassware, the spectrometer, the vacuum glass manifolds, and, everything else, I said. The clinic might have specialized in trauma, but there was plenty of useful lab equipment. What will you do with all this stuff? He asked, already gathering up a set of flasks from a nearby cabinet and loading them into a box. When you become a ninja, I can make medical packs for you to take on missions, I said. Sure, it might have been easier just to buy them, but I would feel better if I knew he was using high-quality supplies. I can set up a workshop in the spare bedroom. Sasuke grunted. It took most of the afternoon to pack up the equipment, but we managed it. As Sasuke packed away the storage scrolls, I slipped into the records room containing the Uchiha medical files. Something had been bothering me ever since I'd been diagnosed with chakra poisoning. I had to check. Just to be sure. At first glance, Itachi's file was nearly spotless. All health and vital signs were either excellent or within normal parameters. But there was one small note that gave me pause. Itachi had unusually strong chakra mixed with low stamina. I took a deep breath. The file didn't mention chakra poisoning at all, so clearly he wasn't showing any signs of it yet, but that would make sense, wouldn't it? Genin and Chunin didn't generally use enough chakra to get chakra poisoning. But Anbu and missing ninja who were constantly fighting for their lives on long-term, highly dangerous missions. Yes, all the time. These records were pre-Anbu, and Anbu kept their own medical records for obvious reasons. I shook my head. I wasn't even totally sure that this was his illness. It could be something completely different. But I didn't think so. Advanced symptoms included weakness, dizziness, and multiple organ failure. Practitioners of breath-based jutsu like the Grand Fireball Jutsu also had to deal with coughing up blood. My intuition told me that this was the illness that would kill him. But what could I do? There was no treatment for chakra poisoning besides bed rest. You didn't treat burns by adding more fire. Likewise, chakra healing would make it worse. Or would it? Medical chakra was fundamentally different from normal chakra, which was why it took 4 years of constant 24/7 use to give me chakra poisoning. If I'd been using normal chakra, I would have been hospitalized within a month. Medical chakra was purified to prevent aggravation, but there were always imperfections, and that was what stopped it from being a viable treatment. The impurities in the medical chakra would only make things worse. But what if I could get 100% pure medical chakra? Sure, it was possible. Supposedly Tsunade had achieved 100% purity, which was one of the reasons why her healing techniques were so legendary. She could heal injuries in an instant when a normal medic would require an hour. Of course, getting there was like getting to 100% chakra control. It just took time and patience and lots of training. Most medics trained their purity to around 80%, but even medics specialized in chakra healing usually stopped at 90%. Those last few percentage points were monumentally difficult even for the gifted and likely impossible for most. It was a tall order, but if I could do it, it would improve my healing and ensure that I could use my medical chakra all day without risk. And it would, in theory, mean that I could heal Itachi. I doubted I would ever get a chance, but even so. Goodbye, Shisui Nai-san. You'll always be my Ani-chan. I'm sorry, Ka-chan. I had to try. I was tired of living with my regrets. I swore to look after our family. And I would. It was a promise. You're done with medical leave, right? Ino asked, snaking her arm around mine as we headed to the schoolyard after Kunoichi class. We were the last to leave since I planned to wait in the yard for Sasuke anyway. He was still in shinobi class. Lately, Ino and Sakura had begun waiting with me in the hopes of spending extra time with Sasuke. Yeah, I was hoping to experiment a bit with casting sound-based ninjutsu, I said, holding up my shamisen. It was a type of stringed instrument used by performers and kunoichi disguised as performers. Suzu-sensei mentioned that ninjutsu specialists sometimes use their instruments to project ninjutsu. That was far beyond what we would learn in class, but there was nothing preventing a bit of self-study. You know, there's a new barbecue restaurant that opened near my house, said Sakura. Do you think Sasuke-kun would like it? Maybe, I said. Sasuke wasn't a picky eater, and we rarely went out to eat. He doesn't like steak. Something brushed against the periphery of my chakra sense, and my heart leaped into my throat. Because I recognized that chakra. The genin. There. Across the yard. He wasn't hiding. He looked older now, much older than the 5 years since I'd seen him last. I wouldn't have recognized him at all if it wasn't for his angry, seething chakra. His eyes swept across the gaggle of kunoichi leaving the park, and with a jolt I realized that he didn't recognize me either. At least not yet. But he was obviously looking for someone, and that someone was probably me. I fell back a pace or two. Neither Ino nor Sakura seemed to notice as I ran through the hand signs of the blind spot technique. I ghosted behind them, using their presence to mask my own. Ino and Sakura had almost passed by the genin when Sakura paused. Kyo-chan? She asked, only just realizing that I was no longer beside her. The genin's head snapped up, zeroing in on the two young girls. She was just here. Uchiha. He snarled, lashing out and snatching Sakura by the hair. I know you're out there. Show yourself. He wrenched Sakura back, bringing her to her knees. Ino's hand shot to her thigh where she usually carried a kunai pouch, but we'd just come from kunoichi class. Music lessons didn't require weapons, so none of us was armed. The same couldn't be said for the genin. Clenched in his other hand was a kunai. Time seemed to freeze as he lifted it toward Sakura in clear threat. The air around him sparked with killing intent. Let her go. I shouted, dropping the blind spot technique. His eyes snapped at me with a glint of triumph. You're not getting away this time, he said, shoving Sakura aside and bearing down on me. My heart seized, but I managed to duck the swing of his kunai. Fast. Had he been this fast last time, or had he really just been toying with me before? He lunged forward, and I barely managed to dodge the blade of his kunai. He cut me off as I darted to the left, but his look of triumph vanished when his eyes met my sharingan, and I caught him in a paralysis jinjutsu. It wasn't really a jinjutsu by itself, more like a component of a jinjutsu. Whenever Itachi showed me the world with his sharingan, he made sure to paralyze my real body so that I could explore and play inside the illusion without stumbling around and hurting myself in the real world. Casting it with the sharingan was as easy as breathing, though with only a single tomo, it wouldn't hold up for very long against an actual ninja. Run. I shouted at Ino and Sakura. The genin was struggling against the genjutsu. He wasn't a genjutsu type, but it still required all of my focus to keep him contained. What about you? Ino asked, sinking into a defensive taijutsu stance. Even unarmed, she was prepared to fight. I can't hold him forever, I said. And that really was the downside of genjutsu. It didn't usually stop the person trying to kill you, at least not for very long. Still, Sakura and Ino were the only girls left in the yard. If I could get them to safety, I would be able to escape on my own with a blind spot genjutsu. Maybe. Take Sakura and go. Ino shot me a look before grabbing Sakura and running. Good. Now I just needed to stall long enough for them to get away. A feat made harder by the genin struggles. I needed to distract him. Why are you doing this? I shouted. It worked. The genin stopped fighting, instead giving me the most hateful look I'd ever seen. Why? He asked. Because you are everything I hate about the shinobi world. What? What? I asked, surprised enough that I almost dropped the genjutsu. But I've never even done anything to you. The genin gave a short, humorless laugh. You clan born, always so arrogant, he muttered. You don't have any idea what I've been through, do you? My silence was answer enough. My parents were civilians, he said. They were poor and worked hard every day to afford my tuition to the academy. They took out loans, and eventually my mother worked herself to death. All for the hope that one day I'd become a ninja and lift us out of poverty. Then I could pay back their loans. I'd put my brother through school. As a ninja, I'd make sure that we would never go hungry again. So I worked hard. I studied every day. I trained until my fingers bled. And when I finally got my forehead protector, it was the happiest day of my life. Until. His face twisted with hate. Until I was assigned to a genin team and our jounin sensei said that we had no potential, he snarled. He sent us to the genin corps. I thought at first that maybe I just wasn't good enough. But when I joined the corps, I realized something. All my classmates who were there, all the students rejected by their senseis, they were all civilian born just like me. The teachers had grouped the clan-born ninja on the same teams and they were all accepted. And the rest of us? We were thrown away like trash. His chakra flared, almost enough to break the paralysis. I struggled to hold it even as he continued screaming. My father went into debt, my mother died, and I trained every day for all those years. He shouted. And for what? I never had a chance. They were against me from the start. But they took our money and they pretended like I might be somebody if I just worked hard enough. But I couldn't afford my father's loans on a genin's pay. My father had to run away from the loan sharks, leaving my brother and me alone. But I couldn't even put my brother through school. All our struggles, all our sacrifices. They were all for nothing. The anger in his voice faded to pain. That sounds terrible, I said softly. The ninja world was not known for its kindness. We were mercenaries to be used for the benefit of paying clients, meant to fight and die for the sake of the village. High-ranking ninja could earn a fortune on A and S rank missions, but members of the genin corps were relegated to low-wage D-rank missions, with little hope of advancement. It was also no secret that clan-born children tended to be grouped on teams, and while it wasn't impossible for civilian-born ninja to be chosen by a jounin, it was certainly rare. Sakura would be the only civilian in my generation to escape the genin corps. Don't, he spat. Don't look at me and pretend like you understand. I hate you and the rest of your kind. You have everything handed to you. You're an heir to the great Uchiha clan, born with money and power and the legendary sharingan. You've never had to struggle or work a day in your life. I wanted to knock you all down, maybe give kids like my little brother a chance. At least until the police, no the Uchiha clan, arrested me and took my forehead protector. They wouldn't lift a finger to help my father, but of course they jumped at the chance to protect a little Uchiha brat like you. What happened to you was not fair, I said. But you had no right to hurt other people, innocent kids who had nothing to do with all that. You're all the same, he said. When my little brother saw you and fell in love, you rejected him just like my sensei rejected me. I might have forgiven you, but then you went and chose that uzumaki freak instead. Even the lowest loser clan born gets picked over people like my brother and me. No, you're just like the rest of them. I wanted to object, but what could I say? I hadn't chosen Naruto because he was in Uzumaki. I'd chosen him because I knew his story. I knew his pain. And I'd wanted to help him. But this world was full of people who suffered injustice. I'd been so focused on my own fate that I barely even considered anyone else. But that doesn't matter now, the genin continued with a twisted grin. Because I finally found someone who sees my potential. He promised that my little brother will become a ninja just like me. All I have to do is get rid of you, and if I'm right, you should be just about out of chakra. Oh. It looked like I wasn't the only one stalling for time. My reserves were low, but Sakura and Ino were long gone by now. I could try to hold on, but I needed enough chakra to cast a blind spot genjutsu to escape. Unfortunately, I'd have to drop the paralysis technique to cast it and the genin was within easy striking distance. It would come down to reflexes. We waited a beat longer in silence and I dropped the paralysis, jumping back and molding my chakra into the blind spot genjutsu even as the genin wheeled around, swinging his arm out to block my path. His kunai rose up in a swift arc. Only to be knocked from his hand by another kunai. Then Sasuke was between us, sliding under the genin's guard with practiced ease and throwing a series of quick jabs at his torso. 2 landed, but the third was met with a burst of smoke as the genin performed a lightning-fast replacement jutsu. "Nai-chan." I shouted, but Sasuke was already moving, instinctively blocking the genin's fist and lashing out with his foot to shatter the genin's kneecap. The genin went down with a scream of pain and Sasuke was on top of him, beating him with a series of vicious punches to the face. The genin tried to retaliate, but Sasuke knocked his hands away and continued to hit him, over and over and over again. Sasuke's fists were red. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura shouted. Sakura, Ino, Iruka, Mizuki, and the rest of the shinobi class were running toward us. When I looked back, the genin wasn't moving, but for the boneless twitches at each of Sasuke's blows. "Nai-chan," I said. Sasuke didn't stop. "Nai-chan." I nearly tackled him, pinning his arms against his sides. He resisted like a wild cat for only a moment before settling back into my hold. Iruka arrived and hauled the 2 of us away from the genin while Mizuki examined his injuries. The genin's face was a mess of blood. When I was sure that Sasuke had calmed, I healed his fists. He had a few hairline fractures in both of his hands from punching the genin so fiercely. "Are you okay, Sakura?" I asked. I knew firsthand how rough the genin could be and Sakura was still just a child. "Yes, I'm fine," said Sakura, looking pale and terrified. "Well, that was one less thing to worry about. What about you?" "I'm okay," I said, a little surprised that I was, in fact, unhurt. Despite the difference in our strength, the genin hadn't actually managed to land a single hit before he was interrupted by Sasuke. Iruka and Mizuki were still examining the genin when pair of white masked figures in black capes appeared before them. They took the genin by the arm and vanished in a flash of body flicker. "What the?" Iruka asked. "Anbu." I was just as confused until I felt it. Just beyond the fence, in a shadowed alley, there was a stir of chakra. I looked up in time to see a mop of dark hair, bandages, and a black and white kimono. He stood there with a cane, a seemingly mundane old man. But there was something about his smile that put me on edge. He held my gaze for one long moment. Then he turned. And he vanished into the dark. Chapter 14. Graduation. 7 clones, said Iruka appreciatively. "Well done. You truly are an Uchiha," Mizuki agreed. I dispelled the clones in a puff of smoke and gave them a tremulous smile. After Danzo's appearance, I hadn't been sure that I would make it to the graduation exam, and yet here I was. The official story concerning the genin was that he'd wanted revenge against me for his arrest and subsequent loss of rank. Iruka assured me that the genin would never bother me again, and I suspected that he was right. If Danzo wanted to cover his tracks, he had to get rid of the evidence, and I did not think that the genin would survive the experience. Of course, I wasn't sure what exactly Danzo was trying to accomplish with the attack. He obviously didn't want me dead. He had many superior options when it came to assassination, and he hadn't seemed upset by the fact that I'd survived. Besides, it probably wasn't a coincidence that I'd been attacked right after I completed my medical leave. So it was some kind of test. But a test for what? "Wear your forehead protector with pride and use your strength for the sake of Konoha," said Iruka. Iruka and Mizuki stood up to shake my hand and passed me my shiny new forehead protector. It was a symbol of everything I'd worked for and accomplished at the academy. It was a symbol of my loyalty to the village. It was also the symbol of what led to the massacre of my entire family. I passed Naruto in the hall as I left the examination room. "Do your best," I said. Naruto grinned, though his expression seemed strained. "Hey, the next time we talk, I'll be a ninja, Dadabayo," he said. He spoke with such confidence despite having failed the exam 3 times. The official exam was taken on a yearly basis, but Naruto had managed to wheedle his way into taking mock exams a few times already. Unfortunately, Naruto's catastrophic failures had little effect on his attitude or study habits. I caught his hand and gave it a small squeeze. "I believe in you," I said, silencing my doubts. I held his hand a moment longer before letting go. Sasuke was waiting for me outside, already wearing his forehead protector. It looked right on him, like he'd been missing something before and now it had finally fallen into place. Through unspoken agreement, we waited for Naruto to finish. It wasn't completely impossible that Naruto could pass. He did sort of know the clone jutsu. It did sometimes, occasionally, work. at least once. But it usually just failed spectacularly. I wondered if Kurama was the cause, if he was intentionally sabotaging Naruto in an effort to keep Naruto weak. If Naruto thought that he was incompetent, that he simply couldn't do ninja techniques on his own, he would have had to rely on Kurama's chakra. But that thought, I wasn't entirely surprised to see Naruto shuffling out of the classroom with a broken expression and no forehead protector. I raised my arm in a wave, but when he saw me, he fled. I took one step to follow him, but Sasuke caught my arm. "Don't," he said. He was never going to be a ninja. It might have been cruel, but Sasuke had always viewed my encouragement as giving Naruto false hope. In spite of Naruto's improvements, Sasuke's opinion of him hadn't changed at all over the years. I couldn't even argue against his assessment. I watched Mizuki follow after Naruto, and I felt a lump of dread settle in my stomach. If I interfered, would he still learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Would he still prove his worth to Iruka? Would he still be put on Team 7? No, he wouldn't. Without Mizuki, Naruto would never become a ninja. The world needed him to face this danger, to rise up and overcome it. So I watched him go. It was all up to Naruto now. 2 days later we arrived in class and Naruto was sitting in his usual place. My eyes snapped to his forehead protector. Oh good. Everything had worked out. Nice forehead protector, I said as I sat down beside him. Yeah, said Naruto, scratching his head and sounding a little drawn. That gave me pause. It wasn't a normal Naruto reaction. Then again, he'd nearly been murdered by someone he trusted and had been told an S-rank secret about his birth. Then he'd been sent back to his empty apartment to deal with it all. Alone. Did you steal it? Sasuke asked, and I shot him a look. But, well, that wasn't an impossible option. Naruto had played plenty of pranks in his time and he hadn't passed the official exam. Naruto leapt to his feet. Hey, no way, Dadabeo. He shouted, waving his arms in protest. Naruto let out a long, rambling story about stealing the scroll and Mizuki's betrayal. You learned an A-rank ninjutsu in one night? I asked. I knew he would. Of course he would. But after having spent the last few years trying fruitlessly to drill E-rank ninjutsu into his head, I could hardly believe it. I didn't realize until this very moment that I'd been harboring a secret fear that he wasn't as talented or as powerful as he should have been, that I'd somehow stunted his growth by trying to help him. Obviously that wasn't the case. My relief was enough to make me spring forward, wrapping my arms around him in a hug. I knew you could do it. I said, squeezing him with giddiness. I'm so proud of you, Naruto. Naruto was as stiff as a board in my arms. Oh, I should have asked him for permission before launching into his personal space. But just as I loosened my hold, Naruto's arms wrapped around me, tentative and uncertain at first, but then clinging me with surprising fierceness. Why yeah, he said, still holding me tight. Just wait and see. I'm going to be Hokage, Dadabeo. He didn't let go for almost a full minute, long after it should have become painfully awkward, but I decided to let him be the one to pull away first. If he needed a minute, then he needed a minute. After everything he'd just experienced, I could give him that at least. I stroked his back and whispered words of encouragement. You were very brave. You're okay now? I'm so glad you're safe. Sasuke stood off to one side, scowling in silence. When Naruto finally let go, his eyes were oddly bright and his cheeks were dusted pink. He scratched his head, grinning. So, that's what a hug feels like, he said. It feels pretty great. Wait, had Naruto never been hugged before? Well, probably not, at least not when he was old enough to remember. I made a mental note to hug him more often. It wasn't long before Iruka walked in looking slightly haggard. He gave a brief explanation of team placements and began reading off the names. It didn't really matter what team I was placed on since only team 7, 8, and 10 would be accepted by their Jounin sensei. Failure was a foregone conclusion, but it wasn't necessarily a bad one. It would give me time to study for the full medic exam and brainstorm ideas for locating Itachi so that I could heal him. At least, that's what I thought until Iruka announced that Sakura would be placed on team 5. My brain came to a stuttering halt, completely missing the names for team 6. Because if Sakura wasn't on team 7 then. Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Kyo, and Uchiha Sasuke, said Iruka, blithely shattering any and all plans I'd ever had for my entire life. But there was a rule against siblings being placed on the same team. It was a good rule. A rule that was almost always followed. Doubly so when the siblings were the only living members of a clan with a stupidly overpowered taijutsu. No sane village leader would want to risk losing both of us on one bad mission. Unless that was the point. I knew things. Secrets the village wanted kept. If it weren't for Itachi, I would be dead already. And Sasuke. As long as he remained loyal, he was too valuable to kill. But if he should ever learn the truth and turn against the village, we were both as good as dead. As for Naruto, he was the only real friend I'd managed to make at the academy, our only potential ally. So they'd placed us all together in a neat little package so that if anything went wrong, we could all be dealt with together. They just needed someone to watch us, and Kakashi had plenty of experience spying on the Uchiha already. If anyone asked about the change in procedure, the third could justify it by pointing out that Kakashi was the only Jounin with a sharingan, and therefore, Sasuke and I would have to be on the same team regardless of our familial connection. Could I escape this situation? Maybe I could tell Kakashi that I wanted to join the hospital and, oh yeah, there's a kunoichi I think would be perfect for his team. But no. I knew what Team 7 would face. Sakura was brilliant, talented, and destined to become one of the most powerful kunoichi in the elemental nations. But right now she was just a kid with good test scores and the 3 academy ninjutsu. I could not, in good conscience, invite Sakura to endure those dangers while I retreated to the safety of the hospital. Iruka finished listing off the team assignments and dismissed us until the afternoon meet and greet with our new sensei. After lunch, we returned to the classroom. The other teams filtered out, their Jounin displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm. Team 5's Jounin looked especially disinterested with his students. It was the situation with the genin all over again. The clan-born were chosen, and the civilian-born were left behind. Of course we'd been chosen to fight and die for the village, so perhaps ours was not a fate to be envied. It only seemed that way because the village was currently at peace. Peace that was not destined to last. I wouldn't be able to run away from the things Team 7 would face, and I wasn't confident that I could stand up to most of their opponents. Sure, casual bandits might not be much of a problem, but Team 7 would face people like Pain, Obito, Madara, and Kagaya. What was I supposed to do against them? I wasn't a reborn demigod. I was just me. Theo-chan. Sasuke asked, eyeing me with a worried frown. I gave him a weak smile. I'm just nervous, I said. What if our sensei doesn't like us? Sasuke shrugged. Yeah, team compatibility wasn't exactly his greatest concern. So what? Naruto asked as he booby-trapped the door with an eraser. We should try to make a good first impression, I objected. That's what he gets for being late, said Naruto with a grin. Sasuke scoffed. Like a Jounin would fall for such a stupid trap, he said. And then I felt it. In the hall, a chakra signature appeared, seemingly manifesting from nothing. The door slid open, and the unfamiliar chakra spiked in readiness before immediately settling as the eraser began to fall. So he'd noticed it and had chosen to spring the trap. The eraser smacked against a mop of white hair as the legendary Kakashi of the Sharingan stepped into the room. Naruto burst out laughing. You fell for it. He shouted. You fell for it. I winced as Kakashi's eye swept over us, assessing. Naruto was still grinning, and Sasuke had a look of pure contempt. I shrank behind Sasuke in second-hand embarrassment but still took a moment to examine our new sensei. His chakra felt strange. There was an odd knot of other chakra in his hidden eye. So Obito's chakra still endured even after all these years. Kakashi gave us an eye smile. How can I say this? He asked, voice light and pleasant. I don't like you guys. Yeah, that was understandable. Kakashi led us to the roof and we made our introductions. Yosh! Naruto shouted. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Ramen and Kyu-chan. I dislike waiting for Ramen and I dislike that bastard over there. He gestured to Sasuke. And my dream is to surpass the Hokage and have the whole village acknowledge me. As for hobbies, pranks I guess. I could detect Kakashi's faint sense of disbelief over Naruto's mostly Ramen-based interests, but if he thought it was strange, he didn't let it show. Then it was Sasuke's turn. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, he said, his normal moodiness only worsened by our long wait and seemingly lackluster sensei. I dislike a lot of things and don't like very much. And I can't really call it a dream. I have an ambition to protect my little sister and to kill a certain man. There was no surprise in Kakashi. He knew. Naruto just looked nervous. And then it was my turn. Hi, I said shyly. My name is Uchiha Kyo. I like my Nai-chan and Naruto. My hobbies are reading, especially about medicine. I don't like fighting very much. I gave him an apologetic smile. And my dream is to well, I had several dreams, most of which I couldn't voice here for various reasons. To become the world's greatest medic and to protect the people I care about. Kakashi's expression was hard to read with his mask obscuring 75% of his face, but he gave me an eye smile, so I suppose that was a minor win. Then he got to the survival training part and let the bomb drop that it had a 66% failure rate. That wasn't entirely true since there weren't any real quotas around Jounin passing or failing students. But I was sure that Kakashi knew about Team 8 and Team 10 already. As for the other teams, I hadn't recognized any of the other Jounin. None of them had been in the bingo book. They were likely low-level Jounin there to verify what the teachers already knew. Kakashi gave us a paper with instructions and vanished in a poof of chakra smoke. Well, that was certainly something. Sasuke gave me a speculative look and Naruto just seemed mildly panicked. Before dawn the next morning, I packed a generous set of ration bars just in case. Naruto was already at the training field when we arrived and I sat down, opening up my scrolls on ceiling. We would be waiting for a while, but the scroll only held half of my attention. Kakashi arrived around mid-morning, hours late, and gave us a rundown of the bell test. It was strange to listen to a speech I already knew. It was like watching a familiar movie but from a different angle. Would you give us the bells if I ask? I asked. Kakashi gave me a bemused look. You could always try and find out, he offered with an eye smile. Can we have the bells, Kakashi-sensei? I asked, humoring him. No, he said, still eye smiling. Sasuke was looking at me with disbelief. What? I asked. It was worth a try. Sasuke's expression clearly said that no, it wasn't, but I decided to let it go. Naruto jumped right in, which resulted in him getting his own kunai pointed at the back of his head, but at least Kakashi was starting to like us now. Naruto, Nai-chan, before we get started, take these, I said, pulling out the ration bars. Telling us to not eat breakfast was a trick and we'll need our strength. Are you sure? Sasuke asked, giving Naruto a sidelong glance. Kakashi was watching us intently. He wanted teamwork. I would give him teamwork. I nodded, dividing the ration bars between Naruto and Sasuke. I don't think we can do this alone, I said quietly. Against a Jounin, none of us stand a chance. We should work together to get the bells, and for that we'll all need to be at our best. If we can get both bells, I'll go back to the academy. What? No way. Naruto shouted. Make the bastard go back. You're the dead last, snapped Sasuke. You both have dreams and ambitions, I said, speaking over them. If we don't work together, we won't get any of the bells. We'll all fail. We wouldn't be able to get the bells even if we did work together. This was Kakashi of the Sharingan, after all. Teamwork or not, we didn't stand a chance. But thankfully we wouldn't have to. All we needed to do was to play the game. Naruto and Sasuke shared a look, likely thinking of how quickly Naruto had been defeated. Something passed between them, acknowledgement and understanding. Fine, they said together. Kakashi practically radiated pleasure at the word. Wary of our time limit, we all scarfed down our ration bars quickly. Okay, it will need to be a head-on fight, I said between bites. Concealment won't work against a Jounin, and we have a time limit. Naruto, start off with clones. Nai-chan, you're the best with taijutsu, so see if you can find an opening. I'll do what I can. Whatever that was. The boys nodded, ready. Seeing that our planning session was complete, Kakashi shouted start. And the game was on. I activated my Sharingan, but Kakashi deftly avoided eye contact. Obviously. Naruto darted forward with a half-dozen clones, closing the distance in a basic pincer attack. Sasuke and I took the opportunity to fall back in the confusion. Kakashi escaped with a simple replacement technique. It was an insultingly basic tactic, something a genin might have used. But against Naruto, it worked perfectly. And of course, Kakashi was gone. I closed my eyes and reached out my senses, scanning my surroundings as Naruto finally realized the ruse. Kakashi wasn't trying to conceal his chakra, so it only took a few moments to find him. In the tree. I called, pointing to his hiding place. He'd conveniently left one of the bells lying on the ground and Naruto pounced on the glaringly obvious trap before I could shout a warning. Naruto's leg was caught in the snare and Kakashi reappeared to pick up the bell and taunt him. But Sasuke had already laid his own traps. They were obvious enough that Kakashi would never be caught off guard by them, but he sprang them anyway, drawing Sasuke out into the open. Sasuke threw a brace of kunai without hesitation. He may as well have been trying to hit the moon for all the good it did him, but still it was the first time Sasuke had ever thrown a kunai at someone else with the intent to hit them. Well, except for that night. I blinked. Now was not the time for thoughts like that. While Sasuke engaged Kakashi with a vicious barrage of taijutsu, I went to cut down Naruto. He landed on his feet only to be caught by a second trap, which I also cut. He'd only just gotten to his feet when Kakashi buried Sasuke up to his neck in an earth jutsu. Naruto, distract Kakashi-sensei while I help Nai-chan, I said. Naruto nodded, creating dozens of clones and heading back into the fray while I circled around to Sasuke and clawed frantically at the ground. Sasuke was doing what he could, but neither of us knew any earth techniques, so it was slow going. Here's some advice on dealing with an opponent, said Kakashi, right behind me. I leaped back, away from Sasuke, who was still half buried. Make sure your opponent is occupied before assisting teammates. Kakashi stared down at me, unleashing a Jinjutsu meant to stimulate the fear response part of my brain. But using Jinjutsu on someone with a Sharingan was doomed to fail. I broke it with barely a thought, distantly noting how he'd done it and reversing it back onto him. I hadn't tried this since sharing genjutsu illusions with Itachi at the hospital, and of course, Kakashi was not a willing participant. And yet it clicked because Kakashi wasn't fighting back. Well, he was, but it was a lazy attempt as he prodded casually at my genjutsu. "Nai-chan, bells." I gasped. Sasuke was suddenly there, having managed to pull himself out of the dirt. He darted to Kakashi and snatched both bells, tossing one back to me. I caught it, dropping the genjutsu in confusion. Kakashi was looking at us, and only then did I realize that the training wasn't over. He'd let us win to test our resolve, to see if my offer of going back to the academy was a lie to trick Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, he and his clones were busy fighting each other again, apparently having fallen for Kakashi's trick a second time. "Naruto, we won." I called with exhilaration and mild disbelief. I held out the bell. "Now you can become a ninja." "But what about you?" Naruto asked hesitantly, dispelling the rest of his clones. "Ah, well. Wait, wasn't this the part where Kakashi was supposed to jump in and say that we'd all passed?" But he was silent. Watching. Waiting. Oh no. I'd shown that I was a team player by offering to sacrifice myself, but Kakashi didn't want a team that would throw away their teammate for a mission. The test wasn't over. "Chan," grunted Sasuke. She was planning on joining the hospital anyway. "So, what's next?" "Oh no." Well," said Kakashi with an eye smile. In the distance we heard the alarm go off. "Since time ran out and none of you got the bells, you'll all be going back to the academy together." And Kakashi burst into a cloud of smoke, the bells vanishing in similar mini bursts right from our hands. Then Kakashi, the real Kakashi, ambled out from behind a tree while reading his book. "A shadow clone? But that's not fair," shouted Naruto. "You tricked us." As if that was somehow breaking the rules. Kakashi gave him a look of disdain. "You're right, sending you three back to the academy isn't necessary," he said. Naruto's face broke into a wide, hopeful smile, but I felt a knot of dread. I knew where this was going. "Because you should all quit as ninja." His words hit like a physical blow, not because I hadn't expected them, but because all my future knowledge had amounted to absolutely nothing. "Quit as ninjas?" Naruto yelled. "What does that mean?" "Sure, we didn't get the real bells, but why do we have to quit?" "Because the three of you are just brats who don't deserve to be ninja," said Kakashi. Sasuke, predictably angry, darted forward and was pinned to the ground easily. "That's why you're a brat," he said. "Sasuke. You said that you wanted to protect your little sister, but you were so focused on your own goals that you were the one who needed to be saved. Naruto, your dream is to become the Hokage, the leader who protects the village, and yet you just ran around accomplishing nothing and fell for the same tricks over and over again. And you, Kyo. What was the point of becoming a ninja if you planned to quit before you even began? I thought your dream was to protect the people you cared about, or do you plan to give up on that too?" His words stung. Worse, I had no response. "Look at this," said Kakashi, letting Sasuke up and brushing his hand against a memorial stone. "The names carved into this stone are recognized as the heroes of this village." Naruto perked up. Hey, he shouted eagerly. "I've decided to get my name carved onto that stone too. Hero. That's what I want to become." "Chan," said Sasuke, standing up and returning to his place beside me. "But they aren't just normal heroes," said Kakashi, and I felt the weight of his words even if Naruto did not. "They are the heroes who died while on duty. This is a memorial. My best friend's name is carved here." I just barely registered Kakashi's movements. In an instant I was slammed back against a wooden log and bound in ropes. Fast. Almost as fast as Shisui. Naruto made sounds of objection and Sasuke went for his kunai. "You two, I'll give you one more chance," said Kakashi. "After lunch I'll make it even harder to get the bells. If you want to try again, eat. You'll need your strength. But don't give any to Kyo. There's no point in wasting food on someone who's already given up. Anyone who tries to give her anything fails immediately." Then he vanished in a puff of smoke. Well. At least I knew where we were in the script, though it wasn't entirely what I was expecting. Kakashi hadn't said anything about teamwork, presumably because we'd chosen to work together from the start. Mostly. Naruto and Sasuke might have agreed to it in theory, but in practice it hadn't worked out very well. As for me, Kakashi had posed the same question I'd been turning over in my mind since team assignments. What was it all for? I clenched my fists. "Hey," said Sasuke quietly. He was scanning the training field. "I don't sense him nearby. Do you?" I blinked and looked up, stretching my senses. "No," I said, though I knew full well that he was still watching us. Sasuke nodded and held out his lunch. "But won't you fail the test?" Naruto asked. "Eat before he gets back," said Sasuke. There was no doubt or uncertainty in his eyes. You're my little sister, and I will protect you." He spoke as if that explained everything. As if that was enough for him. "Yeah, and you're my friend," said Naruto, holding up his lunch with the same determination. I looked between them and felt something in my chest. I nodded and accepted the bit of rice from Sasuke's chopsticks. I'd only taken 2 bites when I felt the thundercloud of anger bearing down on us, which made Sasuke dive in front of me like a living shield. "You three," Kakashi growled. "Passu you three are the first. Everyone else would just do whatever I told them. They were all just morons. A ninja must see underneath the underneath. Those who break the rules and codes of ninja are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash." He then turned to me. "If you want to join the hospital, I won't stop you," he said. "But if you truly want to protect others, the best way to do that is by standing beside them." He folded his arms and waited for me to decide. I faltered. Life as a ninja was filled with nothing but pain, fear, and death. Soon Team 7 would be fighting A rank and S rank opponents. This was my last chance to quit. And if I chose to move forward, it had to be worth my life. Naruto. Sasuke. Itachi. Would I die for them? "I want to be a ninja," I said. "I will protect the people I care about no matter what." Chapter 15. The Land of Waves. Like all genin, we began with D-rank missions. They were basic things like cleaning, gardening, and babysitting, along with the infamous Torah missions. When we weren't working, we were training. Or we were supposed to be training. Unfortunately, Kakashi tended to keep us waiting around for hours each day. Well, if our wayward sensei wasn't here to guide us, I had a few things we could work on. "Nai-chan, have you ever tried tree walking?" I asked one morning. By my estimation, we had a solid 3 hours before Kakashi would show up, and this was as good a topic as any. "No, what's that?" he asked, frowning. "It's chakra control training," I said. "But it's also really useful for mobility." "Meh, sounds like those boring exercises Iruka-sensei made us do in class," said Naruto. He was lying on the grass, half dozing. "It's a little more than just that," I said weakly. "Sure, it wasn't a powerful jutsu, but it was a fundamental building block for chakra manipulation. Chakra control is very important, Naruto. It will allow you to use your chakra far more efficiently." Who cares?" Naruto asked, eyes shut and completely disinterested. With everything that was coming, he should care. He should care a lot. But I had to find a way to pierce his armor of disinterest. What did Naruto think was cool? "Imagine you have a bowl of ramen," I said. Naruto was suddenly sitting up, his eyes wide and eager. "Pork ramen?" he asked. Sure," I said. "But now imagine that when you go to eat the ramen, you spill half of it on the floor." Naruto gasped. "No," he shouted, scandalized. "Yes," I said. "And what do you do then?" "I order more ramen," said Naruto. "No, you're out of money," I said. Naruto actually reached into his back pocket for his Gama-chan purse and began counting his money. "The point is that you have to go home hungry because you wasted half of your ramen. But, if you have better control, you won't spill any of your ramen on the floor." "Oh, I guess that makes sense," said Naruto, putting away Gama-chan. He scratched his chin and thought hard for a long minute. "But what if I just ordered a bigger size?" "You'd get more ramen, but you'd also spill more ramen," I said. "If you bought a bigger size and didn't spill any, then you'd have all the ramen you could want." "Ah, ramen," he said, his eyes glazing over with a dreamy expression. "Hey, all this ramen talk is making me hungry. Let's go get some right now." And just like that, I lost him. Well, sticking to trees wasn't very cool. How could I appeal to him? What would motivate him? "Anyway, tree walking is probably too advanced for you right now," I said with faux disappointment. "I think only Nai-chan is ready for something this difficult." Naruto was on his feet pointing at me in an instant. "Nothing's too advanced for Uzumaki, Naruto," he said. "Come on and show it to me." "DCH, moron," muttered Sasuke, giving me a baleful look. Yep, he knew exactly what I was doing. But he was paying attention, always ready to learn something that would help him grow stronger. "Here, let me demonstrate," I said. "First you need to draw chakra to your feet." Considering how many shinobi used it, it was a wonder that tree walking wasn't part of the academy curriculum. After 2 weeks of training, Sasuke and Naruto could run to the tops of their trees. Not bad since we only practiced while waiting for Kakashi. I then suggested water walking. The shallow, slow-moving river beside the training field was perfect for it, and since we were in the middle of a warm spring, getting repeatedly dunked into the cool water was more refreshing than punishing. To my surprise, the water walking only took them the better part of the morning to master. Well, it wasn't really all that different from tree walking, but their rate of progress was startling. We spent another 3 days playing ninja on the water, perfecting speed on the uneven surface. Still, as useful as these skills were for chakra control, we would soon be fighting Zabuza and Haku. and shortly after that would be the Chunin exams, Orochimaru and Gaara. It was a sobering thought. "Hey, Naruto, do you think you could teach me the shadow clone jutsu?" I asked. "What? Oh sure," said Naruto, scratching his head. "It kinda goes like this." I activated my sharingan as Naruto made the clone hand sign. "Whoa," said Naruto. "Would your eyes go red like that?" "Oh, this is my sharingan," I said, feeling slightly silly. Had I really never mentioned it to him before? I'd used it a few times in class when I wanted to copy or memorize something, and I'd used it during the bell test, but I suppose that eye color could be hard to spot, so it's a blood limit for the Uchiha clan. It allows me to copy jutsu, memorize things, and cast jutsu. But right now I only have one tomo, so it's not very strong yet. "Wow, that's so cool," said Naruto, and I couldn't help but smile at his exuberance. "Kakashi-sensei has a sharingan too," I said. "In fact, he's known as Sharingan no Kakashi. But he's not a member of the Uchiha clan. He was given his eye by a friend." That wasn't my story to tell, and even that small piece of information was stretching the limits of what I should know. Sasuke was listening with disinterest. I'd already shown him Kakashi's page in the bingo book. "The jutsu?" Sasuke asked. "Right," said Naruto as he molded his chakra and a second Naruto appeared beside him. "It's just like that," he said. Not the most helpful of instructions, but the sharingan made explanations redundant anyway. I molded my chakra, pouring half of it into the jutsu, and a second Kyo appeared beside me, blinking in surprise. Wow. It was one thing to know that Naruto had a lot of chakra. It was another to know that he had terrible control and could still produce hundreds of these things. I inspected the other me, who did the same. I hadn't realized my hair was so spiky. My shadow clone and I reached out to touch each other's hands. She felt warm and solid, like she was real. The fabric of her shirt had the same texture and her hair felt soft beneath my fingertips. "Wow, you did it just like that," said Naruto, seeming half impressed and half dismayed. That wasn't too surprising. It had taken him hours of study to do what I had replicated in seconds with my sharingan. "Yeah, but I can only make a few," said the other Kyo. "You must have an amazing amount of chakra, Naruto," I added, because praise for Naruto was pretty rare and he deserved acknowledgement for his signature technique. Yeah, that's right, Dadabeo," he said with a grin. His shadow clone nodded in agreement. "Okay, Nai-chan, your turn," I said. "It goes like this." The explanation I gave to Sasuke was a little more thorough than the one we'd received from Naruto. The jutsu wasn't actually that much more difficult than the regular clone technique, just more chakra intense. So I wasn't really all that surprised when Sasuke got it on his third try. But although Sasuke had learned the technique, I doubted he would be able to use it in battle. It cost too much chakra and the clones were too frail. They were useful to Naruto specifically because he could produce hundreds at a time and still have enough chakra left over for other techniques. Sasuke seemed to realize this too because he was frowning at his clone, which frowned right back at him. "How do you have that much chakra?" Sasuke asked, and Naruto's smile faltered. "The Uzumaki clan is famous for their high chakra capacity," I said. "I also had above average chakra reserves, but my weakened immune system meant that I had to constantly cycle healing chakra through my body, which ate up a significant portion of my reserves. It kept me healthy, though, so I considered it a worthwhile trade." "Hey, there was something I wanted to test out," said my clone. "Naruto, Nai-chan, can you send your clones with me?" They agreed, and the clones went off together out of sight. Since my clone was a separate entity, I wasn't sure what they were doing, but I could guess. A few minutes later, the chakra from my dispelled clone swept through my body, startling me momentarily, and I remembered seeing me, the real me, touching my hand and shirt and hair. I remembered our conversation from her perspective, and I remembered what we'd been doing. "Do you remember the game?" I asked. It had been a simple game of rock paper scissors. I'd won against Naruto, and Sasuke had won against both of us. Sasuke nodded, and Naruto pouted. "It will be useful for training," I said. "You learn anything your clones learn. Naruto, since you can create so many, you could learn something 100 times faster than a normal person." Naruto's eyes widened. "Really?" he asked. "Hey, that's cool. I never noticed before." How he hadn't noticed was a mystery. But this was Naruto, so maybe that was just how his mind worked. Sasuke looked speculative. "If we could just manage to convince Kakashi to teach us a jutsu, this would help all of us." Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance. When Kakashi arrived to take us to the mission desk for our next assignment, Naruto threw a fit, demanding something more important than finding a lost cat. He was a ninja now, Dadabeo. Sasuke, though silent, gave off a definite air of agreement, and Kakashi just looked exasperated. The Hokage merely chuckled at the childish tantrum, and that was how we landed our first C-rank mission. To protect a bridge builder from Wave Country. Well. There was a mood killer. I thought we'd have more time. Izuna walked into the Hokage's office with a sake bottle still in hand. "What's this?" he asked, his tone thick with dismissal, even as I detected the slightest hint of dismay. "A bunch of brats." I couldn't exactly fault him for his skepticism. Civilians had very particular ideas about what ninja should be, and we obviously didn't fit the mold. We were literal children, and all of our official missions were chores. We weren't exactly battle-hardened veterans here. He knew, rightly, that this mission would require more than a group of 3 rookie genin. But he couldn't afford anything more. "And what about that shorty?" he asked, pointing to me. "How old is she?" 6. "Eh? I'm 12, I mumbled, self-conscious and keenly aware that being 12 didn't really make things better. I couldn't blame him for his misunderstanding, though. I was tiny. Really, really tiny. It was a side effect of my healing jutsu. Since my last meeting with Ameko, I'd reached 100% purity for my medical chakra, and as a result, cycling healing chakra no longer caused chakra poisoning. But the template for the healing was taken from my 7-year-old body, so I still looked 7. In fact, as long as I used the jutsu, I would always look 7. "I am the master bridge builder, Tizuna," said Tizuna. "I expect you to provide protection until I return to my country and complete my bridge." Tizuna directed his words to Kakashi, clearly banking on him doing the actual fighting. He wasn't entirely wrong, but he wasn't entirely right either. With that, we set off to gather our long-term mission gear. Protecting Tizuna against Jounin-level threats wouldn't be easy, but I did have a few tools that might help. I'd already drawn up a set of barrier seals just for this mission. But it didn't feel like enough. I pictured Kakashi trapped in a water prison and swallowed thickly. Then I shook my head. It would be fine. I knew it would be fine. Just in case, I also brought along an entire pharmacy's worth of medicines and antidotes. The demon brothers used poisons, so I also brought along a poison identification seal to help. As I stared at the contents of my bag, I took a steadying breath. I'd signed up for this. I'd known it was coming, and now I had to go forward. I fastened the latch and set it down. It would have to be enough. The first 3 days of our journey were pleasant, almost scenic with clear blue skies. To pass the time, Tizuna regaled us with stories about his homeland and family. The picture he painted was pretty bleak, but he highlighted the kindness of his people and their desire to make things better for the community. Because I already knew about their situation, I'd brought along plenty of extra food with the intent to share. If anyone asked, I could say that I just wanted to be prepared. Unfortunately, the peaceful days could not last. On the 3rd day, I almost didn't notice the puddle on the side of the road, but as we approached, it lit up like a bonfire to my chakra sense. I activated my sharingan and glanced back at Kakashi. "There's chakra in the water," I said via Jinjutsu. "Shinobi." Kakashi seemed unconcerned. "They'll target me first, and then let's see who they're after." "Us or the client," Kakashi thought back. "Let Naruto and Sasuke know. Protect Izuna-san." Sasuke was already watching me intently, so passing the message to him was easy. Naruto was harder since he was looking the other way. He remained oblivious until I brushed his arm and he glanced at me with a painfully conspicuous huh. I'd have to think of a better method of signaling him. Once I relayed Kakashi's message, Naruto looked equal parts nervous and excited, staring straight at the puddle. I winced, hoping that the demon brothers had limited vision from within the water. We passed the puddle without incident, and for a moment I dared to hope that they'd noticed Naruto's reaction and had chosen to abandon the ambush. But that hope was shattered when the water swelled with chakra as they formed a jutsu. I moved, putting my body between the foreign ninja and my team. In the 2 seconds it took for me to grab the barrier scroll, the demon brothers, Gozu and Maizu, appeared behind us, catching Kakashi in their chains and ripping him to pieces. I tracked Kakashi's replacement jutsu as he settled into the trees. Obviously he was content to let the fight play out, certain in both our ability to survive and his ability to intervene when things became too dangerous. But that wasn't exactly a comfort when the enemy ninja turned their eyes on us. "Stay behind me, Tizuna-san," I said, slamming the barrier scroll into the ground. A rectangular barrier appeared around Tizuna. It was mostly to prevent collateral damage. Against a pair of Chunin, it would buy maybe a minute or two. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted, staring at the place where Kakashi once stood. He didn't realize it was a trick. "Sensei is okay, Naruto," I said via Jinjutsu. "Look out." The demon brothers made their choice, going after Naruto first. I used the blind spot technique to hide Naruto from their sight, but they swung their chains in a wide arc to cut off any escape. Sasuke leaped up, drawing out a kunai and shuriken to pin their chain to a tree. He managed to get in a solid kick to both of their faces before they broke free. But by now, Naruto had recovered from his shock and they were met with about 30 shadow clones. One of the brothers, probably Mizu, charged straight at the clones while Gozu swung around toward me. I had a moment of heart-stopping terror before he made the mistake of meeting my eyes and I caught him in a genjutsu. His body seized under my paralysis. He flared his chakra, but he wasn't a genjutsu type, so even with only one Tomo, I was able to hold him despite his struggles. I was so engrossed in containing Gozu that I barely registered the taijutsu match between Sasuke, Naruto, and Mizu. At least until Sasuke managed to knock him unconscious. "Nai-chan," I said as Gozu's struggles became more frantic, nearly managing to break free from my hold. Then Kakashi was there, knocking out Gozu with a clean hit to his neck. "Good job, my cute little genin," said Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto shouted, obviously relieved. It was one thing to hear that Kakashi was fine. It was another to see him alright in person. The whole fight had lasted less than a minute, but my heart was pounding in my ears and I was breathing in short, ragged gasps. It wasn't until Kakashi gave me a happy eye smile that I felt safe enough to take down the barrier. "The area is clear, Kakashi-sensei," I rasped, still attempting to control my breathing. There were no other chakra signatures in the vicinity. Kakashi nodded and patted my head before turning to Naruto. "Naruto, try not to move around too much," said Kakashi. "Their claws are soaked in poison." "Kyo." "Yes, sensei," I murmured. Despite all of the clones, Naruto had still been scratched in the fray. "I'll run a poison scan on your injury, Naruto. I need to drain the poison and get a sample. I have a full spectrum of antidotes with me, so if it's a common poison, I should be able to heal it." "Huh?" Naruto shouted. "Poison? Oh, right." He had no idea who they were. "These are the demon brothers of the hidden mist, Gozu and Mizu," I explained as I sliced open the back of his hand. Behind us, Kakashi was questioning Tazuna about the real nature of the mission. According to the bingo book, they're Chunin who defected from the hidden mist after attempting to kill the Mizukage. They're known to use water release and poison. My hand shook as I dropped a generous sample of blood onto the seal. It lit up with a rare type of snake venom. It wasn't very fast acting, but it would guarantee death within a day if left untreated. I breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the correct antidote, giving Naruto the pill and finishing up with healing his wound. Naruto was looking between Sasuke and me with a confused and somewhat uncertain expression. "You alright, scaredy cat?" Sasuke mocked. I shot my brother a frown and he had the grace to look away. Pointless antagonism wasn't helping anything. And Naruto had done well enough after he'd recovered from his initial hesitation. Then again, Sasuke wasn't exactly the best at expressing his emotions or concern. This was probably the closest he would ever get to saying "I was worried about you, are you okay?" Kakashi wondered aloud if we should proceed. It shouldn't have been a question. This mission was far too dangerous for us. Facing the Chunin was bad enough, but going against Zabuza and Haku, two Jounin-level opponents, was nearly suicide. Then again, we did have Kakashi, a Jinchuriki, and Sasuke. It was far from a guaranteed victory, but it was more than most other Genin teams could offer. Sasuke was looking at me with a shadowed expression. I could guess at his thought process. He wanted to test his abilities against other ninja, but he also wanted to keep me safe. Which would take priority? "We're continuing on with the mission," shouted Naruto. He was holding a kunai and practically snarling in Sasuke's direction. "I swear on this kunai that I'll protect the old man." Sasuke looked to me again and I suddenly realized that he waiting for me to decide. It was tempting to say that we should go back. But if we did not help him, Tazuna would be killed, the land of waves would remain under Gatu's control, and countless people would suffer. Could I really turn away just because I was afraid? "He needs our help," I said quietly. Sasuke nodded, as if that was good enough for him. "Well then," said Kakashi. "Let's continue with the mission." Tazuna already had transportation waiting for us in the form of a small boat at the water's edge. It was an hour-long ride across the waves, and as we approached, the weather obliged us with a blanket of thick fog to conceal our passage. The boat driver cut the engine for stealth and we made our way slowly through the mist, skirting the coast and gliding beneath the enormous pillars of Tazuna's nearly completed bridge. I wondered briefly why Gatu didn't simply destroy the bridge with explosives, but from the stories Tazuna had told us, I could make a guess. It wasn't enough to create a monopoly. He wanted to crush the spirits of the people who defied him. That was why he publicly tortured and killed everyone who stood against him. Bridges could be rebuilt, but only if the people felt empowered enough to continue working. If he wanted to maintain control over them, it was more effective to kill their leaders first and then destroy their work. We arrived on shore in a sheltered bay lined with rotting shacks. We still had a fair distance to go and Naruto was jumping at everything from the wind to a rabbit in the bushes. I didn't immediately think much of the rabbit, but when Kakashi's eye narrowed in thought, I gave it a second look and noted the unusual color of its fur. I stretched out my senses, searching for chakra, and I noticed them immediately. They moved. Sensei. I shouted, tackling Naruto to the ground. I trusted Sasuke to do the same with Tazuna. Get down. The sword cut through the air like a boomerang until it embedded into a tree. And Mamachi's Zabuza appeared standing on its hilt. Hard in my throat, I slammed down my 4-point barrier seal around Tazuna. Well, if it isn't Mamachi's Zabuza, missing ninja of the hidden mist, said Kakashi, more for our benefit than anything else. Naruto was ready to leap into action, but Kakashi held him back. This one is on a whole other level, he said. It'll be difficult unless I do this. He reached up to uncover his hidden eye. Sharingan no Kakashi, said Zabuza. Sorry but the old man is mine. Surround and protect Azuna-san, said Kakashi to the rest of us. Do not enter the fight. Not yet anyway. I swallowed thickly. I already get to see the famous Sharingan, Zabuza said with a sardonic lilt. I'm honored. I've been hired to kill the old man, but it looks like I'll have to kill you first, Kakashi. Zabuza leaped out onto the water and used a jutsu to create a thick layer of chakra mist before vanishing into the cloak of white. 8 choices, came Zabuza's voice from the fog. Liver, lungs, spine, cervical vein, neck vein, brain, kidney, heart. Which one should I choose? It was purely a fear tactic. He was putting us on edge, both with his words and the suffocating killing intent that washed over us in heavy waves. I couldn't breathe. I activated my Sharingan, but that merely highlighted the nothing I could see in the mist. The world narrowed as my vision dimmed in panic. I was going to die. I needed to see. I was going to die. I needed to see. Wasking Toti. I needed to see. Chakra pooled into my Sharingan and my gaze seemed to focus further. Everything was brighter, sharper. It was almost too real. Kyo, said Kakashi. His words cut through my blind panic. His voice was an anchor, something I could latch onto in the fog. Don't worry, I'll protect all of you even if it kills me. I licked my lips and tried to pull myself together. Why should I fear death? I'd died once before. I was prepared to die again that night with the rest of my clan, though I'd been spared by an unexpected act of mercy. Every moment of my life was borrowed time. Every action was a gift. I shouldn't fear death. Slowly, carefully, I reined in my heart rate and focused, sharpening my chakra to a fine point and piercing through the blanket of fear. Kakashi turned to show us an eye smile. I don't let my comrades die, he said. Obito. Rin. Minato. Right. Even if I didn't fear death, I still had to live. Because there were people here who wanted to protect me. And there were people here who I wanted to protect. We'll see about that, said Zabuza's water clone from behind us. Fast. It's over. But Kakashi's clone was there first, brushing us aside and stabbing into the clone with a kunai. I was back up and in front of Tazuna's barrier, even as Naruto shouted a warning to Kakashi. How could we ever hope to keep up with speed like that? Zabuza's water clone cut through Kakashi's water clone, and the fight was on again. I could barely track their taijutsu before Kakashi retreated over the water, confident that Zabuza would follow him away from us. But Zabuza was a water type. Going onto the water was the worst possible idea. I was proven right when Zabuza trapped Kakashi in a water prison and then created a water clone to finish off the rest of us. Wearing those forehead protectors and acting like ninja. Zabuza laughed. A real ninja is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. When you're listed in my bingo book, maybe then you can call yourselves ninja. Zabuza lashed out, striking Naruto and knocking off his forehead protector. The taunts were unnecessary. Kakashi was the threat, not us. We were dead the moment Zabuza decided to get serious. But he didn't. And I wondered why. Did he not want to kill us? I didn't think Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist, would go easy on anyone even if we were just a bunch of kids, but Haku was a gentle soul whose words would deeply impact Naruto. Was it so impossible that Haku's gentleness could affect someone as bloodthirsty as Zabuza too? I wasn't sure, but I really did not want to test it. Take Tazuna-san and run. Shouted Kakashi. You have no chance of beating him. As long as he's keeping me trapped in this prison, he can't move. The water clone can't go far from his real body. Run away now. Haku was waiting in the trees. If we tried to run, we would never make it. No, if we were going to survive, we needed to free Kakashi. Naruto scrambled to his feet, his face a picture of panic as he was about to run away. Not good. I met his eyes and he froze, his panic fading as he looked at me. When he turned back to Zabuza, his expression was filled with determination. I wasn't entirely surprised when Naruto charged at the missing ninja, and I was equally unsurprised when Zabuza kicked him away easily. But it didn't matter because Naruto had achieved his goal. Hey you eyebrowless freak, put this in your bingo book, said Naruto as he returned his forehead protector to its proper place. The man who will one day become Hokage is Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf. I let out a slow breath because I knew what was coming next. As bad as this was, our situation was far from hopeless. because Zabuza was right. We weren't in his bingo book. He knew absolutely nothing about us, and that was the only advantage we had. "Naruto, make as many clones as you can," I shouted. I just needed a distraction. "Yeah, I've got a plan," said Naruto as he created dozens of clones and charged straight at Zabuza. It wasn't much against a jounin, but Naruto did manage to pile onto him, blocking the line of sight for both the clone and the real thing. That was all I needed. I created a shadow clone and ran through the hand signs for the blind spot technique, vanishing into the mist and leaving the clone in my place. Not a moment too soon, either, since Zabuza cut away all of Naruto's shadow clones with a swing of his sword. I only half listened as Zabuza began talking about his past, how he'd killed an entire graduating class in the Mist Village. It wasn't important, but it did buy me a few precious moments as I skirted the clearing, keeping as silent as possible. Zabuza's bingo book page had mentioned his enhanced hearing. Fortunately, he seemed focused on Naruto and Sasuke. Behind me, Sasuke threw his shuriken. It curved around the water clone, and the real Zabuza caught it. Only then did he see the second one hiding in its shadow. He jumped over it easily, but it transformed into Naruto, who threw his kunai, breaking Kakashi free of his prison. Now was my chance. I used a body flicker to slide between Zabuza and Kakashi and dropped the blind spot technique. I met Zabuza's eyes with my sharingan, trapping him in a genjutsu and paralyzing him in place. Zabuza instantly flared his chakra in an attempt to break free, but to my shock, he was easy to hold. I added things to the genjutsu to confuse and disorient him. More mist, more leaf ninja, a black sky. I inverted reality and made him stare into his own eyes. "You brats." Zabuza gasped. A Kakashi materialized behind Zabuza and raised his kunai. "You will die here," said Kakashi. Zabuza, blinded by my genjutsu, did not move to defend himself. From the trees, I felt the other chakra move and a pair of senbon pierced Zabuza's neck. His chakra cut out and he fell as the water no longer supported his weight. My genjutsu collapsed around the lack of chakra as Zabuza was knocked unconscious. A masked figure appeared on the water in time to catch Zabuza before the body could sink below the surface. His speed surpassed even Kakashi's. "Thank you," said Haku. "I have been searching for the opportunity to kill Zabuza for a long time." I glanced at Kakashi, who was watching the newcomer with confusion and a healthy amount of suspicion. He approached slowly and touched Zabuza's neck. "He's dead," Kakashi said aloud. No, he wasn't." "You're a Kurigakure hunter nin," said Kakashi. It wasn't a question. "Impressive," said Haku. His voice was light and feminine, but also masked by a cool tone, almost bored. "Lies. It wasn't safe." Haku was our enemy, though clearly he was far more concerned with rescuing Zabuza rather than fighting us. "Huh, a hunter nin, what's that?" Naruto asked. "Yes, it's my duty to hunt down missing ninja," said Haku. Naruto looked from Haku to Zabuza and back again. "Hey, just who the hell are you?" he shouted. "A guy that strong was killed by a kid." "Not killed. No." I opened my mouth, but Kakashi slumped his shoulders wearily before covering his sharingan, and I closed it again. Kakashi would pass out soon, right? Haku was a gentle soul, but if he was protecting Zabuza's life, I had no doubts that he would kill us all if he had to. I swallowed my words and stood silent. "Well, I know how you feel," said Kakashi, patting Naruto on the head. "But this is the truth. In this world there are kids younger than you who are stronger than me." I blinked at the odd statement. It was technically true, but Kakashi had become a jounin when he was only 12 years old. He was in Anbu by age 13. In terms of prodigies, there were very few children who could compare with Hada Kakashi. In fact, there were only two that I could think of right away. One was Minato, the fourth Hokage. And the other was Itachi. I glanced over at Sasuke, who was frowning. Yeah, he'd probably come to that conclusion as well, even if he didn't know that Kakashi had been Itachi's captain in Anbu. There were only so many record-shattering prodigies to go around. "Their battle is over," said Haku. "And now I must dispose of this body. It holds many secrets. Farewell." Haku took Zabuza's body and vanished. "Well, at least it was over." "Kakashi-sensei," I said. I coated my hands in medical chakra and placed them on his chest to run a diagnostic jutsu. He wasn't hurt beyond a few cuts and bruises, which I healed with a thought. And his chakra. I frowned. He was supposed to be chakra exhausted, right? He should be ready to pass out and remain crippled for a week. And yet he was fine. Oh. Right. He'd only used his sharingan and a few water clones. I'd ended the fight prematurely by catching Zabuza in a genjutsu, so Kakashi hadn't needed to cast two massively chakra-intense water techniques. Kakashi gave me an eye smile and patted my head, mussing my hair. "Sorry to worry you," he said. "And congratulations on your second tomo." I blinked and reached up to touch my cheek. Then I fished out a kunai and checked my reflection. Sure enough, when I activated my sharingan, 2 tomo were present in each of my eyes. "I'm just glad you're okay, sensei," I said weakly, letting go of my sharingan. Well, that explained why it was easier to hold Zabuza than I was expecting. 2 tomo was a significant boost in power. I went to check on Naruto, who was likewise battered but still mostly okay. Sasuke had been roughed up by the water clone while I snuck up on Zabuza, but he too was healed with little effort. And while Tazuna was untouched, I ran a diagnostic jutsu over him just to check anyway. "Let's get going," said Kakashi with an eye smile when I'd finished. We nodded and continued to the dubious safety of Tazuna's home. Chapter 16. Battle at the Bridge. "There was something I didn't mention before," I said quietly when we were all settled inside Tazuna's house. "When we were fighting Zabuza, I felt another chakra presence in the trees. It was the hunter nin who took Zabuza away. But they were together right from the start." Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. "No way," he said. "Then that means..." "What does it mean?" Naruto asked. I grimaced as the implication went straight over his head. "It means that Zabuza is still alive," said Kakashi grimly. Naruto shouted, loud enough to startle birds from a nearby tree. "How could he be alive? You checked him, didn't you, sensei?" "It was momentary death," I explained quietly. "By hitting a target's acupuncture points, a person's vital signs and chakra can be erased. It can't be used for long or else the target really will die, but it is a known method for feigning death. Senbon are not normally used to kill," Kakashi added thoughtfully. "And hunter nins destroy bodies on sight. They don't take them away to other locations." "Why didn't you say something earlier?" Sasuke demanded. I bit my lip and looked to Kakashi. I hadn't said anything because I'd expected Kakashi to collapse at any moment. "I wasn't sure if Kakashi-sensei was injured by the water prison," I mumbled, uncomfortably aware of how ridiculous that sounded. I'd used my future knowledge to make a decision without realizing how my actions had changed the situation. It would have been better to tell them right then. Zabuza was incapacitated and Haku couldn't fight all 4 of us at once. "Sorry." Kakashi, Naruto, and I had all revealed our abilities. The only one who hadn't shown the true extent of his skill was Sasuke, and as good as he was, he wouldn't be enough to stand up to a jounin. Kakashi ruffled my hair and gave me an eye smile. "Knowing the limits of your team is an important consideration," said Kakashi. "And you only learn those limits through experience." I nodded, relieved that he wasn't upset over my mistake. "With an injury that could simulate death, Zabuza will be out of commission for at least a week," I offered. "It's not much, but it is some time." "But it is," said Kakashi, clapping his hands. "So, let's go over some training, shall we?" He led us out onto the dock and had us line up with our backs to the water. "I see that you've already learned water walking," he said. "Yeah, Kyo-chan taught us," said Naruto, his posture relaxed with hands behind his head. "Pretty great, huh?" "I wonder," said Kakashi, and then, lightning fast, he booted all 3 of us off of the dock. I let out a startled gasp and landed flat on my back, bringing up chakra to keep me above the surface. To my left Naruto gave a startled yelp and splashed straight into the water, while Sasuke sank halfway before catching himself with his hands and feet. I sat up, easily shifting the chakra from my back to my legs and then to my feet as I stood up. "Hey, what was that for?" Naruto called, still swimming. He braced his palms flat against the surface of the water and hauled himself up shakily. Sasuke was doing the same. A ninja with true mastery of chakra control is able to bring chakra to any point on their body at any time, said Kakashi. Kyo was able to remain above the water using her back. Sasuke was able to channel chakra to his hands and feet but couldn't bring it to the rest of his body. And you, Naruto, weren't able to catch yourself at all. Kakashi was silent for a beat. Well, Naruto, you say you want to be Hokage, but it looks like Kyo closer to that goal than you. As for you, Sasuke, I suppose it's lucky that at least Kyo inherited the Uchiha genius. I winced and cast a nervous, sidelong look at my brother. Sasuke glowered, but he shared a speculative glance with Naruto. Wow, Kyo-chan, you're really good at this. Naruto cheered. I felt my face turn red and looked away. Thanks, I muttered uncertainly. I'd had a disproportionate amount of training compared to either of them. It really wasn't a fair advantage. And they'd catch up soon anyway. Kakashi clapped his hands and gave us an eye smile. Alright, you two will practice water walking and Kyo will take over guard duty, he said. What will you be doing, sensei? Naruto asked. This and that, he said vaguely. Probably scouting the area using his nin dogs. He was the best option for setting a perimeter, while my barrier seals made me an ideal bodyguard. Naruto's personality wasn't suited to the oftentimes boring work of sitting around and waiting for an attack. Meanwhile Sasuke was specialized entirely in offensive tactics. It made sense that I should focus on the mission. And yet. Was this really all he was planning to teach us? Better chakra control for Naruto and Sasuke while I received nothing at all. I could understand it somewhat. This wasn't a training trip. We were here on a mission and we had a job to do. But against Zabuza and Haku, how could he expect this to be enough? Kakashi-sensei, I said barely audible. He turned and gave me an eye smile. I was wondering if maybe if you could show me a genjutsu to practice. Kakashi rubbed his chin, thoughtful. There really isn't enough time to learn anything new, he said. It's also dangerous to use a technique you're not familiar with against a more powerful opponent. You should practice what you know already and focus on teamwork. It was true and good advice. But it was also a brush-off. Please, sensei, I said, making an effort to add volume to my voice. I closed my eyes and filled them with chakra. When I opened them again, they were sharingan red. I need to get stronger to protect Nai-chan and Naruto. Kakashi was silent for a moment longer. Well, I suppose I did show you the hell viewing technique during the bell test, he said. You were able to turn it back on me partially, so I suppose I can show you how to land it properly. My heart soared as Kakashi beckoned me back to the wharf. He lifted up his headband to reveal his sharingan and shaped his chakra into the genjutsu. I felt how it maneuvered through my mind. It started in the amygdala, the fear response part of the brain, and then it branched out to the auditory and visual cortexes. Kakashi, for all his skill, was not nearly as adept as Itachi had been as a child. His movements were roundabout, like he was feeling around in the dark for the correct location. I was so preoccupied with his chakra that I almost didn't notice the phantom butchered bodies of Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto lying on the wooden planks in front of me. But seeing them there, I could understand the layered effect of the genjutsu. Oh, I said as Kakashi's chakra stabilized, holding the genjutsu in place. So it's like this? I snapped his genjutsu with a twist of my chakra and met Kakashi's eye, zeroing in on the amygdala and the auditory and visual cortexes simultaneously. This cut down the initiation time. And, in a moment of inspiration, I added a link to his hippocampus, the memory center of the brain. Unlike Kakashi's technique, which would trigger a person's greatest fear, this should trigger their most horrifying memory. I was mildly pleased with the innovation until Kakashi stopped breathing, his eyes going impossibly wide in horror. And his sharingan twisted, the black tomo spinning and expanding into a three-pointed curved shuriken shape. The mangyeko sharingan. Oh no. I ducked out of his line of sight and cut the genjutsu, but Kakashi was still staring in blank horror at the air in front of him. He lifted one hand as though to reach out, but halted the gesture, sucking in a deep breath of air in a strangled gasp. With a shaky hand, he reached up and lowered his forehead protector. Sensei? I asked, hesitantly. Are you okay? Kakashi didn't answer right away, but when he looked up, it was with a crinkled eye smile. It felt unnervingly hollow. Well, you really are an Uchiha, he said. That's an interesting variation of the technique. Interesting. It only struck me then how cruel it was. I think, maybe I shouldn't use it again, I said, my voice small. But Kakashi waved me off. It's a useful technique, but one you should use with discretion, he said. In other words, don't use it during training. Yeah, I could imagine the things that Naruto and Sasuke would see. I shuddered and Kakashi ruffled my hair before vanishing. I sat on the dock to think while Sasuke and Naruto trained. Since Tazuna wasn't going to return to work until tomorrow, I had plenty of time to consider the situation. On the surface, everything would probably be fine. Kakashi would defeat Zabuza without much difficulty using his nin dogs, and Haku's gentle soul would not allow him to kill Naruto and Sasuke. But something still gnawed at me. What if everything wasn't fine? After all, I had changed things, however slightly. I'd ended the fight with Zabuza early. Maybe that wouldn't make a difference, or maybe Haku would realize that Zabuza didn't stand a chance against us. If that happened, would he still be willing to spare Sasuke and Naruto? I didn't know. I couldn't know. Sasuke was sitting cross-legged on the water, steady and still. He was surrounded by a dozen Naruto clones that bobbed and tumbled into the water at regular intervals as they lost focus. Chakra control training wasn't enough. But what could I do? Maybe I could try to help Naruto reach out to Kurama. Or maybe not. No, definitely not. What about Sasuke? I didn't have any more techniques to teach him. Well, I had the sharingan. In theory, he should have it too after everything he saw that night. But he hadn't awakened it at all since then, and I wasn't sure how to force it to. Wait. Black tomo spinning and expanding into a three-pointed curved shuriken shape. If it could force Kakashi's mangyeko to manifest, then maybe it could. No. No, that was a dangerous train of thought. That was the path Itachi had chosen to walk. Traumatizing Sasuke to make him stronger. I did not want to follow in those footsteps. But what was the alternative? I imagined Sasuke standing over Naruto, each pierced with dozens of senbon, and I bit my lip. If any of those senbon were aimed to kill. Ryo-chan? Sasuke asked, making me jump. I hadn't realized that I was staring at him in panic. It's nothing, Nai-chan, I said, giving him a weak smile before looking away. I wasn't Itachi. I didn't want to do what Itachi had done. But if Sasuke died, could I live with the knowledge that I might have withheld the key to his survival? I was just thinking and I don't know if this will work, but if I had a method that might awaken the Sharingan, would you want to try it? It was a foolish thing to ask. Sasuke's whole body stiffened and his chakra sharpened in concentrated focus. Yes, he said without doubt or hesitation. Whatever it is, I'll do it. I nodded slowly before looking back at him. I'm not sure if it will work, I mumbled again. But the Sharingan is awakened when a person is in a heightened emotional state. And I have a genjutsu that can show someone their most terrifying memory. It will be really scary, so, only if you're sure you want to try. I trailed off lamely as if I actually thought that Sasuke would refuse. He approached the dock and sat beside me. What do I have to do? He asked. I took a deep breath, held it in for a moment, and then let it out. I shouldn't have offered, but now that Sasuke knew that it was a possibility, I couldn't back down. Just look into my eyes, I said, activating my Sharingan. I took his hand. It was rough and calloused from years of training, while mine was still soft from constant healing. If you want out of the illusion, just squeeze my hand twice, and I'll let you go. Are you ready? Sasuke nodded once, his expression hard and unreadable. I waited a moment longer, giving him one last chance to back out before I cast the modified hell viewing technique. Just like with Kakashi, Sasuke's eyes went wide with horror. For a moment, I thought it hadn't worked. His eyes remained pitch black even as his chakra burned. But then his chakra twisted and his Sharingan awakened. I cut the jutsu and Sasuke hunched forward, bringing his hand to his face. His shoulders shook. Nai-chan. I shouted. This was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. I knew what he would see and yet I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But Sasuke raised his free hand to silence me and when he straightened, his lips were curled in a grin. He leaned over to examine his reflection in the water. So this is the Sharingan, he said as if to himself. I can feel its power. That was not the most promising reaction to experiencing a traumatic memory. Nai-chan I began, but I trailed off, uncertain. Then Sasuke glanced back at me, his smile faltered and fell away. I'm fine, Kyo-chan, he said. I'm used to it. There's no need to cry. Used to it? I'm not. I said, rubbing my hands over my eyes. There was no need to cry. I wasn't the one who had been put under a terrifying genjutsu. Sasuke pulled me into an awkward hug, which wasn't fair because he was the one who should need comforting. But he held me anyway until I was ready for him to let go. Despite our combined efforts, Kakashi maintained that attempting to learn a new technique while on a mission was a bad idea. We should just focus on our teamwork and leave Zabuza to him. And that might have been the best option if it weren't for Haku. I couldn't exactly fault Kakashi's judgment, though. Haku wasn't in the bingo book, which was rare for a Jounin level threat. Kakashi probably thought that Haku was Chunin level at best and that we'd be able to handle him like we'd handled the demon brothers. It was a mistake he wouldn't realize until it was too late. But even if we didn't manage to learn any new jutsu, Kakashi drilled us on formations and taijutsu. Sasuke benefited the most with his new Sharingan, but Kakashi also had a few tricks that would help me against larger opponents. Even Naruto benefited by creating 100 shadow clones and having them spar against one another in the forest. He returned to the house one night after training and mentioned a beautiful boy who talked about precious people. It was both reassuring and terrifying to think of how close Naruto had come to certain death, though the fact that Haku hadn't killed him was a promising sign for their eventual fight on the bridge. It still wasn't a guarantee, though. Eventually, the morning of the 7th day arrived bright and clear with only small fingers of mist clinging to the sea. The attack would be today. At my request, Naruto left a few clones at the house to guard the family and we proceeded to the bridge. I sensed the muted chakra signatures of the workers before I saw them. They're unconscious, I said quietly. It was another sign that Zabuza wasn't as bloodthirsty as he pretended to be. He hadn't killed the workers, though it would have prevented the completion of the bridge just as well as killing Tazuna. Stay behind me, Tazuna-san. I set down the barrier seal and channeled chakra to my eyes, activating the Sharingan. The world became hyper-real. Beside me, Sasuke did the same. Long time no see, Kakashi, Zabuza's mocking voice echoed from the mist. I see you still have those brats with you. He's shaking again, poor kid. 6 Zabuza clones appeared, encircling us. I'm shaking with excitement, said Sasuke. And I was suddenly reminded that Sasuke was indeed the fastest shinobi at the entire academy. The Zabuza clones exploded in a burst of water. He saw through the water clones, said Zabuza. And he has the Sharingan as well. The brat is grown. It looks like a rival has appeared, eh Haku? It does indeed, Haku replied blandly. Sasuke grunted. I'll fight him, he said. Tricking us with that stupid act. I hate bastards like that the most. I gave him a sidelong look. Right, because Itachi had supposedly lied to him throughout his childhood by pretending to love him. Hey, I'll beat your ass too. Shouted Naruto, who was promptly ignored. I forced my gaze back to the missing ninja. They were the priority right now. Haku's chakra twisted and he was on top of Sasuke. But Sasuke met him blow for blow, matching his speed perfectly and anticipating his movements. After a quick exchange, they stilled, Sasuke's kunai holding back Haku's senbon. I don't want to kill you, said Haku. Will you surrender? Don't be foolish, said Sasuke, grinning like he was actually enjoying this. Yosh! Shouted Naruto, barreling into the fray before Haku could speak again. Naruto and Sasuke pushed Haku back, away from Tazuna and toward an empty section of the bridge. Beyond my sight. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. You shouldn't underestimate my team, said Kakashi casually. Sasuke is Konoha's #1 rookie. Kyo is our brightest little kunoichi. And Naruto is the loudest and most unpredictable ninja. From the other side of the bridge, I felt Haku's chakra flare and ice mirrors rose up from the ground. Kakashi's eye widened as he finally realized the gravity of the situation, but Zabuza blocked him. Your fight is with me, he said. Against that jutsu, they're finished. Sasuke and Naruto screamed. Kakashi tried again to get around Zabuza, but the missing ninja flicked his eyes to me, though he was careful not to meet my gaze. It seemed he'd learned his lesson. If you get by me, I'll kill the girl and the old man, he said. I guess I have no choice, said Kakashi, reaching for his forehead protector. I'll end this in an instant. Ah, is the sharingan really the only thing you can do? Zabuza asked, sneering. Then he moved, slashing at Kakashi to stop him. Kakashi kept his eye hidden, blocking the kunai with his bare hand. He could have raised it up, but with how much chakra the sharingan drained once active, he had to be strategic about when and how to use it. Your trump card isn't something you should show over and over again, said Zabuza. And they were back to pre-fight chatting. I tuned out their words. They weren't important. I focused my chakra sense on Sasuke and Naruto. Their chakra was agitated, clearly from pain. Sasuke's was low, likely from trying to use a fireball to dispel the chakra ice. They weren't dead. That was about all I could hope for. If Haku had really wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have survived past the first attack. That was when Zabuza vanished into a veil of chakra mist. He's on your 2 o'clock, sensei. Zabuza attacked, striking at Kakashi with his eyes closed, which prevented me from catching him in a genjutsu with the sharingan. Well, I could still direct Kakashi to his chakra signature, at least. Sasuke. Naruto's scream was pained, like a wounded furious animal. And then chakra spilled forth from the prison of ice, red and fiery. It smothered my senses and brought me to my knees. It was too much. I gasped, but the air didn't seem to reach me. I was drowning in chakra. And then it was over. I sucked in a long wheeze of air. My whole body was shaking and I was hunched over on the ground. Behind me, Naruto's Kyuubi chakra died down. And Sasuke. I couldn't feel him at all. I was up and moving before I even registered the thought. Kakashi would be fine. Tazuna was safe behind his barrier. An enraged Naruto was even more dangerous than Kakashi. The only one who needed saving was Sasuke. I found him lying in a puddle of ice water surrounded by the shattered remnants of Haku's mirrors, and my breath stopped. I reached out my senses, searching for any sign of life and… there. He was still breathing, and his heart still beat, albeit slowly. He was alive and I could heal him. I pressed my hands onto his chest and used chakra to push out the various senbon while healing the resulting stab wounds. The needles clattered to the ground, sounding light and morbidly cheerful as they danced across the stone. The senbon hadn't hit anything vital, though I couldn't tell if that was due to Haku's intent or Sasuke's skill. Naruto-kun, please kill me, said Haku. I didn't dare take my eyes off of Sasuke. His pulse fluttered dangerously. Was he reacting to the stress of my chakra? No. The senbon. Even if Haku hadn't hit anything vital, he'd certainly struck various chakra points. Nai-chan, I whispered plaintively. My eyes stung. The world was too bright. Nai-chan. Don't die. Is this the only way? Naruto asked. There was something ominous in his voice, enough to make me look up. Naruto was watching us. Something dark passed over his eyes, something so unlike the bright and eternally cheerful Naruto I knew. He'd finally realized the truth of what this battle meant. It wasn't a chance for him to prove his worth, to gain glory, or even to grow his skill. It was a battle to the death. 12 was a young age to face the concept of losing something more important than your own life. We fought not just for our own survival, but the survival of those we cared for. No matter the cost in blood, heart or conscience. Yes, said Haku. Please fulfill your dreams. Naruto's eyes lingered on Sasuke and then me. His gaze hardened in resolve. They had dreams too, said Naruto, shifting to stand between Haku and us. He unsheathed a kunai. I won't let anyone hurt Kyu-chan. If we'd met under different circumstances, we might have been friends. Kyu-chan. Wait, did Naruto not realize that Sasuke was? Naruto. I called out, but he was already darting forward with killing intent. Beneath my palms, Sasuke stirred, blinking awake and squinting against the light with a pained groan. Thank you, said Haku. Wait. I shouted. Naruto was too young. He shouldn't have been forced to make this choice. It wasn't right. Naruto, Nai-chan is. I half stood. Sasuke would be alright. His chakra was gaining strength and he was already struggling into a sitting position, aware even in this state that the fight wasn't over yet. But before Naruto could land the killing blow, Haku glanced back towards Zabuza. A spark of something passed over his eyes and he blocked Naruto's attack with ease. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I can't die yet, he said, vanishing. I finished standing and pushed Sasuke back down. Stay here, Nai-chan, I said, sprinting toward Kakashi. I knew where this was going. Through the mist appeared a grisly scene. Zabuza was held in place by the jaws of Kakashi's nin dogs. And in front of Zabuza was Haku, his body pinioned by Kakashi's fist through his shoulder, the light of Chidori casting dancing shadows over all three of them. No. I sure picked up a useful tool, said Zabuza as he raised his sword. Kakashi leaped back, well away from the attack. He pulled his fist from Haku's body and laid him gently onto the ground. I darted past him as Kakashi returned to the fray and fell to my knees beside Haku, bringing healing chakra to my hands and pressing them into his wound. His heart had stopped and his lung was punctured, but there was a faint trace of chakra left in his chakra coils. It wasn't necessarily the end. I poured my chakra into his body, forcing his heart to beat and his diaphragm to draw breath, even as I knitted his wound closed. Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting. I could hear the clang of metal and smell the coppery tang of blood thick in the air. With a stutter, Haku's chakra coils sluggishly blinked back to life and began producing chakra. It was a good sign. I kept working, shutting away the shattered ribs and broken blood vessels to stabilize him. I barely noticed when Gatu arrived with 50 or so hired hands at his back. Zabuza, said Gatu, amused contempt dripping from the name. What are you? Why are all those men here? Zabuza asked. Distantly, I noted that he was in rough shape. Both arms were hanging limply at his sides. Gatu laughed. The plan has changed, he said. Or rather, this was the plan from the start. I'm going to have you killed here, Zabuza. I never intended to pay you. Ninja from villages are expensive. Missing ninja like you are cheap and easy to get rid of afterwards. I just let the ninja fight and kill them off with numbers once they're weakened. The only problem in the plan was you, Zabuza. Demon of the Mist. What a joke. You're more like a cute little baby devil. The men behind him jeered. Kakashi, the fight is over, said Zabuza. I have no reason to go after Tazuna. Now that Gatu has betrayed us, I have no reason to fight you. Kakashi glanced at me and then behind me where I could feel Naruto and Sasuke approaching. I could almost see the thought process as Kakashi ran through various potential outcomes. Against so many enemies, weakened as he was, we couldn't afford to continue picking fights. Kakashi leaned back, shifting out of attack stance and moving to stand beside me. At Haku's side, I was the closest to the new set of enemies, but I didn't budge even as Gatu approached with languid ease. And this one, he broke my arm, said Gatu. Haku's pulse fluttered like the wings of an injured bird. I couldn't risk raising my hands, so I leaned forward, shielding him with my body instead. Gatu reared his leg back as though to kick me away. And a kunai embedded into his leg. Gatu screamed in agony, lurching back. Stay away from my little sister, said Sasuke, ragged and furious. Give the word, boss. One of the men shouted. Let's kill him. Brat, Gatu spat, limping away and snarling at Sasuke. Make sure he dies slowly. Hey, no brows, aren't you going to do something? Naruto shouted. Don't you feel anything at all? Shut up, kid, said Zabuza. Haku is dead. Your little friend there can't save him. There's no point in jumping into a fight. As I was used by Gatu, I used Haku. We shinobi are simply tools. What I wanted was his blood, not him. I have no regrets. He really loved you. Naruto screamed, anger bleeding to pain. Do you really feel nothing? If I become as strong as you, will I really become like you? The anger was almost gone now, replaced entirely by agony. He threw away his life for you, Naruto's voice choked. He had no dream to die as a tool, it's just too sad. Beneath my hands, Haku stirred. His heart beat. His lungs drew breath. He was almost stable. Kid, said Zabuza, his voice soft. There were tears wetting his cheeks. You don't have to say anything else. It pained him to have to fight you. He fought not only for me, but for you as well. He was too kind. I'm glad I got the chance to face you in the end. Kid, you may be right. A shinobi is still human, and we may not be able to become emotionless tools I've lost. Kid, let me borrow your kunai. Naruto looked down, nodded, and tossed Zabuza a kunai, which he caught in his mouth. Zabuza sprang forward. Even injured, he was still a jounin. Gato limped away, urging his men forward. I couldn't watch as the men began to scream. Instead I focused on mending the last of Haku's life-threatening injuries. This will be fun. Zabuza shouted when he finally reached Gato. We'll have plenty of time to see if I'm a baby down in hell. Gato's chakra signature abruptly vanished. Zabuza fell and the remaining fighters charged forward, only to be interrupted by the arrival of the villagers led by Inari. It was abrupt chaos as Gato's men retreated and the villagers cheered. Then Kakashi carried Zabuza over to us just as Haku's eyes fluttered open. Haku, said Zabuza. Is he? He'll be fine, I said, standing shakily and walking around to Zabuza. I laid my hands on his chest, but to my dismay, he had more injuries than I had chakra. I poured my chakra into him anyway, knitting together what I could. Zabuza-san, said Haku. He seemed to realize his position and register Zabuza's injuries. Forgive me. I wasn't able to save you. But Zabuza shook his head. You did, he said. We were betrayed by Gato. These leaf ninja aren't our enemies anymore. He coughed and I worked faster, but if this was a race against time, I was losing. And my chakra dipped lower. Haku tried to sit up, but he blanched. Hey, girl, forget about me and focus on Haku, said Zabuza. His voice was faint and his chakra was fading fast. No, I am your tool, said Haku. I have no reason to exist having failed you. Zabuza's heart stuttered beneath my hands. He'd lost too much blood. I never once thought of you as only a tool, said Zabuza. Live Haku. Find your own dreams and be free. With the last shuddering breath, Zabuza went still. Please save him, cried Haku, grasping at my sleeve. I poured my last bit of chakra into Zabuza's coils, but there was nothing there for it to reach. I tried again. And again. And again. But it was no use. He was gone. Chapter 17. Fire and Ice. Can't sleep? I asked as I sat beside Naruto on the dock surrounding Tazuna's house. It was after midnight and the moonlight danced across the gentle waves. I'd woken with Sasuke's arms wrapped around me. After everything that had happened at the bridge, I probably should have expected as much. I merely hugged him back and stroked his hair while he slept. At least until I noticed that Naruto's bed was empty. Huh, yeah, said Naruto quietly. I was just thinking. About what? I prompted when he didn't elaborate. Naruto frowned at the water. Zabuza and Haku, he said. It's just kinda sad, you know. I nodded because it was. Naruto would obviously understand Haku's desire to be loved. Recognition was Naruto's entire reason for wanting to become Hokage. It must have hurt to see his own heart reflected in the face of an enemy. I tugged on Naruto's sleeve and patted my lap. Why don't you lie down? I suggested. Naruto gave me a slightly puzzled look before he scooted over and laid his head in my lap. He wasn't wearing his forehead protector, so I ran my fingers through his hair. What are you doing? He asked, stiff and confused. I paused. Oh, my Kachan used to do this when I wasn't feeling well, I said, uncertain. Of course. He was a 12-year-old boy. They weren't exactly known for being touchy-feely. This was probably just weird. Do you want me to stop? No. Said Naruto, his voice far too loud as he snatched my hand and returned it to his hair, practically slapping himself in his haste. It feels nice. He didn't release my hand until I'd resumed the gentle motion, but soon after, he relaxed. It was a little heartbreaking that he couldn't even recognize physical affection. Then again, I shouldn't be so shocked. He hadn't even known what a hug felt like until a few weeks ago. What do you think is going to happen to him? Naruto asked. Haku was resting inside along with several injured villagers from the battle at the bridge. He hadn't argued when I'd suggested that he should stay with us until he was fully recovered. I was initially surprised by his willingness, but maybe I should have expected it. After all, Zabuza's final command was for him to live, and I was the only real medic on the island. I don't know, I said. Missing ninja lived short brutal lives. Haku might have escaped death this once, but the odds were that he would eventually meet an untimely end. The world isn't always kind. Not for him and not for us. Is this really all we're meant for? Naruto asked, sounding lost. To be used like tools. I didn't answer right away. Naruto was destined for a life of hardship and pain, and the sooner he understood that, the better. But it wouldn't be all bad. No, I said. There is still good in this world, and it's worth protecting, not because we're tools, but because we still have something to believe in. Like Ichiraku's ramen? Naruto asked. I let out a quiet laugh. Like you, I said. Me? Naruto asked, blinking curiously. I hummed, looking out over the water. You're brave and kind and stronger than you know. When you believe in something, you go after it with your whole heart. It's what I love most about you. When I looked back down, Naruto's face was beet red. Do you really mean that? He asked. His eyes were oddly bright in the moonlight and he couldn't quite meet my gaze. Yes, I said. For as long as I've known you, you've always been a good and brave person. When we were kids, you were hurt while trying to protect me. I don't want to see you get hurt again so I'm going to do my best to protect you. And Nai-chan too. When I put it like that, it sounded foolish. From this point forward, most of their enemies would be S-rank missing ninja and homicidal maniacs. There wasn't much I could do against any of it. But I could try. I'd have to try. I want to protect you too, Kyo-chan, said Naruto with earnest innocence, as if I was the one in danger. And if you protect me and I protect you, then we'll never lose to anyone. I should tell him the truth, that sometimes it doesn't matter how hard you try or who stands beside you. There are times when you can put your whole heart and soul into something and still fail. But Naruto's eyes were so bright and hopeful. Yeah, I lied. We won't lose to anyone. How are you feeling? I asked as Haku emerged from the bedroom. I'd been charged with guarding Tsunami and Inari in their home, while Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke guarded Tazuna at the bridge. I'd already discharged the wounded villagers, so I spent my time helping Tsunami around the house. It was, perhaps, too trusting to leave Haku here with me alone. But Haku hadn't tried to kill us even when his life depended on it. Now, with no motive and a weakened body, he wasn't much of a threat to anyone. I have regained full use of my arm, said Haku, his voice still somewhat rough. I'm glad, I said. Please sit and I'll make you lunch. Would you like some tea? Thank you, said Haku, polite but listless, like he was just going through the motions of human interaction. He sat in silence while I brewed the tea and cooked the rice. It was a little early for lunch, but by starting now, I could save Tsunami the effort. She was working so hard to keep the house running with all the extra guests. Thank you for the food, said Haku when I set lunch on the table. It was just simple onigiri, but it was the best I could do with limited ingredients. He ate mechanically, not looking up or speaking. I bit my lip. You'll be fully healed in a few days, I said, carefully broaching the subject I'd been thinking about since my conversation with Naruto. Have you thought about where you'll go? Haku nodded but did not speak. Do you have anywhere to go? I asked. Haku hesitated and then shook his head. There is no place in this world for someone like me, and without Zabuza-san he trailed off. Is there anywhere that will protect you from the hunter nins? I asked. There had to be somewhere. Missing ninja weren't exactly rare. Of course, people who employed and protected missing ninja weren't usually trustworthy. Gatu was a perfect example of that. I will not be pursued by hunter nins, said Haku. They only target missing ninja. I perked up at that. You're not a missing ninja? I asked. I am not a ninja, he clarified. I was very young when we left Hidden Mist. I never joined their ranks or learned their secrets. Zabuza-san taught me everything I know. Well, that would explain why he wasn't in the bingo book. It also meant that the village wouldn't care to hunt him down, but that didn't guarantee a peaceful life. He'd spent years as a criminal and had probably gained many enemies. Not only that, he might be hunted and killed for his bloodline alone. Why don't you come with us back to Konoha? I asked before I could think better of it. Haku looked up for the first time. I do not think I would be welcome there, he said tactfully. Well, yes and no. Hidden villages were always looking for new valuable recruits to bolster their ranks, and with a blood limit, Haku was a prime candidate. Or he would be if it weren't for his history with Zabuza. He had the potential to cause political complications, even if he was too young to have taken part in the assassination attempt of the Mizukage. The Hokage probably wouldn't want to risk it. But you would be if you became a vassal of the Uchiha clan, I said. Clan vassalage was a fairly archaic institution that had waned after the creation of the hidden villages, though it did still exist. Vassals swore allegiance to a clan, and they gained rights and protections from that clan. In Konoha, founding clans like the Uchiha had certain perks like the ability to bring vassals into the village, with the approval of the Hokage. It was a boon to the village back when they were trying to recruit as many people as possible. The vetting was left up to the clans, and Hashirama was more than willing to rubber stamp anyone the clan heads deemed trustworthy. Of course, the Uchiha clan was little more than a name now. Our vetting didn't amount to much, and none of it would matter if the Hokage told us no. That was the uncomfortable reality of living in a military dictatorship. Denying our request would be a mark of distrust and an insult to our clan, but without numbers or muscle on our side, the Hokage would face little consequence for the slight. Our only hope was that despite everything, the Uchiha name should still be worth something. Maybe. It was worth a shot at least. In the worst case scenario, the Hokage might deny him entrance into the village, but I should still be able to find him a home elsewhere in the Land of Fire. A vassal? Haku asked, confused. But what use would I be to the Uchiha clan? I am weak, I am unwanted by anyone, and I have no reason to exist. If I had died on the bridge, no one would mourn my passing. That's not true. I shouted. I would be sad if you died. Why? Haku asked. I tried to kill your brother and your friend. I thought you wanted to protect them. Oh, so he'd overheard that conversation. He really was a ninja in everything but name. Did you? I countered. Because Naruto met you in the forest and you didn't hurt him. And on the bridge, well, I healed Nai-chan's injuries. I don't think you were trying to kill him at all. Haku looked away. And that is why I would be useless to your clan, he said. What use is a tool that cannot kill? You're not just a tool, I said. Even Zabuza said so. He wanted you to live and to find your own dream. And I want to help you. If you become a vassal, I should be able to bring you into the Land of Fire. From there, you'll be under the protection of Konoha and you'll be free to pursue your dream, whatever that might be. My clan has vassal farmers if you want to leave the ninja world behind. I can teach you medical ninjutsu if you want to save lives rather than take them. If you want to own a shop or learn a trade or anything, I'm sure we can find a way to make it work. I just want you to know that whatever you decide, I'll support you 100%. Why would do this for me? Haku asked, staring at me as if he couldn't quite believe what I was saying. I was your enemy. Because your kindness spared two people who are very important to me, I said. Even though you fought my team, I don't believe that you were ever truly our enemy. Not you and not Zabuza-sen either. He could have killed us easily after catching Kakashi-sensei in the water prison, but he didn't. He wasn't actually a heartless person, was he? It was only after Kakashi had defeated him that Zabuza became serious at the bridge. Only when he knew for certain that he could not spare us had he chosen to fight to the death. He could never be called kind, but he wasn't the soulless demon he portrayed either. No, he wasn't, Haku agreed. Is that why you tried to heal him? Yes, I said. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him. It wasn't your fault, said Haku. It was Gatu's. You saved my life, and you did everything you could to save someone precious to me. You don't owe me anything. Maybe not, but… It's not just that, I said. I think you're a really cool person. A really cool person? Haku asked with a bemused smile, and I flushed pink at the accidental pun. I mean, I want to be your friend, I said. You have a good heart. That's why I want you to come home with us, and that's why I want you to find your dream. Haku looked away again, his long hair obscuring his face. I'm not sure, he said. Well, it wasn't really fair of me to spring this on him so suddenly. You don't have to decide right away, I said gently. The bridge won't be finished for another few weeks, and we've been assigned to protect Izuna-san until it's done. Take whatever time you need to think about it. Haku nodded, standing. Thank you, he said. There's something I need to do. I will return tonight. I let him go, and I privately hoped that I hadn't promised the impossible. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I'd have to ask Kakashi what he thought about it when he returned tonight. I was just clearing away the dishes when I felt a strange chakra signature approach the house. It was only civilian level, so it probably wasn't dangerous. I hung back, kunai ready, as Inari answered the door. Excuse me, is this where I can find the healer? Came a reedy voice. Yeah, she's a medic nin or something, said Inari. Why? He sounded vaguely suspicious, and after recent events, I couldn't blame him. But the old man didn't resonate with any killing intent. I wanted to ask if she could take a look at my knee, said the man. I heard it a few weeks ago, and it hasn't been right since. How do I know you're not a spy? Inari asked, but I peeked around the door and put my hand on his shoulder. It's alright, Inari, I said, tucking my kunai back into my weapons pouch. Yes, I am a certified Konoha field medic. I can take a look at your knee. The man seemed briefly surprised by my appearance. And yeah, I was wearing a frilly pink apron and the blue ribbon Itachi had given me all those years ago. I didn't look much older than Inari. I wasn't exactly what people pictured when they thought of a trained medical ninja. But the man took it in stride anyway. Thank you, I don't have much money, but I can work off whatever I owe you, he said, sounding nervous. His clothes were worn and patched, and he had the hungry look of a man that hadn't eaten well for a long time. I smiled. It only took a moment to diagnose. The problem was a simple torn ligament and I was able to mend it easily. It would have been fine on its own in a couple of weeks, but it cost me very little chakra to stimulate the healing now. The man asked if I was sure about payment and I said that it was fine. It wasn't like I needed the money and Konoha only required collecting payment if the medic was actually on a medical mission. I handed the man a few of my extra ration bars and told him to take it easy for a few days. He thanked me profusely and left. About an hour later there was another knock on the door, this time 2 men. One with a red-stained bandage wrapped around his forehead and another on crutches. "Excuse me, miss, are you the medic? What are all you people doing in my house?" Tazuna asked when he opened the door. "Busy day?" Kakashi asked, eyeing the 4 men and 3 women sitting in the entrance room. "Oh none of them are ninja," I said, feeling called out because, yes, I'd been told to guard Tsunami, and this might be construed as shirking my duty. And no one dangerous has come near the house. Kakashi ruffled my hair. "Just don't get too involved with your patients," he said. His tone was light, but the implied warning was not. I was still on the job, and I needed to remember that. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei," I said, returning to the couple who were waiting nervously. "I've been sick for about 3 days, but the bleeding only started yesterday," said the pregnant woman. She was young, maybe 19 or 20, and she'd brought along her equally young husband. "I thought it was just a cold. We tried everything to break the fever," the man added. "Granny's mushroom soup seemed to help, but then the bleeding started." I placed my hands over the woman's belly, sinking my chakra into her womb and furrowing my brow. The blood was from the placenta which was detaching from the uterine wall, but the woman was only about 8 months pregnant and hadn't gone into labor. So why was it happening, and what should I do? I wasn't exactly familiar with pregnancy-related issues. My initial reason for learning medical ninjutsu had been personal interest. This was something a midwife would know, and I was just a field medic. "Let me consult with my texts," I said doubtfully. I removed my hands from her stomach and pulled out a bottle of pills from my bag. "In the meantime, here is a blood-replenishing pill to replace what you've lost. I'll be back soon." What was I going to do? "Are you going to eat dinner or not?" Sasuke asked as I passed him on the way to our room. He and the others were all gathered around the kitchen table for dinner. In a minute, Nai-chan," I said smiling to hide my nerves. "I just need to finish up with my last patient. Save some for me, will you?" He squinted at me and glanced back at the couple. "Sure," he said. "Do you need anything? A fully certified Konoha midwife would be nice." I just shook my head and retreated to our room where I could begin unsealing the various medical texts I'd brought along. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. I'd already memorized all of them with my sharingan years ago. But although I had a small library's worth of medical texts, none of them included information on pregnancy or placentas. I looked through them anyway. There had to be something here I could use. Anything? If I couldn't find something, then she would. "Please save him." I squeezed my eyes closed as Haku's anguished words echoed in my head. My hands felt hot, just as they were that day when I poured chakra into the empty body beneath my palms. I'd tried to save him. I'd tried so hard. And he'd still. "Kyo, you need to come downstairs," said Kakashi, who had appeared in the doorway. "The woman's condition has worsened." There was a sudden scream from downstairs to punctuate his comment. "Well," I said, looking around frantically, wondering if there was some forgotten scroll I might have missed, but there was nothing. I snatched up a scroll on mending lacerations as if that might help. I tried. And I tried. And I hadn't been enough. "Kyo," said Kakashi, suddenly crouching in front of me. I dropped the scroll. Kakashi caught it easily and glanced at the title. "Do you have any scrolls related to her illness?" I scanned the room, now littered with every single medical text I'd brought with me, and I shook my head. "No, I don't know what to do," I said, looking at him plaintively. I hadn't studied this. I didn't know anything. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't. "Please save him." "Kyo, you won't always have the answers laid out in front of you," said Kakashi. "You can't stay up here searching for answers you don't have. That woman is dying, and she needs a medic. Even if you don't know what to do whatever you can. Then, even if the worst happens, you will know that you did everything you could." He was right. It was a fact of life that not every patient could be saved. Not every injury could be healed, and not every disease could be cured. But it was my responsibility as a medic to help whomever I could with whatever I had. There was no room for doubt or hesitation when someone was dying. I took a deep, steadying breath and nodded. Kakashi helped me to my feet, but when we returned downstairs, it was to find that someone was already seeing to the woman. "The pain will be brief," said Haku, rubbing a kunai with alcohol to sterilize it. "Please try not to move." "Haku," I said. "Allow me. I can create a chakra scalpel and numb the pain. But I'm not sure." I trailed off, keenly aware that no one wanted to find out that their medic had no idea what she was doing. "I will guide you," said Haku, leaning back as I knelt beside the woman. She most likely ingested green shekel, a type of local mushroom commonly used to cure colds. It should not be consumed by pregnant women because it can cause a detached placenta. Our only course of action is an emergency C-section. Make an incision from here to here. Haku spoke with calm authority, as if he'd done this 100 times before. I took comfort from his presence and worked with a steady hand to perform the operation under his guidance. Soon the woman was holding a tiny baby boy in her arms. Naruto and Sasuke had long since vanished, but Kakashi remained lurking in an unobtrusive corner while reading his book. Haku took over giving the woman instructions on how to care for a premature infant, and I listened dutifully, committing the instructions to memory on the off chance that something like this might happen again. Then we helped the couple and their newborn get settled into a spare room to rest. "Thank you, Haku," I said once everyone was tucked away. "You didn't mention that you were a medic." "I was never formally trained," he said. "But I have learned a few things during my travels with Zabuza-san." "Lucky for me, and lucky for them too," I said. "It looks like there are at least 3 more people who are glad that you did not die on that bridge." Haku blinked and looked away. "I've thought about your offer," he said, his shoulders squared. He knelt before me with his head bowed. "If you will have me, I would be honored to become a vassal of the Uchiha clan." From his corner, Kakashi's chakra sharpened in surprise. "I'm glad," I said. "Nai-chan is the clan head, so you'll have to exchange sake with him. Then we'll send a message to Hokage-sama and receive instructions on how to proceed." Haku nodded, bowing his head even further. "Thank you, Kyo-sama," he said. "Wow, that title sounded so weird." "You don't have to be so formal," I said. "It's just Kyo." "If I am to be accepted as your vassal, I must show proper respect," he replied. Yeah, that was probably true. If it became obvious that Haku was a vassal in name only for the explicit purpose of gaining him entry into the land of fire, that wouldn't end well for either of us. It was best not to risk it. I nodded and Haku stood. "I will return shortly," he said. "I must acquire the sake to exchange with Sasuke-sama." He vanished into the night. Right, and I should probably take a moment to explain the situation to Sasuke too. "So, a new vassal, huh?" Kakashi asked lightly, turning the page in his book as though he didn't have a care in the world. "Haku is a kind person," I said. "It wouldn't be right to leave him here all alone." "You're sure about that, are you?" he asked, his mild tone doing little to disguise the gravity of his question. I wanted to agree right away, but instead I took a moment to consider my response. Was I sure? What did I know about Haku, really? Not much. We'd only met a few days ago. Accepting him as a vassal was certainly a risk. If he turned against Konoha or its allies, Sasuke and I would also face consequences. Did I really have that much faith in his heart? "I will accept full responsibility," I said. "But, I'd be grateful if you could help me write the letter to Hokage-sama to, explain the situation." At this point, I'd take whatever help I could get, and Kakashi certainly had more sway with the Hokage than I ever would. Kakashi gave me an eye smile. "Why don't you leave that to me?" he asked, and I suddenly felt as if a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," I said, truly relieved as I finally slipped away and returned to the upstairs room. Sasuke and Naruto were already asleep. Someone had thoughtfully stacked my scrolls in a neat pile and left a plate of food at my bedside. I shook Sasuke awake. "Iden?" Sasuke mumbled, blinking at me blearily. "Yes, sorry for waking you," I said. "Do you have any clean clothes? There's something we need to do." As expected, Sasuke took little convincing. He was obviously aware of how much he owed to Haku's mercy, though he would never admit to it out loud. Naruto, who woke halfway through the conversation, was thrilled about the whole idea and wasted no time in swearing to share the joy of Ichiraku ramen with Haku as soon as we returned to the village. So, 20 minutes later we were all gathered in the candlelit kitchen. Each clan had their own version of the sake exchange, but thankfully the Uchiha opted to skip the more elaborate parts, instead keeping it to the basics. Haku ran the blade of a kunai lightly over his palm, just enough to draw a thin line of blood. "I, Haku, descendant of the Yuki clan, do hereby swear on blood and blade to uphold the will of the Uchiha clan, to offer my power and my life in service of this oath," he said. I'd walked him through the vow, but it was still a little morbid to hear those words spoken with such conviction by a teenager. Sasuke seemed unbothered. "I, Uchiha Sasuke, head of the Uchiha clan, hear your words and accept your oath," he said. "From this day forward, until you are released from my service, you are one with the Uchiha clan." They exchanged sake cups, and I couldn't help but smile. "Welcome to our family, Haku," I said. Chapter 18. Family. I could hardly believe it, and yet here we were standing in the Hokage's office as he flipped through the mission report. It was difficult to quantify the screaming, to put words to the blood and pain and fear, to describe in medical terms how for one brief minute I'd wondered if Sasuke was really dead. But Kakashi had written it with practiced ease, wrapping it all up in a tidy little document that contained everything and nothing all at once. I cast a sidelong glance at Haku, but he was merely waiting with a perfectly calm and pleasant expression. Beside him, Sasuke was bored and Naruto was impatient. Kakashi stood on my other side, unbothered as always. I swallowed my nerves and clasped my hands behind my back as we waited for the Hokage to finish reading. What was taking him so long? After the sake ceremony, Kakashi sent a message to the Hokage detailing our situation and Haku's new status as an Uchiha vassal. We included a petition for citizenship, so he must have had a chance to review it already. At the time, my hopes weren't very high, and yet 3 days later, a hawk arrived with Haku's papers. It was easy, almost too easy, so I spent the next 3 weeks silently fretting while Tazuna finished the bridge. Thankfully I had plenty of patience to keep me occupied. During the day, Haku and I ran a small field clinic out of Tazuna's house. Haku was a wealth of information on herbal remedies, and he was able to glean a surprising amount of information from even brief conversations with patients. He also lent me several medical scrolls, and I wasted no time in memorizing all of them. I also taught him a basic diagnostic jutsu, which he picked up right away. We were a pretty good team, with my academic knowledge and Haku's practical experience coming together to solve problems that we couldn't manage on our own. But soon enough our time in Wave came to an end and we headed back to Konoha. Upon arrival, we found Ibiki waiting for us. It was enough to make my heart stop before Kakashi assured us that they simply wanted to talk with Haku before making a final decision. It was perfectly reasonable. Expected, even. And yet I couldn't dispel a sense of dread at the thought of leaving Haku alone with the head of Konoha's torture and interrogation division. Kakashi seemed to sense my worry and assured me that he would be there to oversee the interview. That mollified me a bit, but I was still a nervous wreck as we waited for them to return. It wasn't a long interrogation, all things considered, but it still took several hours. Eventually Kakashi returned with Haku, and we were all summoned to the Hokage's office where we now stood. Waiting. "Well now, it seems that Ibiki is satisfied with your responses," said the Hokage, puffing on his pipe as he flipped to the last page of the report. "You have no standing ties that would put you in conflict with Konoha, correct?" At the bridge opening ceremony, Haku and I were given bouquets of flowers as thanks for our healing. Before leaving, we both placed them on Zabuza's grave, marked with his giant sword. As we stood for a moment of silence, a sea breeze swept over the cliffs and plucked a single flower from the memorial. I caught it easily, and on a whim, I tucked it behind Haku's ear. "I think he's saying that this one is for you," I said. Haku reached up to brush his fingertips over the flower with a small bittersweet smile. "That is correct," said Haku. "My only allegiance now is to the Uchiha clan." Hummed the Hokage, breathing out a long puff of smoke. He was a difficult man to read. His chakra was perpetually calm. That wasn't too surprising. He was the Hokage, but it felt like a mask when I was accustomed to reading moods through chakra. "And what are your intentions if you are granted residency in Konoha?" "My only desire is to be of use to Sasuke-sama and Kyo-sama," said Haku evenly. "I am a tool to be used as they wish." I winced inwardly. We'd have to work on the whole tool concept, though I should have known that it would take more than one heartfelt conversation to completely reshape the foundations of his existence. I was just about to object, but I was interrupted. "And a tool for the Uchiha clan is a tool for Konoha." My heart leaped into my throat as I whirled around. We'd only met once, but I could never forget Danzo's chakra. He stood in the doorway flanked by 2 masked Anbu, unnervingly invisible to my senses. I hadn't noticed his approach at first, too focused on the Hokage to take note of anyone else. But why was he here? If Kakashi's report is to be believed, it is obvious where the boy belongs, Danzo continued, and his purpose was suddenly clear. "Anbu? Brute. Oh hell no. Haku is not a ninja," I said sharply. "He was trained by Mamachi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist," said Danzo, not even looking at me. Instead, he spoke directly to the Hokage, as if my words did not matter. As if I wasn't even there. "Haku has an interest in medicine and a talent for medical ninjutsu," I said, perhaps a little too quickly. But I had to say something. I couldn't let Danzo take Haku away. Zabuza only pretended to be a heartless demon. Danzo was the real thing. We've learned so much from each other in just a few weeks, and I give him to me, and he will be a worthy addition to Konoha," said Danzo, speaking over my hurried babbling. "It is the obvious choice." And the terrible reality was that it was the obvious choice. With everything I knew about the massacre, the Hokage would be wary of any attempt for me to strengthen my clan's position. And Haku was a powerful ally. If he was placed into route, Haku would belong to Danzo instead. Was why the Hokage was willing to entertain Haku's bid for citizenship? To take him away from us? "Haku doesn't want to hurt anyone," I shouted, looking between Danzo and the Hokage, not quite sure of who exactly I needed to convince. For the first time, Danzo turned his uncovered eye to me. "That can be changed," he said coldly. No. No. But what could I say? I was just a genin. I had no power to influence this decision. I looked to Kakashi for help. "Haku is applying for residency, not enlistment," Kakashi pointed out mildly. There is no need to give him to anyone. Thank you, sensei. The foreign ninja cannot be allowed to wander freely through the village, said Danzo, turning back to the Hokage. You know what needs to be done. The Hokage puffed his pipe. This boy cannot remain unsupervised, though I have a proposal, he said, fixing Haku with a serious stare. If you enlist as a Konoha shinobi, you will be given the rank of genin and assigned to a sensei. You will be granted the rights and protections of the village including residency. However, if you betray the village, you will be labeled as a missing ninja and dealt with accordingly. As a vassal of the Uchiha clan, your enlistment is contingent on the approval of the Uchiha clan head and can be withdrawn at any time. With that in mind, I will not authorize your assignment to any divisions or missions that would require you to enter lethal combat. Does this suffice? Assigning him to the general ranks is a waste, Danzo objected. He will be of no use to the village there. I'm sure he will find a calling that matches his talents and temperament, said the Hokage with a benevolent smile. A medical ninja, perhaps. Oh, that was clever. By enlisting Haku as a genin and giving him to a sensei, the Hokage could keep him under constant observation and put him to use for the village. It also put Haku directly under the Hokage's authority, undermining some of the influence Asuke and I had over him. It even added consequences for betrayal, since missing ninja had to worry about hunter nins. But despite that, it wasn't a bad offer. Safety, security, and a livable income were all good things. Especially since Danzo had expressed interest in recruiting him. If we rejected the Hokage's offer and tried to settle outside the village, Danzo would kidnap him at the first opportunity. Of that, I was certain. Well, what is your decision? The Hokage asked. What choice did we have? I glanced at Sasuke, who was watching Danzo with narrowed eyes, and at Haku, who was looking at me expectantly. Why was he? Oh, right. As a tool of the Uchiha clan, he was waiting for us to decide his fate. Sasuke obviously didn't care either way, so it was left up to me. What do you want, Haku? I asked. I wish to be of use to you, he said readily. And the only way to do that would be to remain in the village as a Konoha shinobi. I nodded. Then you should accept the offer, I said, swallowing my doubts. But I only want you to do things you're comfortable with. If anyone tries to make you do something bad, just tell us right away and we'll go from there. I couldn't be sure of what the Hokage was thinking, but if I had to choose between him and Danzo, the choice was already made. I wanted to protect Haku, but I just hoped I wasn't putting him in greater danger instead. With your permission, Sasuke-sama, said Haku. Sasuke nodded and Haku bowed deeply to the Hokage. I would be honored to join your ranks, he said. Though if I am permitted, I wish to make one selfish request. Please allow me to stay beside Sasuke-sama and Kyo-sama. I wish to join Team 7. The Hokage puffed his pipe. Perhaps in time you will be allowed to take missions with them, he said. But first you will require more direct attention from your sensei. Yeah, even if Haku was technically a Konoha genin, he still needed to be under constant supervision, and while Kakashi took his missions seriously, I doubted that he was the Hokage's first choice of chaperone. I have several suggestions for potential candidates, said Danzo, which made my heart drop. There's no need for that, said the Hokage. I already have someone in mind. He should be waiting outside now. At a gesture from the Hokage, one of the Anbu guards opened the door and in walked Ibisu. Well, that made sense, I supposed. He was an elite tutor who personally trained Konohamaru. Of course, the fact that he was waiting meant that the Hokage had made his decision before we'd even arrived. All our arguments and proposals were meaningless distractions meant to give us the illusion that we had any choice at all. He really was the god of shinobi. Hey, you're that closet pervert. Naruto shouted. I blinked at the sudden outburst. Naruto had been so quiet that I'd almost forgotten that he was here. But what his comments lacked in quantity, they made up for in volume. Why the hell does Haku-sensei have to be him? Naruto asked. This guy's weaker than me. With my harem no jutsu, With surprising speed, Ibisu caught Naruto in a headlock and muttered something quietly into his ear until Naruto settled down. Harem no jutsu? Kakashi echoed incredulously. Ibisu will begin by assessing Haku's abilities, said the Hokage blandly, opting to ignore the interruption. Probably for the best. Welcome to Konoha, Haku. Okay, that's the last of it, I said as I plugged in a snowflake pattern lamp and turned it on. You are now officially moved in. Getting Haku settled was straightforward enough. He lived out of a backpack already, so moving in was just a matter of walking through our front door. After that, we spent a week cleaning out the spare bedroom and shopping for furniture. Haku gave a token objection at first, saying that he would be perfectly fine on the couch or even the floor. I was sure that he would be since he likely slept rough more often than not while traveling with Zabuza, but I insisted on an actual room with an actual bed. Furniture shopping quickly ballooned into decor shopping too as we picked out bedspreads, curtains, wall hangings, and anything else that caught Haku's eye. We'd only just finished setting everything up and Haku was looking around his room with a slightly bemused expression. "Is something wrong?" I asked, scanning the room with a critical eye. "Did we forget anything?" Haku shook his head. "No," he said, smiling softly. "It feels like home." He spoke the final word like a prayer. "It is home," I said. "For as long as you want it to be. You're a part of our family now." Haku nodded. "Thank you, Kiyo-sama," he said reverently, bowing deeply. "Oh, well," I trailed off awkwardly. "Hey, are you two finished in here?" Naruto asked, barging into the room and sparing me from coming up with a response. Behind him, Sasuke peered into the newly redecorated room with mild interest. "I'm starving." Hey. Let's go get some Ichiraku's, Dadabeo. Haku'll love it." And that was how we found ourselves seated at Ichiraku's 15 minutes later. I only half listened as Naruto gave Haku a dissertation on all the best ramen flavors and toppings. Instead I focused on stretching out my chakra sense. Being able to detect chakra came in handy during our mission to Wave, and I expected that it would be useful during the invasion too. But I still had room for improvement, as Danzo proved when he inadvertently snuck up on me in the Hokage's office. I didn't want to risk an oversight like that again, not with how many dangerous ninjas were due to arrive for the Chunin exams any day now. I wasn't worried about the exams themselves, since there was no way I would allow my team to participate. Between Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Gaara, the exams were insanely dangerous. And we had nothing to gain by taking part. I just needed to figure out a way to get Kakashi to teach Sasuke Chidori and Jiraiya to teach Naruto the toad summoning. That might be tricky, but I thought that I might be able to manage it. It was better than fighting with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, at least. Even if Orochimaru decided to go after Sasuke outside of the exams, I'd be able to get Sasuke to a hospital right away, rather than letting the curse mark eat away at him for 5 days. No matter what, my first priority was keeping everyone safe, and to that end we'd just have to avoid anyone strong. No sooner had that thought crossed my mind than a massive chakra signature passed within my range, slowly approaching. I froze. Beside me, Sasuke twitched, seeming to notice my sudden interest as I casually leaned back and peered down the street. I blinked and frowned. "Kiyo-sama?" Haku asked quietly, a sharp edge to his chakra as he tracked my gaze to the retreated young girl. "It's okay," I said, sliding off of my chair as she passed. I raised my voice. "Excuse me." The girl jumped and looked down at me. She was about my age and wore glasses along with a hidden grass forehead protector. "Why yes?" she asked. Then she spotted my forehead protector and jumped again. "Oh. You probably need to see my passport, right? Because I'm from another village. I'm here for the exam." She fumbled in her pocket for a moment and produced a passport. "Oh, Uzumaki Karen," I said as I took it and read the name. "I thought so." "What?" Karen asked, looking utterly terrified. "Do I know you?" Everyone else was watching me too. Alright, I had no reason to care about a random girl from another village. She hadn't actually teamed up with Sasuke and saved his life yet. So what reason could I give for stopping her? "No, it's nothing like that," I assured her quickly, thinking fast. "It's just so rare to see another Uzumaki. But I knew you were one right away because of your chakra and your hair. My birth mother had red hair just like yours." Karen blinked at me. "You're an Uzumaki?" she asked. "I'm an Uchiha, though my birth mother was in Uzumaki," I clarified. "So is my teammate Naruto. Come on, you should come meet him." I headed back to Ichiraku's and Karen had no choice but to reluctantly follow since I was still holding her passport. Sasuke scooted one seat over and I sat beside him so that Karen could sit between me and Naruto. But she hesitated. "I really should get going," she said. "You should have dinner with us," I said, patting the open seat. "My treat. There aren't many Uzumakas left, so I'd really like to ask you some questions if that's alright." Karen bit her lip, glancing at all of us. She blushed when she saw Sasuke and took her seat, folding her hands in her lap. "Is it weird to find an Uzumaki?" Naruto asked, looking at Karen curiously. I was hoping that they'd bond over their shared lineage, but they didn't seem to know what to make of each other. Well, Naruto and Karen weren't exactly accustomed to being accepted by others, so maybe it was a little naive to hope for a family bonding moment. "Oh yes," I said as I handed Karen a menu. "Maybe some family history might help. The Uzumakas were once a great and powerful clan known for their immense chakra, long lifespans, and talent for fuinjutsu. They lived in a village called Yuzushiogakure, but it was destroyed about 30 years ago, and the Uzumaki clan was scattered. A few, like my mother, settled here, which makes sense because Konoha and Uchiha were close allies. That's why you see the Uzumaki crest on Konoha's flak jackets. But other members of the clan spread out far and wide, and I was hoping to find out more about them. I turned back to Karen, who was watching me from the corner of her eye. The longing in her gaze was impossible to ignore, but it was still masked by wariness. Understandable. "Try the pork ramen," I said. "It's Naruto's favorite." Yeah, said Naruto. "Make sure to get an extra egg too. But not the menma." And Naruto was off again giving his detailed opinion on all things ramen. Eventually we all ordered and received our food. In a brief moment of silence as Naruto slurped his noodles, I broached the topic at hand. "I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about yourself and your family," I said. I'm not going to help you against my team or my village if that's what you're after," said Karen, her face a picture of distrust. "That's okay," I assured her. "I just want to know about you. My mother died giving birth to me and Naruto is an orphan, so I never really knew anything about that side of my family. Do you have any siblings or cousins? What are they like?" That was a cruel barb, but I wanted her to open up about her home situation or lack thereof. Karen looked down. I don't have a family," she said. "I just had Kasan, and I lost her." Karen gripped her forearm in one hand, and only then did I notice the faint scars. "Oh," I said. "I'm so sorry. Your arms." "It's nothing," she said. "Huh, what happened?" Naruto asked, also noticing the scars. "Are those bite marks?" Karen hunched forward as if to hide them and looked away. Uzumakis are known for having a strong life force that sometimes manifests as powerful natural healing chakra, I explained. My Uzumaki heritage was likely the reason I'd been able to reach 100% pure medical chakra at such a young age. Karen had likely been born with it. It can heal others, but the extraction process. I trailed off, and Karen seemed to shrink in on herself even more. "What? No way," said Naruto, his eyes going wide with horror. "Your own village did that to you? They took in an outsider like me, so I have to prove my loyalty," Karen mumbled. "What?" Naruto shouted, making Karen jump. "You have to prove your loyalty by letting them hurt you? Anyone who hurt someone like that doesn't deserve loyalty." How many times would Naruto risk his life for the sake of the village? All for the distant hope that one day Konoha might come to truly accept him. And yet Naruto would remain a loyal ninja until the very end. Whether the village deserved his loyalty or not. Karen remained silent. "May I?" I asked, my hands glowing green with healing chakra. "Please." Karen looked at me through the fringes of her hair for a long moment before slowly holding out her arm. I'd never worked with scar tissue before, but I thought that if I combined healing chakra with my physical transformation, I might be able to make it work. As I expected, Karen's scars vanished, leaving behind only soft, unblemished skin. I cycled healing chakra through her whole body. There were so many marks. Dozens. Hundreds. When I was done, I carefully pulled away and Karen regarded her unmarked arms with disbelief. "Why are you being so nice to me?" she asked. I blinked. It was just a bowl of ramen and a bit of healing chakra. But she was looking at me like I'd given her the sun and the moon. "Well, you are family," I said. "Distant, maybe, but still family." Karen's eyes filled with tears. "Family?" she asked, her voice cracking. I looked to Naruto for help. "Yeah," said Naruto, throwing his arm around her. "Just call me Naruto Nai-chan, okay?" "Actually, she's a few months older than us," I said, having gleaned the information from her passport. "So it's Karen Ni-chan." "Karen Ni-chan," Naruto agreed easily. A tear ran down Karen's cheek and she hung her head. "Well, you've told us a bit about yourself, so we should do the same," I said to fill the pained silence. "Naruto and I have known each other since we were little kids. We met at a park and he rescued me. We ate our ramen as I told Karen my story and Naruto added bits and pieces of his childhood as well. Hearing Naruto talk about his past reminded me of our meeting after the massacre, where I felt his heart connect to mine. Karen must have felt it too, her eyes wide and filled with wonder at Naruto's light. Naruto even told her about our recent mission to Wave and Karen regarded Haku with shy curiosity. "A vassal of the Uchiha clan?" she asked. How does someone become a vassal?" Haku exchanged sake with Nai-chan and swore a vow to uphold the will of the Uchiha clan, I explained. "Just sake and a vow?" she asked, glancing between me and Sasuke. "That's all?" And he was allowed to stay. I caught her meaning and looked away. "Haku was a special case," I said as gently as I could. "He was not bound to any village and had proven that he was a kind person when he spared Naruto and Nai-chan in battle. In other words, it was unlikely that Karen would be able to do the same. There would be political ramifications for poaching a genin from another village during the Chunin exams. The Hokage would never allow it." "Oh," she said, seeming to deflate. She stared at her empty ramen bowl for a long moment. "I should probably get back to my team." Karen put on a brave face, but I didn't need to be Yamanaka to see the heartache just beneath the surface. "Come back sometime," I said, finally returning her passport. "We'll go out to eat again." "Yeah, yeah," Naruto shouted. "Ichiraku's is the best, Dadabeo." Karen took her passport reluctantly, almost as if she didn't really want it back. "Yeah, the best," said Karen, her eyes suspiciously bright. She stood up. "There had to be something I could do." "Here, I want to give you this," I said impulsively, handing her my medical kit. I'd just restocked it, so it was filled with everything she could possibly need. "You're the medic for your team, right? If you use these, then your team might not have to, you know." It wasn't much, but it was all I could do for her. Karen blinked and opened the pack, her eyes going wide. "You're just giving me this?" she asked, baffled. "There's so much here. It must be so expensive." "Not really," I said. "I made all of the medicines myself. And everything else came from the Uchiha clinic. I had more medical supplies than I would ever need, so it wasn't a burden to give them away." Karen just stared at the pack for a long minute as tears ran down her cheeks. "Thank you," she mumbled. She looked terribly lonely as she walked away. "Her eyes, they're like mine were before I met Zabuza-san," said Haku quietly. "Yeah," I murmured as Karen retreated. "You can't save everyone," said Sasuke, watching me carefully. "True. But that didn't mean I couldn't try." Chapter 19. Fight or Flight. Karen's presence in the village could only mean one thing. The Chunin exams were due to start any day now. I kept waiting for Kakashi to drop the bomb on us, but the days crept by with no mention of it at all. Haku trained with Abisu, even taking a few D-rank missions, while Kakashi trained Naruto and Sasuke. As for me, I received a notification that my application for the full medic exam had been approved and that I was scheduled to take it in a week. While I was fairly confident with what I knew, my experience in Wave was a stark reminder that there were areas of medicine that I had neglected in my studies, so I spent the days leading up to the exam in deep study, using my sharingan to memorize every single medical text I could get my hands on. I even took advantage of the shadow clone jutsu to increase my study time and checked out large stacks of medical texts to study at home after hours. It was only the day before the exam that Kakashi finally gave us the news. He'd nominated us for the Chunin exam. Naruto cheered, and even Sasuke gave a small smirk of anticipation. "Of course, this is just a nomination," said Kakashi. "Whether or not you decide to take the exam is up to you. Those who wish to take it should sign those papers and turn them in at room 301 at 4 p.m. tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" "Oh, that was perfect." Kakashi-sensei, there's a problem with the dates," I mumbled. "The medic exam begins tomorrow too, and it lasts for 3 days." I didn't really consider the overlap to be a problem at all, more like an unexpected bonus, since it provided a ready-made excuse for me to skip the Chunin exam. And Kakashi hadn't said explicitly that we needed to accept as a team, so Sasuke and Naruto wouldn't feel the need to pressure me into accepting. "As a member of Team 7, you deserve an opportunity to decide which exam you would prefer to take," said Kakashi with a nice smile. "Perfect. It's always been my dream to be a medic," I said, handing the paper back. "The Chunin exam happens every 6 months, right? Can I try again then?" "Of course," said Kakashi, taking the permission slip and tucking it into an inner pocket. "Okay, that's all for today. Later." And he vanished in a burst of body flicker. Huh. Weird. With my refusal, he should have broken the news to Sasuke and Naruto that they wouldn't be participating either. Maybe he was trying to prevent them from pressuring me into it. Still, it was a little cruel to give them false hope. Well, at any rate, that problem was solved. Or at least that's what I thought until I arrived home 10 minutes later to find Haku contemplating a Chunin exam permission slip. "Welcome home, Sasuke-sama, Kyo-sama," he said with a smile. "That's for the Chunin exam?" Sasuke asked, peering over Haku's shoulder. "Ibisu-sensei nominated me," said Haku. "He says that I am more than skilled enough for the exam and there may be an opening." My blood ran cold. But it made perfect sense, didn't it? The Chunin exam was literally designed to monitor and contain foreign ninja. Not to mention it was the perfect testing ground to gauge Haku's abilities and display his strength to other villages. If Haku failed, it was proof that he wasn't a threat to the village. If he died, then he wasn't a threat to anyone. If he succeeded, then the Hokage looked benevolent for offering him opportunities for advancement. Haku had already proven that he wasn't a threat to Sasuke and Naruto, so they were the perfect teammates. The only problem was that the exam was done in teams of 3. To make it work, the Hokage just needed to get rid of me for a few days. Was the medic exam usually scheduled at the same time as the Chunin exam? No, it wasn't. I had to do something. If I agreed to attend the exam, Haku would be left out since he wouldn't have a team. I could intentionally fail the first test easily enough by raising my hand for the 10th question. Oh, wait. A heavy lump of dread lodged in the pit of my stomach. Kakashi had taken my permission slip. And he hadn't told Naruto and Sasuke that they wouldn't be participating. He must have known about Haku. Had he already anticipated that I would want to take the exam to keep Haku out of danger? But it was just a nomination, right? What if I talked him out of it? The exam will have powerful ninja from all over the elemental nations, I said. It will be really dangerous. Haku considered the paper and nodded. Yes, it will give me a chance to test my abilities without the need for killing, he said brightly. I cannot be a useful tool of the Uchiha clan if I am weak. You're not a tool, I said. Don't you want to pursue your own dream instead? For a brief moment, something like pain passed across Haku's face. I have no dream, he said. Not yet. And until I find one, I can only do what I have always done. And that is to be a tool for the one who will have me. If I cannot be of use to you, I have nothing. I am nothing. Haku slid out of his chair and knelt on the floor. Please allow me to take part in the Chunin exam, he said. No. I opened my mouth, but Sasuke beat me to it. Sure, said Sasuke easily. I want the chance to fight you, Haku. If we meet in battle, don't hold back. Ooh. As you wish, Sasuke-sama, said Haku. Please forgive me, Kyo-sama. I know you wish to protect me, but this is the path I wish to take. He had no idea where that path would lead. Orochimaru. Kabuto. Bara. But I couldn't tell him any of that. It was supposed to be a simple exam for genin, not a staging ground for S-rank ninja to prepare for war. Any attempt to deter him would sound like paranoid raving, and he'd already received permission from Sasuke, so my arguments were moot anyway. I unhooked my medic pack, a new one since I'd given my first to Karen, and I held it out. Please take this, I said, as if it would matter against someone like Orochimaru. I'll be sad if you're hurt, so don't be afraid to run away if things get bad, okay? Haku took the medic pack. Thank you, Kyo-sama, he said. I nodded, unable to speak, before retreating to my room. The first day of the full medic exam was easy enough. There were various written assessments including multiple choice tests, short answers, and essays. The chemistry, anatomy, and chakra sections were straight out of the textbooks. A unit on common diseases and treatments was probably the hardest part of the written exam, but although it took a bit of extra analysis, I still felt confident in all of my answers. That evening Sasuke and Haku returned home in high spirits having passed the first exam. They filled me in on the events of the afternoon, which went exactly as I expected between the hallway genjutsu, the fight between Sasuke and Lee, and the confrontation with the sound ninja. The actual test turned out a little different though, with Haku figuring out the true nature of the test and using his mirrors and speed to both locate the answers and pass them on to Naruto. It was a clever application of his jutsu and further proof that Haku was far beyond the level of a genin. Of course, this particular exam was filled with many similar prodigies and was more dangerous because of it. The only safe part of the exam was now over. Everything from this point forward would be a battle for survival. The next morning, I gave Sasuke an extra long hug before heading to the hospital. I was starkly aware that he would soon fight Orochimaru and receive his curse mark. I had to believe that he would survive, that everything would work out just fine. But I couldn't dispel the knot of lingering dread and the knife edge of guilt I felt for letting him go. I wanted to scream at him to run, run, run and never look back. But that wouldn't help him. Sasuke, for all his talent, was still just a genin. He wouldn't be able to evade Orochimaru for long. Konoha was still the closest thing he had to safety and it was the only place he'd be able to receive treatment for the curse mark. With great effort, I pushed aside my fears and focused on the lab portion of the medic exam where we were put in a room and told to synthesize 10 different medicines. This portion was open book, so the real test was around time management and knowledge of the equipment. I was already familiar with most of the machines, glassware and instruments thanks to my time in the Uchiha clinic, but I still spent a sweat-inducing amount of time trying to figure out an unfamiliar spectrometer. I managed to produce the medicines just in time, though I didn't have the chance to test for purity on the last one. That night, I lay awake, wondering if Sasuke, Naruto, and Haku would survive the night. The next morning was the final day of the full medic exam and it was dedicated to practical healing. The participants were each assigned a cadaver marked with seals to mimic life functions. It was supposed to take 8 hours, but thanks to my 100% pure medical chakra, I was able to breeze through it in 30 minutes, a feat that baffled my examiner even as he told me I was free to go. As I walked out of the testing center, I was surprised to see Kakashi leaning against a fence and reading his book. When I approached, he looked up and gave me an eye smile. "All ready?" he asked. "How did it go?" "Ah, it was okay," I said cautiously. "Were you waiting for me?" He was, obviously, but that wasn't really a Kakashi thing to do. He usually made other people wait for him. The fact that he was here already meant that he'd been prepared to wait for me all day if I hadn't finished early. Kakashi snapped his book closed and began walking down the street. I fell into step beside him as we meandered toward our usual training ground. Sasuke and Naruto will be busy with the exam for the next few days, so I thought we could do a bit of one-on-one training, he said easily. That made sense. It was a perfectly plausible explanation. But it still felt off somehow. I squinted at him, but he was an elite jounin and gave nothing away. Did something happen? I asked. I didn't need to. I knew. Is Nai-chan alright? I'm sure he'll be fine, said Kakashi. But there has been a development with the situation surrounding the exam. I'll be looking after you until it's been resolved. I swallowed the bile that rose in my throat. Oh, I mumbled. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. It's not the person you're thinking, he said. I looked up in surprise. How did Kakashi? It's a former Konoha ninja by the name of Orochimaru. I blinked in confusion, but then it clicked. Kakashi thought I was worried about Itachi. He targeted Sasuke in the Forest of Death, Kakashi continued. It seems he might be interested in the sharingan, which is why I'll be training you. We'll need to work on building up your stamina and speed. Have you ever heard of using the body flicker in combat? Well, I had a cousin who was known as Shisui of the body flicker, who occasionally used his talent to show off and play tricks on me, so. Yes, I said. Technically all ninja already knew the body flicker since it was an integral part of the replacement jutsu, which was one of the academy standard techniques. But that was a very limited D-rank application of a much more versatile skill. There were people like Shisui, the Raikage and Minato who could use it to give themselves unmatched speed. Great. Said Kakashi, clapping his hands. In the field, a medic's most important role is to avoid injury. You'll need to know how to escape from a more powerful enemy. True, but was that it? Teaching me combat applications for the body flicker was fair. But it also wasn't. Learning the body flicker wouldn't save me from Orochimaru unless I had someone like Kakashi to distract him while I ran away. And it sounded like that was the plan. Sure, there were methods of using the body flicker as an offensive technique. Shisui had turned it into something of legend, but he was also a close-range fighter with a mangyeko sharingan. The Raikage and Minato were well, cage. People didn't generally specialize in speed unless they had something else to back it up. Like Taijutsu. Getting somewhere faster wasn't very useful if you couldn't do anything when you arrived. And my Taijutsu was abysmal. Worse than Naruto's. Besides that, Shisui had never really explained how his body flicker clone technique was done. The basic technique was simply using chakra to enhance muscles and move really fast, but he had perfected it to resemble Haku's mirror trick without the limitation of the mirrors. The fact that he could mimic a blood limit user's strongest attack using only a basic technique was incredible. And something I was unlikely to replicate in a few days from a teacher that probably didn't know how to do it at that level either. I needed something else. Something more. Did the fourth Hokage ever show you how to perform the Hiraishin? I asked. Kakashi had been right to suggest a movement skill for me to learn, but while body flicker would undoubtedly be useful, Minato's technique was both much more advanced and much more likely to guarantee escape since not even a Sannin could keep up with literal teleportation. Kakashi scratched his chin over his mask. That's an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, he cautioned. It's only been fully mastered by 2 people. The second and fourth Hokages. That wasn't a no. But you have seen it, right? I asked. Kakashi shrugged. It is not something that can be copied by the Sharingan, he said. I deflated a bit. But yeah, the Sharingan couldn't copy everything, even though it came close. And if Kakashi could use it, he would. It was such a fantastically useful technique that no one would pass it up. Although there might be someone here who can help you. Kakashi took a side alley, moving away from our normal training field. Do? I asked. I thought you said that only the second and fourth Hokages had mastered it. Kakashi gave me an eye smile as we arrived at a private training field where 3 men were sparring. Fully mastered, Kakashi corrected as he raised his hand in greeting. Yo, Genma. The 3 men stopped sparring as we ambled over to meet them. Kakashi, what brings you here? Said the man wearing a bandana. As he spoke, he placed a senbon between his teeth and regarded me with curiosity. Is this one of your genin? Isn't she a little young? I thought the Hokage set the minimum graduation age to 12 a few years ago. I am 12, I objected. Genma's bemused expression was worth my momentary embarrassment. This is Uchiha Kyo, said Kakashi, placing his hand on my head. Kyo, these are Shiranui Genma, Namiashi Raido, and Tatami Iwashi. They're the 4th Hokage's elite guards, and together, they're able to perform the Hiraishin. Genma laughed. So another hopeful genin here to have their spirit crushed? He asked with a grin. Sorry, kid, but the Sharingan won't help you with this particular jutsu. Plenty of Uchiha have tried. Plenty of non-Uchiha too, but the only people to fully master the jutsu were the 2nd and 4th Hokages. Even the 3 of us need to work together to perform it, and we're all special jounin. Ah, yes, that's what Kakashi-sensei was telling me, I said, flushing red. Maybe it was just a little bit arrogant for me to think that I could master such a jutsu. I'd still like to give it a try if that's alright. I didn't want to waste their time, but I wasn't about to pass up a chance to see it in action either. Sure, why not? Said Genma, which was a pretty cavalier attitude to have for such a powerful technique. And again, a demonstration wouldn't matter much if no one else ever managed to learn it. It was probably easier to just show trainees the difficulty of the jutsu rather than try to talk them out of it. The Hiraishin jutsu is composed of two parts. The jutsu formula and the activation technique, said Genma, his voice shifting into the easy cadence of a practiced spiel. He knelt and pressed his palm flat against the ground. His chakra twisted and I activated my sharingan in time to see him plant the formula. When he raised his hand, the kanjis for endurance love of sword were printed on the dirt in raw chakra. The user marks a target with a jutsu formula and uses a dimensional void to teleport to the location of the formula, Genma continued. This is the fourth Hokage's formula. And this is the one developed by the second Hokage. He placed his hand down again and this time planted a formula displaying two concentric circles with branching lines. There is no limit to the number of formulas a user can apply and there is no known limit to the distance that can be traveled, said Genma. The second Hokage used a technique called the Hiraishin slash. He would teleport to his opponent and perform a sudden, unexpected attack. The fourth Hokage developed a variation called Hiraishin. Guiding thunder which creates a barrier in front of the caster and redirects the attack to a different location. I nodded. That was a good summation of what I already knew. We were able to perform a cooperative version of the Hiraishin. Guiding thunder jutsu, said Genma, and the three men surrounded me, placing their hands together in seals of confrontation. We are able to teleport ourselves and anything contained within the confines of this ring to any Hiraishin jutsu formula. Are you ready for your demonstration? I focused my chakra sense on all three of them, concentrating on exactly how their chakra felt and moved. Yes, I'm ready, I said. As one, Genma, Raido, and Iwashi activated the technique. Their chakra blended seamlessly, Raido providing the power and infusing it through all four of us, while Genma folded the chakra into a nearly incomprehensible form and Iwashi shaped a barrier to contain it. The world shifted and suddenly we were standing in an unfamiliar training field. On the ground at my feet was a three-pronged kunai with Minato's jutsu formula. So it was pure shape transformation. It didn't rely on hand signs or chakra natures at all. So that's why it couldn't be copied with a sharingan. And what a shape transformation it was. I'd practiced chakra control exercises since I was a child, but this was on an entirely different level. Oh, wow, you shaped your chakra into AA. I said, trying to wrap my head around it. A tesseract? No, what was the spherical version of a tesseract? A hypersphere. Yes, that. Oh. The concentric circles with the branching lines. And suddenly I felt silly for not realizing it sooner. Aburama had drawn it right there in plain sight. Each formula is a point on the hypersphere and connects to every other point, I said aloud, trying to order my whirling thoughts into something coherent, my mind buzzing with the sheer impossibility of it all. And a hypersphere has infinite points allowing for infinite jutsu formulas to be created. But that didn't help with how the shape was formed, but then I realized that I was thinking of chakra in entirely the wrong way. While most jutsu focused on taking chakra and making something physical out of it, chakra was fundamentally energy and shared more in common with photons than particles. If I thought about it like bending light in waves, that made it easier to picture how it could be manipulated in higher dimensions. It's related to the fundamental principles behind barriers and storage scrolls, isn't it? I asked. Maybe that's where Tobirama got the idea to tie the target location to a formula. It was a bit like a summoning contract, actually, with the formula acting as the summoner. You're familiar with the science behind storage seals? Genma asked, his brow raised. Well, that's usually the first step in learning the jutsu, so you'll have a head start at least. Not just a head start. The shape transformation was at least 1000x more difficult than any storage scroll, but having felt Genma perform it, I thought that maybe I might be able to manage it. Maybe. Oh, I had to try this. First things first, I needed to create a jutsu formula. Since the exact shape of the jutsu formula didn't really matter, I could tweak it into something that made intuitive sense to me. I raised my hand and planted the formula on my palm by molding my chakra into a hypersphere, just as Genma had done. The formula appeared as a pair of concentric circles, with the kanji for light in the center to represent the Hiraishin similarity to photons. I imagined that Minato probably had his own reasons for using his chosen words, though I couldn't even begin to fathom what those reasons might have been. I then picked up a stone from the ground in my other hand and infused it with chakra before molding my chakra into the same hypersphere shape. Since I was only trying to teleport a single object, I didn't need the barrier Iwashi had made, so that was one less step to worry about. A stone vanished from one hand and reappeared in the other, right on top of my jutsu formula. When I looked up, it was to see Genma, Raito, and Iwashi staring at me with utter bafflement. The senbon fell from between Genma's teeth. "So, like that?" I asked. "Damn it, Kakashi," Raito muttered under his breath. And I suddenly wondered if they would have been so quick to provide a demonstration if they thought I might actually learn it. Probably not. "Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there," said Genma, crouching down to my level. He fished through his pack and pulled out an apple. "It looks like you've figured out the shape transformation. But there's more to it than that. I too am able to make the shape, but you'll notice that I can't perform the jutsu alone. Because when I try, this happens." Genma infused his chakra into the apple and performed the Hiraishin. The apple appeared beside Minato's kunai. I frowned. "But, it worked?" I asked, staring at the apple. Genma gave me a wry look and went to pick it up. It dissolved into mush at his touch. "Oh," I said. "Yep," said Genma. "If your chakra is not perfectly infused in the object you're teleporting, it will be torn apart on a cellular level. So even the tiniest mistake would likely be fatal." It was a good thing I'd decided to start by teleporting a stone rather than, myself. I shuddered and Genma laughed. "Don't worry," he said, clapping his hand on my shoulder. "The stone made it in one piece, so your control must be pretty good already." I nodded. "I have 100% control," I said. That was likely the greatest limiting factor for who could perform the jutsu, since 100% control was so rare outside of medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu specialists. "Let's test it out, then," said Genma, producing a second apple from his bag and handing it to me. I took it and carefully infused it with my chakra before performing the Hiraishin. It appeared in my other hand looking perfectly normal, but when I squeezed it, dozens of small tears appeared in the skin. Iwashi whistled. "Not bad," said Raito. "We'll start you off with water balloons," said Genma. "When you can teleport a soap bubble without bursting it, we'll know you're ready to move on to living subjects like fish. After that, you'll be free to attempt it on yourself and others." And with that, they surrounded me to Hiraishin us all back to the original training field where Kakashi was still waiting. Genma immediately approached Kakashi and threw his arm around Kakashi's shoulder. Genma's grin was fixed and he was bleeding killing intent, but Kakashi didn't seem bothered by it, not even when Genma leaned in close to mutter something. "Did she really?" Kakashi asked, sounding delighted. "Well, she is my student, after all." Genma's expression became positively murderous. "Yeah, there was absolutely no way they would have shown me this jutsu if they thought I would actually learn it. It was probably a forbidden jutsu, and it was definitely not something meant to be handed down to a genin. But now that I knew it, they couldn't take it back." I turned to Iwashi. "So do you have any water balloons?" Chapter 20. Preliminaries. "Impressive," said Ameko, smiling. "A perfect execution of the Hiraishin jutsu." Calling it perfect was a bit generous. This was day 4 of my Hiraishin training, and Genma had just deemed me ready to perform the Hiraishin on myself under medical supervision. He'd even enlisted the help of Ameko to verify that I was able to complete the jump without sustaining any injuries. Well, it did work. If I wanted to guarantee a safe arrival, the whole process took about 30 seconds. That was long enough to prevent it from being viable for use in combat. I would get better, eventually, but it could take years of practice to fully master. Years that I didn't have since the invasion was less than a month away. "Thank you, Ameko-san," I said, bowing. "Sorry to bother you for something like this. I know you must be very busy." She was the medical director for the Konoha hospital, after all. But Ameko merely chuckled. "I'm always interested in anyone working on my uncle's jutsu," she said, suddenly reminding me that, oh yeah, she was a senju and therefore related to Tobirama. "Besides, now I have a chance to present this to you personally." She opened a folder to reveal a pristine medical license with my name printed on it in shiny gold ink. "Congratulations," she said. "Normally there is a ceremony for the students who pass, but that's not until next week and I have a mission for you tonight." "A mission?" I asked, tearing my eyes away from the license. Ameko nodded. "The day is the final day for the second part of the Chunin exams," she said. "We expect a large number of injuries among the participants, so a squad of medics is preparing to travel to the exam site. Normally the critically injured are transported to the hospital on foot to receive further treatment, but the Hiraishin would make medical transport safer for everyone. We'll rendezvous with the other medics at the hospital and you can plant your Hiraishin formulas before we head out." I glanced back at Kakashi. Normally we didn't really reject missions, but with Orochimaru wandering around the forest of death, I thought that maybe there might be an exception. "Sure," said Kakashi with an eye smile. "I'll accompany you. I was just about to head to the tower to meet up with the rest of our team, anyway." The Hokage will be there too. In other words, the tower was probably the safest place for me to be. I turned back to Ameko. I'd be happy to help. And that was how we all came to arrive at the tower in the Forest of Death 3 hours later. The journey to the tower was largely uneventful, mostly thanks to the 4 masked Anbu who were escorting us. Before wandering off, Kakashi placed a hand on my shoulder and quietly warned me to stay within the medical ward. Meanwhile, Ameko took over right away, commanding the medics like a general in battle to prepare for the impending surge of patients. My part was simple enough. As the only person able to perform the Hiraishin, I was supposed to conserve my chakra until I was needed. Not being allowed to actually heal anyone was a bit of a letdown, but it was pragmatic. Is the forest really that dangerous? I asked during a moment of quiet, the calm before the storm. Above us, a clock ticked closer to midnight, the end of the second exam. There are certainly many natural dangers, but most injuries are from the participants, said Ameko. That's why we had Anbu escort us here. I glanced around at the other medics. There were 10 of them and the youngest was at least 30. Surely they should be able to handle a few exhausted genin teams. Ameko caught my questioning look and gave me a smile. Most medics don't specialize in combat, she said, seeming to read my mind. A few, like my cousin Tsunade, are the rare exception to that rule. Most full-time medics don't even take the Chunin exams. A few aim for a promotion first, but it's not common. Have you decided which path you'll take? I opened my mouth, confident that the answer was obvious. Of course I'd stay with Sasuke and Naruto. But then I paused and actually considered it. Kakashi was a good teacher. Or maybe he was an okay teacher. Alright, fine, he wasn't exactly the best when it came to teaching. Like Itachi, Kakashi was a self-taught genius who didn't seem to fully grasp the concept of teaching other people. Sometimes it felt like he expected us to learn through osmosis. He didn't teach us much of anything before the Land of Waves, and I'd had to beg him to teach me a genjutsu when faced with the prospect of fighting Zabuza and Haku. Even with the Hiraishin, he'd promptly handed the actual teaching off to someone else. Kakashi was strong. There was no doubt about that. But he had his limits. That was why Sasuke would be tempted by Orochimaru, why Naruto would train with jiraiya, and why I too would need to seek out someone at that level. Someone like Tsunade. It felt wrong to think that. Disloyal. But it was the truth nonetheless. I want to get stronger to protect the people I care about, I said at last. Though I would still like to apprentice under a medic nin someday. I didn't have to leave Team 7 immediately. Tsunade wasn't even in the village yet. That can be arranged, said Ameko. There's more to medical ninjutsu than healing people, and Konoha could always use more combat medics. Just then, a masked Anbu arrived and muttered something in her ear. Preliminaries. Alright, then, she said before turning to the rest of the room and raising her voice. The exam is over. The Anbu teams will gather the survivors and bring them here for screening. This year the winners will also engage in a set of preliminary matches that will take place in the arena next door. She gestured to a set of double doors and I sidled over to take a look. I spotted Sasuke, Naruto, and Haku right away and sagged with relief. Even if they were a bit dirty, there were no obvious injuries. Well, except for the knot of dark chakra on Sasuke's neck and the disruption seal on Naruto, but both of those were expected. According to Kakashi, they'd arrived at the tower on the 3rd day of the exam. 2 days early. Not that I was complaining. That was the advantage of having someone like Haku on their team. Beside them were Team 10 and Team 8. Team Guy was also easy to spot thanks to Lee's green outfit, and the Sand siblings were obvious thanks to Gaara's gourd. I made a note of their chakra signatures and almost shied away from the sickly bloodlust radiating from Gaara. I frowned. Is this everyone that passed? I asked. Ameko gave me an amused look. Don't underestimate the exam, she said. 5 teams making it this far is rare. True, but there should have been 2 more. Where were the Sound Ninja? And Kabuto's team? More importantly, if they weren't here, where was Orochimaru? I scanned the line of adults behind the Hokage, but there were too many faces I didn't recognize. He could be any of them. Or none. Either way, standing out here in the open was a bad idea. I ducked back in the hospital ward, careful to keep my chakra sense focused on the room. That was how I knew when the matches began and that the first round was Sasuke versus Choji. The fight was quick, less than a minute. Sasuke didn't use chakra and Choji used his multi-size technique. Then they stopped moving. Choji returned to his team while Kakashi led Sasuke away. I tried to follow them with my chakra sense, but they soon passed outside of my range. In the corridor beside the arena, another chakra signature moved to follow them. Orochimaru. It had to be. Sasuke would be fine. Orochimaru didn't want Sasuke dead. I kept my chakra sense spread out and was distantly aware of the next fight between Shino and Kankuro. I couldn't tell much about their battle because Shino's bugs made it impossible to determine what was happening. They were like a cloud of white noise obscuring the fight from my senses. And I was more interested in Sasuke when he passed back into my chakra sensing range anyway. Nai-chan, I asked, as 4 Anbu appeared, one carrying Sasuke on his back. I rushed over to him and ran my hands through the diagnostic jutsu, but one of the Anbu reached up to stop me. "You will transport me and the patient to the hospital," said the Anbu holding Sasuke. Nothing more. I wanted to argue, but there was a rigid tension between all of them. Orochimaru was still hanging around, and they needed to get Sasuke out of here as quickly and quietly as possible. I nodded and swallowed my worry. Sasuke would be fine. He would be. "This will take a few seconds, so please hold still," I said, laying my hand on the Anbu's chest and infusing him and Sasuke with my chakra. I carefully shined them away, sending them to the hospital in a quiet whoosh of air. Sasuke would be fine. I had to believe that. 2 of the remaining Anbu faded into the background while one took up a sentry position in the corner. His purpose was obvious. Because I was still here and Orochimaru wanted the sharingan. It was tempting to say that I should have gone with Sasuke, but with Kakashi and the Hokage in the next room, this place was probably still safer. I took a long, slow breath and turned my attention back to the arena where Shino's swarm was slowly dispersing. A moment later, both participants were brought to the medical ward. "Paralytic poison, priority 1, said Himari in clipped tones as she examined Shino with a diagnostic jutsu. I wasn't too worried about his condition. Konoha had access to antidotes for almost all of Suna's poisons, and there were specialists in the Aburam clan who could be called to handle anything else. "Chakra exhaustion, priority 3, said Hina, who was examining Kankuro. Chakra exhaustion simply required bed rest. I turned my attention back to the arena where Haku was facing off against Ino. Or at least, that's what I thought was happening. They stood in the center of the arena for a moment before Haku returned to Naruto and Ino was removed by Ameko. I saw why a minute later when she arrived on a stretcher. Acupuncture paralysis, priority 3, said Himari. Ino simply lay there quietly, staring at the ceiling. Her face was scrunched up like she was trying not to cry. I winced. Oh, that was a bad matchup. Ino was a talented kunoichi who was skilled at manipulation and her clan's signature mind transfer jutsu, but if she wanted to use it in a fight she still required a team to pin down her target. Without that, she had to rely on jutsu. Against someone like Haku, she never stood a chance. It was just bad luck that she'd had to face off against a Jounin-level opponent. Although it could have been worse. She could have been matched with Gaara. "Hey," I said softly as I approached her bed. Acupuncture paralysis would resolve on its own in about half an hour, so the other medics weren't going to spend chakra to fix it, at least not when they were expecting a large number of casualties to arrive soon. They couldn't afford to waste it on something that would fix itself. "Kyo-chan?" Ino asked, surprised. She gave me a strained smile, but her lower lip trembled. "So, it looks like you passed your medic exam. That's great. You did really well to survive the forest of death," I said. "You know, the medics and I had to come here with a full Anbu guard." Ino chuckled. "Trying to cheer me up, huh?" she asked, her smile becoming slightly more genuine. "Don't worry about me. Nothing keeps the beautiful Yamanaka Ino down for long. Just wait until the next exam." She was right, of course. Ino would become a Jounin one day, and she'd be worthy of her title too. "I know you'll do great," I said. "Yeah, I'll need to train harder, though," she said. "We all will. Choji lost to Sasuke-kun, and that lazybones Shikamaru is probably going to forfeit. I'm just glad I didn't get paired with that sand girl. I can feel her attacks from here. She's going all out." I blinked and then recalled that Ino was a censor too. I reached out my senses in time to feel the maelstrom of wind chakra throwing around Tenten. Yeah, that fight wasn't going very well for her either. "Me too," I said as there was a sudden flurry of activity. I peered around the curtain to see several battered-looking genin teams arrive. "I need to return to my station. Get some rest, Ino." Any good kunoichi knows when to get her beauty sleep, not that I need it," she said, winking. I gave her a smile and squeezed her hand once before retreating to my place. Ino would be fine. The sudden activity soon devolved into barely controlled chaos as dozens of genin wandered into the ward for their post-exam checkups. Triage sorted them from priority 1 to 3, and the medics handled their care with practiced efficiency. Most were cleared and dismissed to a waiting room with only a few needing emergency care. It wasn't bad at all, at least not until an Anbu arrived carrying a stack of black-ringed scrolls, body scrolls for the dead. Those were the ones who didn't survive, the children who came here wanting to prove their worth only to meet their end. Did they have families? Friends? Were there people who, even now, waited anxiously for their return? But instead of their loved ones, they would receive only a scroll. All of this for a test. It was just a test. I looked away and kept my senses keyed to the arena, trying not to think about it. I focused on the end of Temari and Tenten's match, as well as the match between Kiba and Naruto. I was unsurprised when Tenten and then Kiba were wheeled in, though they were both only in need of basic first aid. The real problem came when Hinata was wheeled in some time later. She was unconscious, and even from the other side of the room, I could feel the flicker of a crippled chakra circulatory system. I was at her side in a moment. I didn't know Hinata very well. We were both shy at the academy, but she was a kind and determined girl who didn't deserve what I knew Niji had done to her. Temari made a sound of objection, but I ignored her as I sank my chakra into Hinata's body. I winced at the damage. The gentle fist technique did not wound its victims in the traditional way of broken bones and pierced flesh. It damaged internal organs by starving them of chakra. Niji had not held back, and Hinata's vital organs were receiving only a small trickle of what she required to live. I flushed her body with chakra, bypassing the plugs to supply her organs with the energy they needed. But I couldn't maintain that forever. When I poked at one of the chakra plugs with healing chakra, it remained firm. I could try increasing the amount of power behind my healing, but that ran its own risks. Still, if I didn't reverse the process soon her vital organs would shut down and she'd be crippled for months. Well, it was held together somehow, right? The Hyuga trained for years to be able to produce chakra like that. Perhaps the key lay in Hinata's chakra instead. I felt the shape of it, the almost crystalline structure. Perhaps it was similar to chakra elemental natures. If Hyuga chakra was crystalline in nature, it would be most similar to earth-type chakra. Lightning was strong against earth. That was a problem. I was not lightning type. But I had felt Sasuke's chakra plenty of times. Brow furrowed, I attempted to scatter my chakra, mimicking the chaotic flow of energy around the plug blocking her heart. It bounced off of the edge, chipping away at it slowly. Not fast enough. I excited my chakra on both ends of the plug, and that did it. The chakra plug cracked, dissolving like salt in water until nothing remained. The plug gone, I shifted my chakra to flow once more, flushing Niji's invasive chakra from her system as I repeated the process for the plugs around her lungs. "We'll take it from here," said a familiar voice. "Ameko-san," I said, cutting out my technique and leaning back. Ameko gave me a sympathetic smile. "Is she a friend?" she asked. "A classmate," I said, mortified. My mission was to hang back and conserve chakra until I was needed to transport the wounded. I wasn't supposed to be healing anyone. Sorry. Ameko put a hand on my head. "It's alright," she said. "But save you chakra. We've just stabilized 5 patients that require emergency evacuation." She gestured to 5 beds, each one bearing a genin. 2 held unconscious boys with obvious head wounds. 1 held a girl who was clutching at the stub of her missing arm. Another held an emaciated boy sobbing quietly, likely a victim of the forest's giant leeches. The last bed held a small figure cocooned in bandages that were covered in medical life support seals. I could barely feel the tiniest hint of chakra from the genin inside. "Right," I said. "I'll just." But I stopped. Because I recognized that chakra. I turned slowly back to the bandaged figure and approached. "Hey Karen," I muttered. "Ah, another friend?" Ameko asked softly. "I'm sorry. There's not much we can do for her here. It's amazing she lasted this long. But she was supposed to be fine. Rescued by Sasuke. What went wrong? Wait. If Sasuke arrived at the tower on the 3rd day, he couldn't have been in the forest to rescue her. This was my fault. Because I'd taken Sakura's place. Because I'd saved Haku. Because I'd changed things. Please allow me to heal her," I said. Ameko was silent for a long moment. "As a medic, you cannot allow personal feelings to cloud your judgment," she said. "This girl needs a team of medics if she wants to survive the night. If you want to help her and everyone else in her situation, the best thing you can do is to get her to where she needs to be." I wanted to object, but Ameko was right. The hospital had access to seals, machines, and medicines that I just didn't have. Chakra couldn't heal everything, not even 100% pure medical chakra like mine. I shined Karen first, taking extra care so that her arrival would be smooth. I then turned my attention to the other 4, sending them each in turn. By the time I finished, Ameko approached me with a furrowed brow. "I'd like you to show me the technique you used on Hyuga-san," said Ameko. "Did something go wrong?" I asked, suddenly worried that I'd hurt Hinata in my eagerness to help. Oh no, the plugs had been around her vital organs. What if? "No, Hyuga-san is recovering as well as can be expected," said Ameko. I was simply curious. I haven't read about a technique that could remove gentle fist chakra so quickly without damaging the chakra nodes. I'd like to see it firsthand. "Where did you read about it?" I flushed, mortified. I didn't read about it," I mumbled, starkly aware that I was admitting to using Hyuga Hinata, the heir to one of the most prominent clans in Konoha, as a guinea pig for untested medical techniques. "Then you've worked with Hyuga chakra before?" Ameko asked, her tone sharpening. Oh no. Not exactly, no, I said. I cleared my throat. I examined Niji-san's chakra and noticed the rigid structure of the plug. I theorized that the crystal-like nature could be disrupted by introducing erratic chakra, similar to how lightning techniques dissolve earth techniques. I wasn't aware that you knew lightning techniques, said Ameko with a frown. From bad to worse. Not only was I using untested medical techniques. I didn't even know how to use the chakra nature I was trying to mimic. I was going to be stripped of my medic license for this. I admitted. It wasn't a lightning technique. It was simply exciting the chakra in a localized area to dissolve the structure. Yeah, like that made it any better. Ameko's frown deepened, apparently thinking along the same lines. And how did you plan to handle a jagged piece of chakra in her circulatory system? Ameko asked. I hadn't thought of that, though now that she said it, it sounded like an obvious concern. I excited the chakra on both ends of the plug, I said. I'd done it for speed, but by chance it had worked as a safety mechanism. With my chakra holding it in place, it was not able to move from the area until I was prepared to flush it from her system. Ameko raised an eyebrow, and I elaborated. After the plug was dissolved, I shifted my chakra back to its natural flow and drew out the remains of his chakra. Ameko gave me an unreadable look. Show me. What? On Hinata? I asked, hardly believing that she wanted me to demonstrate an untested medical technique on an unconscious patient. There had to be some kind of ethics violations involved in that. But Ameko merely nodded and pointed to Hinata's arm. There was a seal beneath her wrist meant to isolate chakra. It was used sometimes in complicated surgeries involving chakra nodes. The Hyuga rarely provide samples for us to work with, said Ameko with detached practicality. Ah, so that was it. If they had no reliable method of replicating the gentle fist, whatever techniques they had created to heal its effects were likely born from dealing directly with its victims. There were no guinea pigs to work with. I stepped up to Hinata and sank my chakra into her skin, carefully isolating the chakra plug. Ameko placed her hands over mine, our chakra blending seamlessly. Her chakra was clean, sterile, and simply there to observe. I slowly excited my chakra, chipping away at the chakra plug. I took more care with this one, acutely aware of being observed, but it was still only about 15 seconds of work to clear it. I withdrew my chakra and Ameko leaned back, her expression still unreadable. Interesting, she said. This technique has no basis in Konoha standard literature. It is entirely novel and therefore unapproved. Konoha does not condone the use of unsanctioned procedures on shinobi barring exceptional circumstances. As a medic, you should be permanently stripped of your license for gross negligence. I hung my head. Ameko allowed the threat to hang in the air for a long moment before continuing. However, the grievous wounds inflicted on Hyuga-sen could be interpreted as life-threatening and therefore requiring immediate action, unsanctioned though it might have been, she went on. I looked up, surprised as Ameko continued. Because of this, I am placing you on disciplinary probation for the next 30 days. In that time, you are prohibited from performing medical procedures on anyone without my personal authorization. Failure to comply will result in a permanent removal of all medical certifications. I let out a slow breath. That was not bad. In terms of punishments, that was a slap on the wrist. Especially because we both knew that Hinata's condition was not life-threatening. She would be crippled for a few months, but her life was not in danger. Certainly not with Ameko standing right there with fully trained staff ready to deal with any potential complications. I understand, Ameko-san, I said, bowing deeply. I didn't miss the fact that the probationary period ended right on the day of the third exam. Did she know about the invasion? Or did she suspect that I would want to heal my teammates who would be fighting in the tournament? Either way, it was convenient timing. There is one more patient I would like you to examine before I release you, she said, gesturing for me to follow her. Brow furrowed, I fell into step behind her as she led me around the curtain to another bed. This one containing Lee. Oh, so his fight was over too. And from the bandages, I could guess at who he'd fought. I would like your assessment, she said. In this case I am authorizing the use of a diagnostic jutsu only. His arm and leg were already bandaged, so I called forth my chakra again, laying it over Lee's chest. It took a minute to sort through the signals my chakra was sensing. The arm and leg themselves weren't actually all that bad. Relatively speaking. The radius and humerus are broken in 2 places each, I said. The ulna is broken in 3 places. The femur is broken in 4 places. The tibia is broken in 1. The fibula is broken in 9. The muscles are severely torn, both from crushing force as well as from the splintered bone. But all of that was still within the realm of recovery, albeit with an exceptionally long rehabilitation timeline. No, the worst of it went far beyond that. There are several thousand bone fragments lodged in vital parts of his neural network, mostly located around the spine, I said. So it was the lotus that had caused the worst injury. Not Gaara. I removed my hands and clasped them behind my back though my fingers itched to mend the bones. Someone had already done the preliminary patch job to keep everything in place, but I knew I could do more. It would be so easy and it wouldn't even cost much chakra. And what is your assessment for a treatment plan? Ameko asked. The arm and leg can be healed by the standard application of a bone-mending medical ninjutsu, I said. The preliminary stages have already been performed. The muscles will require stimulation via medical chakra to mend at an accelerated rate once the bones have been permanently set. As for the bone fragments, the foreign object extraction jutsu developed by Tsunade-sama is the most viable approved treatment, though even under ideal conditions, this procedure has a high probability of paralysis or death. And what would you say to this shinobi if you were acting as his medic? Ameko asked. Wait for Tsunade. But there is only one person who can perform this procedure and she is currently unavailable, I said cautiously. When Tsunade returned, things would be different, but as far as I was aware, there was no one in the village who could pull it off. I see, said Ameko. Lee-san and Hyuga-san are ready for transport to the hospital. And with that, she dismissed me. Chapter 21. Resolve. Hyo-chan, there you are, said Ameko. I'm glad that you're already here. It saves me some trouble. I'm just here to see my brother, I said, aware that I probably shouldn't be in the hospital while I was on probation. But I had to talk to him to make sure that he was alright. After sending the last of the patients to the hospital, I'd caught up with Naruto and Haku. We traded stories of what had happened over the past few days. The events of the second exam went about the same as I'd expected, at least until they encountered the sound ninjas. Nai-chan killed them? I'd asked. That wasn't right. It couldn't be. But it would certainly explain why they weren't in the preliminaries. If Sakura wasn't there to calm Sasuke down, why would he stop? Haku certainly wouldn't ask Sasuke to show mercy, not after spending his life around someone like Zabuza. I'm afraid that your brother is not allowed visitors yet, said Ameko, gesturing for me to follow her. That was not a good sign. What about Karen? I asked. Ameko's face settled into a mask of detached professionalism. I'm sorry to say that there's not much we can do for her, she said. Once the exams are over, she will be removed from life support, at which point she will almost certainly pass away. But why remove her from life support if she'll die? I asked. Konoha only provides free medical care for participants in the exams, said Ameko. Hidden Grass is unwilling to cover her ongoing medical expenses. She has been disavowed by her village. I blanched. Disavowing a ninja meant denying responsibility for them and removing them from service. It was usually only done for missing ninja. To do it over medical bills was particularly cruel. While medical care in Konoha wasn't free for outsiders, it was hardly extortionate. Could they really be so callous toward one of their own genin? But what if they didn't really consider her to be one of them? They took in an outsider like me, so I have to prove my loyalty. That's what Karen had said. She'd risked her life in the exams for them. And they'd just thrown her away. I'll pay for her, I said. Whatever it is, I'll pay it. I had the money. Ameko gave me a pitying glance. It's not just the money, she said. She has less than a 1% chance of survival and she is not a member of this village. At a certain point, resource management must be taken into account. Then I'll take care of her. I said. She won't be removed from life support until the exams are over because she's still technically a participant, right? My disciplinary probation will be done by then, so I'll take full responsibility. Ameko frowned. Hyo-chan, is there a reason why you feel so strongly for this girl? She asked, her gaze searching. Yeah, because I was the reason she was dying. She's an uzumaki, like my mother, I said, looking down. If things had been a little different, I might have been just like her. Being used by her village and then thrown away, it's just too sad. I trailed off. No, our situations really weren't very different. Karen just didn't have Itachi to protect her. Please, Ameko-san, I don't have many family members left, I said. I couldn't save anyone else. Please let me try to save her. Ameko let out a quiet sigh. The longer she remains on life support, the lower her probability of survival, she said, making my heart sink. 1% was about as low as it could get already. Let me make this clear. You are still on disciplinary probation. However, due to the dire nature of this patient's condition, I am giving you permission to perform medical care under compassionate use procedures. My heart soared. Thank you. I shouted, jumping up and hugging her middle. Thank you, Ameko-san. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, she said dryly. You haven't seen her condition. Maybe, but even if I couldn't save Karen, I wouldn't let her go without a fight. Is that where we're going now? I asked as I released Ameko and we continued into the long-term care ward. No, I'm taking you to your other patient, said Ameko, stopping outside a closed door. I recognized the chakra inside immediately. The Meko pushed open the door and ushered me inside. Guy was leaning against the window and Lee was sitting up in bed, eating an apple from a basket of fruit on his bedside table. "Alright, have a seat and we will discuss the treatment options," said Meko, gesturing me to a chair. "Wait, treatment options? For Lee?" But Tsunade hadn't returned yet. And then Guy was suddenly in front of me. He grasped my hands in his and leaned forward, looking me dead in the eye. "Meko-san has told us about Tsunade-sama's procedure and that you are the only person who could hope to perform it," he said much too loudly considering he was an inch in front of my face. I stared at Guy like a deer in headlights. Wait. I replayed the conversation I'd had with Meko after the preliminaries. She'd asked me to examine Lee. I'd given her my assessment and I'd said that there was only one person who could hope to perform the procedure and that she was not currently available. I'd meant Tsunade. But had Meko thought that I was referring to myself? That I could perform the procedure once I was off probation? Oh no. No. "I-sensei," I said, as gently as possible. "The procedure that Meko-san is referring to, there are risks. At best, at the absolute best, there is only a 50% chance of success. And failure would result in death." I squeezed my hands. "Meko-san has explained the risks," he said, eyes still determined. "Lee and I have talked it over. If the surgery is a failure, I too will end my life." No. "I-sensei, this procedure, it's too dangerous," I said. This was Tsunade's job. She would succeed. Guy and Lee would both live. I could not do this. I cannot in good conscience. I fell to his knees and bowed low. "Please, perform the procedure," he shouted. I looked to Meko for support, but she was regarding me with clear disappointment. They didn't know that Tsunade was coming. If I backed out now, she'd be mortified for jumping to the wrong conclusion and giving a patient false hope. I didn't want that, not after she'd given me special permission to heal Karen. But it was just a misunderstanding. I couldn't. Wait. Calm down. I didn't need to tell them no. I just needed to make them wait. Once Tsunade returned, she would be the obvious choice of surgeon. I would be off the hook. I cleared my throat. "I-sensei," I said. "Please stand up and let me explain. I cannot perform Tsunade-sama's procedure because I would use an alternate method instead." The sudden silence was deafening. Meko's eyebrows climbed nearly to her hairline. "An alternate method?" she asked slowly. I nodded and sidestepped Guy to snag one of the apples from Lee's basket. I held it up and cleared my throat. Everyone stared at it transfixed, as though the apple held some deep secret to the universe. "Imagine that this apple is Lee and that the seeds are the bone fragments," I said. I ran my chakra through the apple, surrounding one of the seeds. Tsunade-sama's procedure involves using chakra to isolate and extract the seeds like so. I pulled one of the seeds through the apple until it broke the skin. I then held it up. The seed is extracted, but it leaves a significant amount of damage to the surrounding apple. That is why failure results in death. The body may experience too much trauma and go into shock if the medic cannot heal the injuries as quickly as they are created. The thousands of bone fragments, that was no easy task. "But you have another way?" Guy asked, cautiously hopeful. "A Haration," I said. I planted a Haration formula on the bedside table. Then I surrounded a seed with my chakra. I'd never teleported part of an object before, but in theory, if I isolated the seed with a tiny barrier seal, it might work. "Please, oh please, let this work." I performed the Haration, and a seed appeared on the bedside table. I breathed a mental sigh of relief as I set the apple down. By using the Haration to teleport the bone fragments, there is no additional damage to the body, I explained. In theory, it should pose minimal risk to the patient. However, this is untested and will need to go through the research team to ensure viability. "Meko-san, do you know how long it will take to approve this procedure?" Meko, whose eyebrows had not lowered in the slightest, gave me a considering look. "The current wait time for consideration of a project is approximately 4 years, she said. I gave myself a mental pat on the back. Perfect. I'd tossed out an untested medical technique that had no documentation whatsoever. As such, Meko would never allow me to use it. And yet, the benefits of the procedure were too good to deny. No sane person would take a 50% chance of death when a supposedly zero-risk alternative could be developed in a few years. Then Tsunade would come back and. I frowned. And then what? She wouldn't perform the procedure either. Because no sane person would take a 50% chance of death when a supposedly zero-risk alternative could be developed in a few years. Which meant. Oh no. 4 years might not seem like a long time, but for Lee, it would mean the end of his shinobi career. Everyone else in our generation would continue to grow strong while he languished, waiting for a recovery which may or may not come. His muscles would deteriorate. His skills would dull. He could try again, of course, but those years, once lost, could never be regained. He would be hopelessly behind in every way that mattered and woefully unprepared for everything that would happen. The Akatsuki. Pain's attack. The Fourth Shinobi War. The 4 years of medical leave dragging him down, would leave and survive. My stomach dropped in horror. No. No, this was so much worse. I, who didn't even know the future, must have felt the same way because suddenly he was in front of Ameko, gripping her hands as he had mine. "Please, Ameko-san," shouted Guy. "Surely not 4 years." Ameko tried to shake Guy off, but he was having none of it. "I will confer with the other senior medics in the research team," she said, giving up and letting Guy hold her hands in supplication. "These are unusual circumstances." She gave me a baleful look as though this was entirely my fault. "Fair. Kyo-san is the only medic with working knowledge of this particular technique. If it were to go through the research team, she would be assigned as the primary researcher. And because this particular injury would be almost impossible to replicate on a non-human specimen, it would likely need to go straight to human testing." So what you're saying is," said Lee, tears streaming down his cheeks. "What I'm saying is that I will need to confer with my colleagues," she said sharply. "I should be able to let you know by the end of the week." And then I was caught in a sudden bone-crushing hug by Guy, who was also crying. "Thank you, Kyo," he shouted. "I have absolute faith in you." I couldn't breathe. "Guy-sensei, there's something else," I wheezed. "What is it?" he asked, loosening his hold. I took a deep gasping breath before continuing. "I've only been using the Haration for less than a week," I said. "It takes about 30 seconds to infuse a target with chakra to teleport it without damage. With thousands of bone shards, it will take days to complete the procedure even under ideal conditions. Besides, with each bone fragment, there is a chance for error and damage. I'd like at least, 2 months to practice and improve my abilities to ensure a successful operation." 2 months would be long enough for Tsunade to return. Even if she wasn't going to perform the actual procedure, she'd be there to supervise and handle any problems. That was about as much as I could hope for. I folded his arms and frowned, considering. Then he huffed and grinned. "Nonsense," he said, his grin sparkling. "I will take you on as my pupil, and we'll cut that 2-month timeline down to 2 weeks. "Oh, what?" I asked. Don't you have a student you need to train for the 3rd exam?" "Niji is doing solo training with his byakugan," he said, still grinning. Actually, now that I thought about it, there probably wasn't much Guy could teach Niji when it came to his taijutsu. And Tenten is taking missions for some extra money. That leaves me free to train you, and with the power of youth, we'll have Lee back in action in no time at all." Somehow, I felt that Guy might have had a favorite student. I cleared my throat. "I wasn't aware that you knew the Haration," I said cautiously. "I do not," said Guy, undeterred. "But you said that you're having difficulty infusing your chakra into your target quickly, correct? Well, I have just the thing. Taijutsu specialists enhance muscles by infusing them with chakra. I'll give you speed training. The constant infusion and release of chakra into your muscles will cut down the activation time for your jutsu. I'm sure of it." I wasn't. Then again, Minato and Tabarama were the only people to fully master the Haration. Was it a coincidence that they were both known as the fastest shinobi of their time? Or was it a side effect of their Haration mastery? Or maybe the speed came first and the Haration was easier because of it. Either way, it was worth a shot. "I'm grateful for your offer," I said. "I have one other patient in dire need of medical care as well. I'll need to see to her first, but as soon as she's out of danger, I'd be honored to become your student. I'll need to let Kakashi-sensei know, too. I don't want him to think I'm abandoning him." "I'll let him know," said Guy, giving me a thumbs up. "Yeah, Kakashi wouldn't mind. He'd be busy with Sasuke anyway. And Naruto would be busy with Jiraiya. And Haku. Guy-sensei, if it's alright, would you be willing to take on another student as well?" I asked. Ibisu was probably a fine tutor, but the invasion was coming. If Haku wanted to survive, he really needed the guidance of a jounin. "Of course," said Guy. "I am always happy to teach the power of youth." "Good. Thank you, Guy-sensei," I said. Of course, that still left me with the problem of needing to stall until Tsunade returned. Although, I did have one ready-made excuse to delay the procedure a little bit. But, there is still one problem with the 2-week timeframe. I'm on disciplinary probation. So I can't perform medical ninjutsu without Ameko-san's express permission, and Ameko-san, please make an exception for Lee," said Guy, appearing in front of Ameko and once again capturing her hands. He gave her his best grin. Well, certain reckless actions must have consequences," said Ameko, flustered. I grinned harder. "Rules and codes of conduct must be upheld," she continued, weakening. Medical ethics. Ai's grin sparkled. Alright, she said, giving me an unhappy look. Yeah, I probably deserved it after unleashing Guy on her. Though I considered it fair. She unleashed Guy on me first. But I believe you're getting ahead of yourselves. First I will need to draft a proposal, and for that, I will require your assistance. Oh, right. I waved goodbye to Guy and Lee, and I followed Emeko back toward her office. She remained silent until she shut the door with a snap. I would have appreciated a bit of warning, she said dryly. Yeah, me too. I hung my head. Please forgive me, I said. I'd really botched the entire encounter. Now that I had time to actually consider the situation, it was obvious that I should have just played dumb and clarified my previous statement during the preliminaries. Sure, they would have been disappointed, but it was an honest mistake. Instead I'd panicked, not wanting to embarrass Emeko after everything she'd done for me. And now look at the mess I'd created. I was suddenly very glad that Emeko was not a Yamanaka. It would have been difficult to explain away my internal screaming. Perrin? Perrin blinked once, staring at me in confusion before looking around at the blank white expanse surrounding us. Where are we? She asked. In a Jinjutsu, I said. You've been intubated, so this is the only way for us to speak at the moment. Here, let me make it a little more comfortable. I shifted the Jinjutsu, and suddenly we were sitting at Ichiraku's. Is this part of the exam? Karen asked, reaching out to touch the counter. No, the second exam is over, I said. You were picked up by Anbu once the time limit ran out and you've been taken to the hospital. I'm here to talk with you as your medic. Oh, said Karen. She put a hand on her chest. I was hurt. I nodded. You suffered significant internal damage and very nearly bled out before Anbu arrived, I said. It was a miracle that you lasted as long as you did. It's because I took them, she said. All of them. One by one. I think I remember the Anbu. When he arrived, I only had one left. One of what? I asked. She held up her other hand. It was clenched tight and I allowed her mind to imagine what she was holding. When she opened her fist, a small brown pill dropped onto the counter, bouncing and rolling until it came to rest in front of me. The blood replenishing pill. From the pack you gave me, she said. I took them all. One by one by one by one. Until there was just one left. I thought. She hissed in a sharp gasping breath and clenched her eyes shut. She thought that she wasn't going to make it. You survived and now I'm going to take care of you, okay? I said. We're going to make it through this together and for that, I'm going to need your help. Perrin sniffed and nodded. Right now, you're on life support, I said. Your injuries are relatively straightforward to heal. However, there is a complication, a side effect of you taking so many blood replenishing pills in quick succession. You see, the pills work by creating chakra and converting that chakra to blood, like a soldier pill combined with a transformation technique. Normal shinobi can only take about 3 pills before their bodies begin to take damage. You took 99. Then shouldn't I be dead? Karen asked. You're in Uzumaki, I said. Your chakra and life energy kept you alive when all others would have died. However, even having strong life energy can't save you from chakra poisoning. It's what happens when someone with strong chakra cycles too much chakra through their body at once. Normally this wouldn't be a problem for you because you have 100% pure medical chakra, which would heal any damage as soon as it occurred, but with the blood replenishing pills converting all of your chakra to blood, you weren't able to heal the damage. The pills kept you alive, but they were also killing you. After a while, it hurt to take them, said Karen, almost to herself. But I didn't want to die. You did the right thing, I said. But right now you have stage 4 acute chakra poisoning. It's normally a career-ending prognosis since channeling more chakra will kill you. It also prevents normal chakra methods of healing because anything less than 100% pure medical chakra will only aggravate the chakra poisoning further and would likely kill you as well. So I'm going to die? Karen asked. Under normal circumstances, the answer would be yes. Emeko had given her less than a 1% chance of survival, but that was before she'd considered me. No, I said. Because you and I both have 100% pure medical chakra. And if we work together, we can heal you. I'll start by using my chakra to mend your injuries. From there, your natural medical chakra should heal the damage from the chakra poisoning over time, but it means you won't be able to channel chakra or perform jutsus for at least 6 months. Karen's eyes widened in horror. Oh no, my village will be so angry, she said in dismay. They'll never allow me to remain off duty for so long. Well, that won't actually be a problem, I said. You've been disavowed by your village. They, didn't want to pay for your medical expenses, but I've spoken with Emeko, and I will sponsor you until you've recovered. There wasn't really a nice way of conveying the fact that she'd been cast out by her home. But I was hoping the fact that I was taking care of her would soften the blow a bit. Wait, if I've been disavowed, then why are you helping me? She asked. Because we're family, I said. I'd thought it was obvious, but being a ninja tended to complicate things. I know that I'm not the family that you lost. I've lost family too. I just don't want to lose anyone else. Even though I've only known you for a short time, I don't want you to die. Perrin only stared. Then she looked down. Even if you heal me, what then? She asked. I have nowhere to go, no village to return to. Her tone was sad, but there was also a deliberate inflection, and I didn't miss her sidelong look. If you'd like, I can ask Nai-chan to make you a vassal of the Uchiha. I began. Yes. Karen shouted, leaping off of her chair and tackling me in an embrace. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Kyo. I mean thank you, Kyo-sama. That means I can stay, right? If the Hokage agrees, I said. Haku had to enlist as a Konoha shinobi, but we might be able to place you outside of the village if you don't want to be a ninja anymore. Anzo was still a risk, but I was fairly certain that he would have no interest in a genin who had nearly died during the exam. He was more interested in killers and prodigies than children and healers. If I enlist, will they want to? She gestured at her arms. No, I said. I won't let anyone use you like that. I might have been promising too much, but Konoha was not hidden grass. We had plenty of capable healers. We didn't need to torture little girls to help others. Besides, Ameko was the medical director and I was sure that she would forbid it even if someone was heartless enough to suggest it. Okay, then let's get started, said Karen. What do I need to do? Nai-chan. Sasuke looked very small in his hospital bed. The loose gown he wore left the curse mark on clear display as he sat up. His expression was blank, but his shadowed eyes softened when he saw me. That was all the invitation I needed before I leaped forward and wrapped my arms around him. He didn't react immediately, didn't move to return my embrace. I ran a diagnostic jutsu and cycled healing chakra through him, soothing away the remaining minor injuries. The knot of dark chakra from the curse mark felt like oil against my senses, but it was held in check by a seal infused with Kakashi's chakra. Sasuke didn't speak while I worked, seemingly content to watch me in silence. Kakashi-sensei told me what happened in the forest, I said at last. Naruto and Haku too. Are you? I trailed off. I couldn't ask if he was okay when he obviously wasn't. I'm sorry I wasn't there with you, I said instead. I tried to avoid the entire thing, and that only resulted in him facing the danger alone. I'm not, said Sasuke. It would have been worse if you were there too. Why? I asked. Sure, I wasn't as strong as Haku, but surely I wouldn't make things worse. If you were with me, he would have marked you too, said Sasuke, reaching up to touch the curse mark on his neck. He said that he would seek you out later. The curse mark kills 90% of those infected with it and he wanted to ensure that you would survive and be useful to him. I didn't want to tell you. But if you see him, run. Oh no. But I should have expected it. Orochimaru was interested in the sharingan. It was foolish to hope that he'd ignore mine simply because I had a weak body. I swallowed. I know, I said. I've been learning a jutsu called the Hiraishin. It's a space-time ninjutsu that allows me to teleport. This is my jutsu formula. I took his hand and planted the Hiraishin formula on the back. I'd already marked Kakashi during training. The visible mark will fade away in a day or so, I said. But from now on, I'll always be able to jump right to your side. Right now the activation time is 30 seconds, which isn't great, so I've started training with Guy-sensei after I stabilized Karen. Healing Karen had gone even better than I'd hoped. Having a patient with 100% pure medical chakra made healing her downright trivial to the point where I wondered at the 1% survival rate. Even after I'd finished, Ameko decided to hold Karen for observation. According to her, it was to verify the short-term physical impacts of 100% pure medical chakra in relation to chakra poisoning, but I suspected that the real reason was far less academic. She was waiting for Sasuke to perform the sake ceremony so that Karen could stay in the village. Karen? Sasuke asked, his brow furrowed. He frowned in thought. That girl from Ichiraku's? Yes, she was injured during the exam and disavowed by her village, I said. I healed her. But she has nowhere else to go, so I was wondering if you'd, exchange sake with her. I've already spoken with the Hokage and he's agreed to allow Karen to stay if you accept her as your vassal. The meeting with the Hokage was fairly painless and straightforward. As I suspected, there was no interruption from Danzo this time around. If Sasuke accepted her, Karen would be assigned to Abisu for training and observation. At least as much training as could be done without chakra for 6 months. I'd even received a guarantee that no one would try to use or study Karen's unique healing method. It helped that Konoha had laws allowing clans to brand certain physical characteristics of its members as clan secrets. Sasuke stared at me. He opened his mouth to object, hesitated, and then closed it again with a sigh. Sure, whatever, he said. He had Orochimaru and Gaara to worry about, so I couldn't exactly fault him for being preoccupied. You said you've been training with Guy. Yes, since this morning, I said. 3 a.m. to be specific. Guy's date began early, and as his student, so did mine. It's mostly speed training. Haku is training with me too. Haku had begun his training a few days earlier and already seemed unbothered by Guy's exuberance. We'd started with running. For 9 hours straight. The only interruption came in the form of Kakashi ambling onto the training field and informing me that Sasuke was awake and would be allowed visitors. Be strong, said Sasuke, nodding thoughtfully. Stay with him or Kakashi. What about you? I asked. Sasuke frowned again. I need to get stronger, he said. Well, I'm glad to see that you're motivated, said Kakashi, sliding open the door. He'd been waiting outside, giving us a moment to ourselves and quietly biding his time for a standard late arrival. And I suppose you're here for a reason, Kakashi? Sasuke asked, unaffected by the sudden interruption. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. You have a lot of work ahead of you, he said. If you go into your fight with Gaara as you are now, you'll wind up even worse off than Lee. Sasuke scowled, but he didn't deny it. I have a technique that will be perfect against Gaara's sand defense, said Kakashi. But you'll need to increase your speed to be faster than Lee. As if that was just a small thing. Lee had trained for over a year and Sasuke wasn't even as fast as Lee's encumbered speed. So I'll be training with Kyo-chan, then? Sasuke asked. No, the two of you together would be too much of a target, said Kakashi. It would be better if you didn't see one another until the situation has been resolved. Wait. Does that mean that you want me to stay away from the third exam? I asked. I wasn't exactly enthusiastic about being in the middle of a full-scale war, but I couldn't just sit on the sidelines while Sasuke and Naruto fought for their lives either. It would be safer for you, said Kakashi. As a medic, you'll be able to help more people at the hospital. Yeah, I would. But what about Sasuke and Naruto? Kakashi-sensei. I shouted, surprised at the harshness in my tone. You once told me that if I wanted to protect the people important to me, the best way to do that was by standing at their sides. My important people are going to be at the exam. And I want to be there too. Kakashi regarded me with a narrowed eye. You are a medic nin of Konoha, he said softly. There was no threat or malice in his voice, but all his ease and good humor were gone. If all you can do is scream I want, then you're not ready to stand beside them. Medics don't lead the charge on the front lines. What would you do against someone like Orochimaru? If you can't answer that, you'll only be a burden for others to protect. That wasn't fair. He wasn't asking Naruto or Sasuke what they would do. But then, why would he? They'd already faced Orochimaru and survived. As for me? I'd tried to run away by dropping out of the exam. As a result of my cowardice, Karen had nearly died. When it came to the invasion, could I say for certain that I wouldn't just ration my team to safety, leaving others to fight? To die? What would happen then? Kakashi might not have known the particulars of my situation, but he did know me. He knew that deep down I didn't really want to hurt anyone. That was a dangerous sentiment to have in battle. And yet, that was where I needed to be. Because that was where Sasuke and Naruto were going. I will master the Hiraishin by the third exam, I said. And if Orochimaru or anyone else tries to do anything, I will protect my precious people. Kakashi nodded gravely. Well, if you've decided, then you'll need these, he said. He unhooked a pack from his hip and handed it to me. Curious, I opened it to find a stash of 3-pronged kunai. I held one up, planting my jutsu formula on the handle with a thought. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, I said, because he was right. I had to be ready. War was coming. And that marks the end of this part. Don't worry, it still has a few chapters left, so more parts are sure to come. Anyways, I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments and subscribes I could get on the series. It only takes a minute and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. Thanks for sticking